Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Was Trained by Hiruzen. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The sound of heavy breathing echoed through the dark streets of Kanehigakure. A young boy had been running hard for a long time. He had been dreaming of ramen in his apartment when intruders kicked in his door. Startled awake, he attempted to escape, but one of the attackers spotted him and threw a kunai. The small blade struck his shoulder, but he knew he couldn't stop to tend to his wound. Confusion filled his mind as he wondered what he had done to deserve such treatment from his village. Born in Kanehigakure like everyone else, he felt unfairly singled out. The villagers seemed to curse his very existence, and he couldn't understand why. He had done nothing wrong. He was just a 5-year-old boy with dreams of becoming Hokage. Why did they hate him so much? As he heard the voices of his pursuers closing in, he was confronted by a man who sneered at him. "There you are, you little demon," the man shouted, kicking him in the chest and knocking the wind out of him. The boy slammed against the wall, feeling the impact. Struggling to regain his footing, he turned his attention to the mob that had finally caught up to him. He pleaded for mercy, insisting he had done nothing wrong. But the crowd was relentless, accusing him of unspeakable acts and blaming him for their losses. The boy was bewildered, unable to comprehend their anger. Suddenly, another kunai struck his other shoulder, and the mob began to hurl rocks and glass at him. They showed no concern for his cries or his pain. He raised his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself. Despair washed over him as he wondered why no one was coming to help, why they hated him so fiercely. In the depths of his mind, a voice urged him to fight back, to unleash his fury. Confused, he questioned who was speaking to him, but the voice only encouraged him to embrace his rage. With a primal roar, the boy released a surge of energy that halted the mob in their tracks. Red chakra enveloped him, and his wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. The chakra took on the form of a fox, and panic spread through the crowd as they realized what was happening. "It's the Kyuubi! He's unleashing the Kyuubi!" a woman screamed. One of the villagers charged at the boy, but he fell to the ground, blood spilling from his throat. The boy's hand was stained with crimson as he glared at the remaining attackers, charging at them with newfound strength. Meanwhile, 3 figures dashed across the rooftops, each wearing masks and carrying swords. They had sensed the powerful chakra and were drawn to it. As they landed on the ground, one of them noticed a trail of blood leading into an alleyway. They followed the gruesome path and were met with a shocking sight. Blood coated the alley, and bodies lay scattered across the ground, as if they had been attacked by wild beasts. In the center of the chaos stood the small boy, his body covered in blood. One of the ninjas instinctively reached for his sword, but the leader stopped him, recognizing the child. He approached the boy cautiously, kneeling to meet his gaze. "Wait, I'm not here to hurt you," he assured the boy, who flinched and tried to back away. "No, you'll attack me like they did," the boy shouted, fear evident in his voice. "I promise I won't. Just relax, you can trust me. What happened here? Why are you covered in blood?" The boy hesitated, glancing back at the horrifying scene around him. Confusion washed over him as he looked at his hands. Did I do this? I don't remember. They threw things at me and then... Panic set in as he clutched his head and screamed, overwhelmed by the chaos of the moment. "What is happening to me?" The silver-haired man moved swiftly, placing his hand on the child's head. The little boy, who had been screaming, suddenly fell silent and collapsed. The man observed as tears streamed down the boy's cheeks, and he sighed sadly. He felt a deep sorrow for what had been done to Minato's son. Hiruzen Sarutobi was not one to indulge in drinking. He preferred a good smoke and enjoyed the literature of his students. Drinking was something he found depressing, but tonight was different. He had just returned from the hospital after visiting Naruto Uzumaki, a boy he considered like a grandson. The report from his ANBU had deeply disturbed him. He, like many others, had felt the wave of chakra that had been released and recognized its nature. He had summoned Jiraiya, anticipating that the seal might be weakening, but he knew it was not the boy's fault. The thought that people would attack a 5-year-old in his own home made his blood boil, and he felt no pity for those who had perished. Despite this, the fact remained that Naruto had used the Kyuubi's chakra, and the council was in an uproar. Many called for his death, while one particularly aggressive member sought to take action. Hiruzen had unleashed a significant amount of his killer intent in the council room, leaving one member hospitalized. He stormed out, grabbing some sake on his way to his office, instructing his receptionist not to disturb him. As he took a sip from his saucer, there was a knock at his door. Hiruzen stated that he did not wish to be disturbed. However, the voice that replied insisted they needed to talk and requested entry. Sighing, he recognized who was behind the door. He allowed them in, revealing his old teammates, Koharu and Hamura Mitokado. He greeted them with sarcasm, asking what they wanted. Hamura urged him not to make enemies of them, reminding him of their long history as teammates. Hiruzen retorted, expressing his disappointment that their time together had not forged a friendship. Koharu interjected, reminding him that while he cared for the boy, he could not ignore the situation. Hiruzen snapped back, frustrated at the suggestion that he should either kill Naruto or turn him into a weapon. Hamura pressed on, stating that once word got out about the incident, Naruto's life would be in danger. He emphasized that Minato would not have wanted his son to be harmed by those he had protected. Hiruzen, feeling the weight of his promise to Minato as he lay dying, lamented his perceived failure to protect Naruto. Koharu softly reminded him that not everyone viewed the boy as a demon. He represented hope, but the matter needed to be addressed. Hiruzen sighed and gazed out the window before standing tall and turning to his former teammates. Hiruzen led Naruto to a small room within the Hokage mansion. The room was spacious and contained everything his old apartment had, except for a bathroom and kitchen. Naruto looked around, taking in his new home. Hiruzen asked how he liked it, and Naruto expressed his excitement, wondering if he would be a bother. Hiruzen reassured him that he would not be a bother, and as an ANBU member appeared beside him and whispered something, he nodded in response. The ANBU vanished, and Hiruzen instructed Naruto to get settled and rest, mentioning that his daughter and grandson were down the hall if he needed anything. Once Hiruzen left, Naruto dropped his bags and fell onto the bed, deciding that some sleep would be a good idea. Meanwhile, Hiruzen faced the clan heads and council members, who had gathered in response to the news of his taking in Naruto. He asked what they wanted from him. Fugaku Uchiha demanded an explanation for his decision. Hiruzen muttered about their directness, but Hamura insisted that the council deserved to know his reasons. Hiruzen warned them to watch their tone, reminding them that he still led the village. He challenged anyone who wished to contest his authority to stand and face him. Hayashi asked for clarification, and Hiruzen explained that he was taking Naruto on as a student to train him in controlling his power. Fugaku reacted with outrage, questioning Hiruzen's sanity for wanting to teach the boy to use the beast chakra. Inoichi voiced his agreement, asserting that Hiruzen had overstepped. Hiruzen defended his actions, stating that he would not kill Naruto or hand him over to Danzo. He insisted that Naruto was not a weapon but a boy bearing a burden that none of them could comprehend. Several council members shouted in anger at Hiruzen's words, but he silenced them with a display of his killer intent, commanding them to be quiet or face his wrath. They had never seen him so furious and complied with his order. Hiruzen reflected on what Minato would think of their treatment of his legacy, expressing that the boy deserved to be seen as the hero he was meant to be. Some members bowed their heads in shame. He acknowledged that his actions might seem insane, but he questioned what would happen if Naruto did not learn to control the Kyuubi's chakra. He asked if they were willing to put the villagers in danger. A council member questioned if they were to blame, and Hiruzen clarified that it was not just a mob of villagers. Ninjas had attacked Naruto as well. When Choza began to protest that none of their clans would dare, Hiruzen threw a folder at him. Choza opened it and paled at the contents, realizing that among the dead was a chunin from his clan and a genin from the Inuzuka clan. Hiruzen addressed the council with a stern tone, indicating that he would need to take action regarding their members' behavior. Fugaku inquired about Hiruzen's plans for training Naruto. Hiruzen explained that he would teach Naruto self-defense, tactics, and chakra control, emphasizing that he would not allow Naruto to be a target anymore. This declaration caused some discontent among the council members, but Hayashi stood up to support Hiruzen, reminding him that Naruto would be his responsibility. If any issues arose again, they would escalate the matter to the daimyo. Hiruzen acknowledged this and left the room, leaving behind several dissatisfied individuals. The following day, Naruto trained with Hiruzen in a private training ground. Hiruzen wore a black ninja outfit with a brown karate top, while Naruto donned a similar outfit in dark orange. Hiruzen began the session by instructing Naruto to call him Sensei and to give his best effort without complaints. Naruto agreed with determination. Hiruzen then ordered Naruto to drop and perform 20 push-ups, which he completed without hesitation. Hiruzen continued to challenge him with various exercises, and Naruto impressed him with his stamina. After a warm-up, Hiruzen instructed Naruto to stand beside him and observe as he demonstrated a taijutsu cut. Naruto followed along, making mistakes, but Hiruzen patiently corrected him. They spent an hour and a half practicing forms before moving on to chakra control. Hiruzen had Naruto focus on keeping a leaf balanced on his forehead, which proved difficult for the energetic boy. Despite the challenges, Hiruzen remained supportive, even joining in the exercise. After 2 hours, they returned to forms, and Naruto showed improvement, although he still made errors. Hiruzen emphasized the importance of precision in each strike and demonstrated how to maximize the effectiveness of his punches. As noon approached, Hiruzen called for a break, and they rested under a tree. Hiruzen noticed that Naruto was finally showing signs of fatigue, but he knew the boy would be ready to continue soon. He reflected on the challenges of aging and turned to Naruto, asking if he understood the purpose of his training. Naruto mentioned the need to control the Kyuubi, to which Hiruzen agreed but added that he wanted Naruto to be prepared for the ninja academy in 3 years. Most of the training would focus on taijutsu, chakra control, and tactics, with the possibility of teaching a few jutsus if Naruto impressed him. Later, Hiruzen stood on earth-made poles, holding a staff in a defensive stance as Naruto's clones surrounded him, ready to attack. When Naruto commanded the assault, Hiruzen skillfully countered the first wave, realizing it was merely a distraction. He blocked an incoming strike and swiftly dispatched another clone. Despite Naruto's relentless attempts to use the smoke for cover, Hiruzen countered each attack with ease. However, he had to react quickly when 2 clones struck from below. He managed to pull one clone up and countered with a kick that dispelled it, while also dealing with another attack from above. As the battle continued, Hiruzen demonstrated his agility and skill, breaking free from a stalemate and dispatching multiple clones with his staff. He created a surge of earth poles that emerged from the ground, eliminating the remaining clones. Once the dust settled, Hiruzen noticed Naruto struggling to free himself from one of the poles. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Hiruzen sat on a pole and smiled at his student, acknowledging Naruto's progress. He conversed with his staff, reflecting on the challenges of sparring with such a young child and recognizing Naruto's hard work. An eye appeared, questioning whether Hiruzen planned to have Naruto tap into the Kyuubi's chakra. Hiruzen admitted he had not found a safe method to do so, mentioning that Naruto had accessed his mental world briefly through meditation but struggled to maintain focus. The eye expressed concern about the wisdom of attempting such a thing, to which Hiruzen replied that while it may not be wise, it was necessary. While Hiruzen was pleased that Jiraiya's scan of the seal was positive, he knew that Naruto would need to learn how to harness that chakra eventually. Minato was a clever man who had his reasons for everything. Naruto managed to free himself but ended up sitting on the ground, wincing in pain, which made Hiruzen and the staff chuckle. Hiruzen assured Enma that he would call him if they decided to let Naruto sign the contract. With a nod, Enma transformed into a man-sized ape and vanished. Hiruzen then jumped off the pole to check on his student. A year had passed, and Naruto was now 7 years old. His skills in taijutsu, tactics, and ninjutsu had improved significantly. He had learned the Kawarimi no Jutsu and Henge no Jutsu. According to Jiraiya's report, Naruto's chakra coils were immense, producing more chakra than anyone else in the village. Sarutobi recognized that this could be a double-edged sword, so he taught Naruto the Kage Bunshin technique, believing it was perfect for him since he doubted Naruto would tire from using it. He felt it was time for Naruto to join the academy. However, the council, particularly the Uchiha clan, had reservations about this decision. They called an emergency meeting to discuss it. Hiruzen sat beside the elders as everyone took their seats. Hiruzen addressed the council, stating that there was an issue with Naruto Uzumaki joining the academy. Fugaku expressed his concern, arguing that it was unfair for Naruto to join given his special training, which would put him ahead of the other students. Hiruzen pressed Fugaku for an explanation, to which Fugaku revealed that he had learned about Naruto being taught the Kage Bunshin Jutsu. This revelation raised alarms in Hiruzen's mind. He confronted Fugaku about spying on him and his family, warning that such actions could be seen as treason. Fugaku clarified that his sources informed him about the technique taught to Naruto, which was a B-rank kenjutsu that should not have been introduced to a 6-year-old. Hamura asked Hiruzen if this was true, and Hiruzen confirmed that he had indeed taught Naruto the technique, but he had good reasons for doing so. Shibi interjected, stating that it was irresponsible to teach such a dangerous technique to a child. Inoichi echoed this sentiment, demanding to know Hiruzen's justification. Hiruzen reminded them of Jiraiya's report regarding the seal and Naruto's chakra coils, which were the largest in the village. He explained that Minato's seal allowed the Kyuubi's chakra to seep into Naruto's chakra network, necessitating the use of the Kage Bunshin technique since the regular Bunshin Jutsu was beyond Naruto's capabilities. Hayashi pointed out the dangers of teaching such a technique to a child, making it clear that he was not siding with Fugaku but rather emphasizing a valid concern. Hiruzen smiled at the council, which made them uneasy. He then proposed a demonstration to alleviate their worries, inviting them to the stadium the next day. Meanwhile, Naruto was on his way to Ichiraku's for a celebration, having received a reward for his performance. Though he sensed the council's presence and their ulterior motives, he was determined to enjoy his celebration. As he walked, he noticed smoke rising in the distance and decided to investigate. Upon arrival, he found a large house engulfed in flames. Hearing screams from within, he felt torn between seeking help and the urgency of the situation. Ultimately, he chose to rush into the burning building. Covering his mouth to avoid inhaling smoke, Naruto moved swiftly toward the source of the screams. He kicked down a door to find 2 people huddled together, realizing they were running out of time. He quickly created several clones and pulled out something from his pocket. Outside, Konoha ninjas were trying to enter the house, and a young girl was being held back by her uncle. Suddenly, an explosion blew out the front of the house. Naruto and 2 of his clones emerged just in time, laying the 2 rescued individuals on the ground. The Konoha ninjas rushed to attend to them, while Naruto, feeling exhausted, stumbled and fell to the ground. When Naruto regained consciousness, he found himself staring at a white ceiling. Groaning, he shielded his eyes from the bright light. He muttered to himself about needing to stop ending up in such places. Hiruzen appeared beside him, accompanied by a man he recognized from the house. The man introduced himself as Unkai Kurama and expressed gratitude on behalf of the Kurama clan for Naruto's brave actions in saving his brother and sister-in-law. Naruto beamed at the praise and inquired about the fire. Both men exchanged nervous glances, prompting Naruto to ask what was wrong. Hiruzen assured him that they would discuss it later and left him to recover. Hiruzen later called Naruto into his private room, where he was engaged in calligraphy while wearing his training gi. Naruto sat before him, eager to hear what he had to say. Hiruzen took a deep breath and faced Naruto, expressing his pride in the boy's bravery. Naruto had acted without thinking, but his actions had saved the lives of 2 people. However, there were important details about the fire that he needed to know. The first revelation was that it had not been real, it was a genjutsu. Naruto was taken aback by this information. He questioned whether it was true, insisting that the flames had felt very real and that he bore the burns to prove it. Hiruzen continued, reminding Naruto of the man he had encountered earlier. That man belonged to the Kurama clan, known for their exceptional genjutsu skills. Hiruzen explained that, once in every generation, a Kurama would emerge with such extraordinary talent that they could inflict physical harm on their opponents. Naruto listened in stunned amazement as Hiruzen revealed that, at that moment, a Kurama with such abilities existed. Curious, Naruto asked what would happen to this Kurama. Hiruzen shared that he had initially assigned a tutor to help the individual control their powers, but the tutor had proven ineffective. Fearing the potential threat, Hiruzen had sealed the girl's abilities, but the power had broken free, unleashing chaos. Naruto was intrigued and inquired if this power had a mind of its own. Hiruzen explained that, according to Ankai, the power manifested as another persona. If the Kurama could not control this persona, it would take over completely. Naruto then questioned why Hiruzen was sharing this information with him. Hiruzen revealed that the girl, named Yakumo, had been accusing him of causing the fire. Although the clan knew this was untrue, Yakumo was convinced that he and her tutor, Kurenai Yuhi, had conspired against her. Hiruzen faced a dilemma. Ankai and the clan wanted to eliminate her, while her parents were determined to protect her, even if it meant leaving Hai no Kuni. Hiruzen could not allow that, fearing the consequences from their enemies. He turned to Naruto, knowing his ambition to become Hokage required making difficult choices. He framed it as a test. Naruto firmly stated that he would not kill her, believing it was not her fault for possessing such a gift. He thought a stronger seal was necessary, but it should only be applied with her consent. He empathized with her struggle of not understanding why things happened and proposed sitting down with her and her family to clarify the misunderstandings and present his plan. Hiruzen acknowledged the merit in Naruto's plan but raised concerns about the possibility of her second persona overpowering the new seal. Naruto suggested finding a more experienced seal master to ensure better control. Hiruzen questioned whether experience truly mattered. Naruto confidently asserted that an experienced seal master could learn from the mistakes of the first seal and improve upon it. Hiruzen then asked why they couldn't simply use a stronger seal and confine her. Naruto pointed out that her parents would never allow it, and attempting to silence them would only breed resentment toward Hiruzen, Kurenai, and all of Konoha. Hiruzen regarded his student thoughtfully, impressed by Naruto's unwavering resolve. He smiled, acknowledging that while Naruto's answer was satisfactory, he could have been more persuasive. Rising from his seat, Hiruzen led Naruto back to his room. 2 weeks later, Naruto stood before the academy gates, dressed in black pants, a dark orange and blue kimono top with a mesh shirt underneath, black sandals, and arm guards. His hair was tied back in a small ponytail, and he felt a mix of nerves and anticipation, aware that some instructors might hold a grudge against him. A hand rested on his head, and he looked up to see the Sandaime smiling down at him, encouraging him to move forward. Reluctantly, Naruto joined the line with the other students. After a while, one of the instructors approached the group. He wore the standard chunin outfit, his hair tied back, and a scar running across his nose. He introduced himself as Irika Yumino and welcomed the students to the academy. Naruto wondered what the next 4 years would hold. As Naruto took a seat toward the back, he waited for the activities to begin. He noticed the teachers casting glances in his direction but tried to ignore their stares, though anxiety lingered about what they had planned. He pondered who would be his instructor for the next 5 years. The door opened, and Irika entered the room. Irika called for the class to settle down, but the students remained rowdy. After a deep breath, he raised his voice, commanding them to sit down and be quiet. The class quickly complied, curious about how he had managed to gain their attention so effectively. Once he had their focus, Irika began to take attendance, reading each name from his list. When he reached Naruto's name, he paused momentarily, knowing who Naruto was and feeling conflicted due to his own past. Despite his feelings, Irika resolved to remain impartial and observe Naruto's progress. He then shifted the lesson to history, asking the class about the founding clans of Konohagakure no Sato. His gaze landed on Naruto, prompting him to answer. Naruto stood and confidently stated that Konohagakure no Sato was founded by the Senju clan, led by Hashirama Senju, and the Uchiha clan, led by Madara Uchiha. Irika acknowledged Naruto's answer with approval, allowing him to take his seat as he continued with the lesson. Later, the students lined up outside, ready for a shuriken throwing exercise. Each target had 5 spots with bullseyes, and Naruto observed as his classmates took their turns. Some struggled, while others performed admirably. One girl stood out, hitting every target perfectly, and Naruto thought she would be quite formidable upon graduation. When it was his turn, Naruto stepped up to the line. The instructor overseeing his group shot him a glare, but quickly shifted his demeanor, handing Naruto some shuriken to use. Naruto noticed the different shuriken and sighed as he focused on the target. In a matter of seconds, 8 shuriken struck close to the bullseye. The instructor appeared surprised that they had reached the dummy, frowning as Naruto moved to the end of the line. As the instructor lunged at him, Naruto ducked and weaved, hearing Iruka urge the instructor to take it easy. Ignoring the advice, the instructor continued his aggressive approach. Feeling winded, Naruto stopped dodging and retaliated, landing a solid punch to the instructor's gut. The instructor gasped for breath as Iruka approached him. Iruka expressed his concern, reminding Naruto that sparring did not require such force. Naruto apologized, admitting he had not controlled his strength. Iruka decided not to deduct points this time but emphasized the importance of restraint in future sparring sessions. Naruto acknowledged the lesson and stepped out of the circle while Iruka checked on the instructor. As Naruto exited the academy, he felt the glares from the parents waiting for their children. He had not expected anyone, knowing the Hokage would be busy. With a sigh, he made his way back to the Sarutobi compound. Suddenly, someone called out to him. He turned to see Tashiko, accompanied by Konohamaru and a bearded man. Surprised, Naruto asked Tashiko what she was doing there. She smiled and explained that she had come to pick him up from his first day of class. Naruto's initial shock transformed into a smile as he looked at the bearded man, who merely placed a cigarette in his mouth, only for Tashiko to quickly take it away, reminding him not to smoke around her or Konohamaru. The man reluctantly introduced himself as Asuma, leaving Naruto astonished. He had thought Asuma was still at the capital and questioned whether it was wise for a member of the Shugenin Junichi to be away from the daimyo. Asuma was surprised that Naruto knew about his affiliation, attributing it to the sash he wore. Naruto explained that the Hokage had mentioned Asuma's involvement with the group, though he sensed a hint of sadness in the old man's tone. Asuma suggested they move along, and Tashiko gestured for Naruto to follow. On the balcony of the Sarutobi compound, Asuma gazed at the night sky, taking a puff of his cigarette and exhaling the smoke. He acknowledged his father's presence without turning to face him. Hiruzen, unfazed by their usual disagreements, listened as Asuma expressed surprise at his father's decision to take on a student, questioning the appropriateness of teaching a 7-year-old. Hiruzen explained that he found joy in teaching Naruto, hinting at a vow he had made to Minato to protect the boy after a previous failure. Asuma, feeling conflicted, questioned why he was back at the compound when the daimyo had released him from duty. Hiruzen revealed he had heard about a coup, and while Asuma insisted he could handle it, Hiruzen explained that his presence caused concern among the populace. Asuma expressed his reluctance to remain, but Hiruzen insisted he needed him there. Asuma sighed, feeling the weight of his complicated life. 3 weeks into his time at the academy, Naruto was adjusting to the environment. The instructors continued to challenge him, and the other children either avoided him or attempted to bully him. The silver lining was Iruka, who treated him fairly and even shared a bowl of ramen with him. Naruto had also made a friend, Rock Lee, who faced similar bullying for his focus on taijutsu. The two supported each other, sparring to improve their skills. Naruto felt he was performing reasonably well in class, likely in the middle of the pack. Iruka entered the classroom, calling for order. After several attempts to regain control, the students complied. He announced the arrival of a new student, and a girl stepped in, dressed in a purple and lavender outfit. Iruka encouraged her to introduce herself to the class. Meanwhile, Hiruzen awaited Naruto's return from the academy, eager to conduct another training exercise. He felt proud of Naruto's progress but recognized that he still acted impulsively. Yesterday's spar had highlighted the need for Naruto to think before acting. Hiruzen was determined to teach him not just self-defense but how to become a well-rounded ninja. Hearing footsteps, Hiruzen saw Naruto rush onto the balcony in his training clothes, surprised to find Hiruzen still in his Hokage robes. Naruto inquired about starting their training, and Hiruzen instructed him to sit down. As Naruto settled in front of him, Hiruzen expressed pride in Naruto's progress, noting improvements in his chakra control, taijutsu, bojutsu, and observation skills. However, Hiruzen conveyed disappointment in Naruto's tactical approach. While he acknowledged Naruto's ability to think on his feet, he emphasized the importance of planning. To help with this, he presented Naruto with a shogi board, signaling the start of a new exercise. Many warriors and generals use this as a way of planning, Hiruzen explained. Naruto was curious and asked if it was a game. Hiruzen confirmed it was indeed a game, one that would teach Naruto patience and improve his tactical skills. He offered to show Naruto how the game was played and how each piece was used, stating that their goal would be to win. Naruto eagerly agreed. Hiruzen watched with amusement as Naruto struggled to understand the board, sweat beading on his forehead. He was not surprised that he hadn't needed to use his advanced techniques to win against Naruto. After a hesitant move from Naruto, Hiruzen advanced into his territory, prompting a frustrated whine from the young blonde. Hiruzen decided it was time to end the session for the day. Naruto protested, insisting he wanted to play one more game. Hiruzen advised him to know when to quit, reminding him of his extensive experience with the game. Naruto reluctantly accepted this, and Hiruzen encouraged him to reflect on his performance, noting they would play weekly to track his improvement. Naruto nodded as Hiruzen led him back into the compound. Meanwhile, Yakumo and Lee observed their friend with concern. He was muttering to himself and scribbling down notes, which Yakumo recognized as a shogi board. She asked what he was doing, and Naruto explained that he was trying to figure out his mistakes in the game, finding the concept of tactics and patience rather dull. A voice interrupted them, commenting on Naruto's intelligence. They turned to see a boy accompanied by several girls. Yakumo's glare at him was evident. Naruto inquired about the boy's identity, and Yakumo introduced him as Hyuga Neji, a prodigy and a contender for the title of Rookie of the Year. Naruto jokingly asked if Neji was Yakumo's boyfriend, causing her to glare at him again. Yakumo confronted Neji, asking what he wanted. Neji stated he was curious why the Hokage would waste time on someone like Naruto, dismissing him as unremarkable and destined for failure. This drew glares from Yakumo and Lee, while Naruto regarded Neji with a thoughtful expression. Naruto remarked on Neji's apparent ability to see into the future, which surprised Neji, who expected a more emotional reaction. Neji explained that his eyes could see deep within one's soul, asserting the Hyuga clan's superiority in Konoha. Naruto countered that the Uchiha clan might disagree and questioned Neji's claim about destiny, arguing that if it were unchangeable, he and his friends would not be pursuing their dreams. Neji insisted that everyone had an unchangeable destiny, which they must accept. Naruto challenged this notion, pointing out that he, Lee, and Yakumo were all striving to achieve their goals, suggesting that destiny was not fixed. He expressed his ambition to become Hokage, while Lee would become a skilled ninja, and Yakumo would master genjutsu. Neji replied that Hokages were all great ninjas and that Naruto would remain average. Naruto countered that every Hokage started as average and suggested that even Neji could become Hokage if he desired. Neji dismissed this, stating he was bound to serve the Hyuga clan. Naruto declared that he would strive to be greater than the previous Hokages, believing that was his destiny. Neji, intrigued by Naruto's resolve, noted their differing opinions and expected a different reaction from him. Naruto attributed his confidence to his training with Hiruzen, which prompted a smirk from Neji as he walked away. Yakumo expressed her amazement at Naruto's ability to hold his ground against Neji, who rarely backed down. From discussions about fate, Naruto scratched his head, while Lee praised him for his performance. In the following weeks, Naruto continued to struggle with Shogi, gradually improving but still unable to win. The game felt like a constant challenge, and he questioned how patience related to being a ninja or Hokage. Frustrated, he took deep breaths and resumed his analysis of his matches. His focus was interrupted by the sound of something flying through the air. He rolled to the side as 3 shurikens struck the tree beside him. Turning, he spotted Jaken, a familiar face he hadn't seen in a long time. Confused by Jaken's sudden appearance, he looked back at the tree, realizing the shurikens were real. Naruto shouted in disbelief, expressing that those could have seriously harmed him. Jaken retorted that he was tired of seeing Naruto's face and felt he wouldn't face consequences since the village seemed to dislike Naruto anyway. Jaken snarled, claiming he was doing Naruto a favor. Naruto wasn't surprised that Jaken knew how the village treated him, but he was suspicious of Jaken's reasons for wanting to harm him. There was no way Jaken could know about the Kyuubi. No one in the village would risk certain death. Jaken threw more shuriken at Naruto, who swiftly dodged and leaped into the forest. Jaken shouted after him, following closely. As Naruto glanced back, he saw Jaken hurling shuriken but managed to stay far ahead, near the trunk of a tree. With Jaken heavily armed with shuriken pouches, outlasting him was not an option. Suddenly, Naruto remembered something about the forest. He pushed off the tree and dashed to his left, with Jaken in pursuit. As Jaken continued his attack, Naruto made a quick turn and raced back. Jaken was right behind him, throwing more shuriken. Naruto kept moving and dodging until he spotted what he was looking for. He jumped toward the ground, with Jaken following closely. Jaken threw 5 shuriken that struck Naruto in the back. Jaken smiled, but then Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving Jaken confused. Naruto reappeared and struck Jaken in the face with his staff. Jaken hit the ground hard and skidded toward a nearby fence. Naruto landed and watched as Jaken writhed in pain. The blow hadn't been that hard, so Naruto was puzzled by Jaken's reaction. He noticed Jaken holding his sides and struggling to stand. Naruto demanded answers, asking why Jaken was trying to kill him when he had done nothing to deserve it. Jaken gasped that it was Naruto's fault, claiming he wouldn't be in pain if it weren't for him. Naruto pointed out that he hadn't seen Jaken in 2.5 weeks and had only twisted his wrist, which should have healed by the next day. He observed Jaken reaching for his weapons and questioned whether this was part of a larger plot, asking who Jaken was working for. Jaken refused to answer, insisting he would finish Naruto off. Just then, a voice interrupted, declaring that they were surrounded by masked individuals. A large man with a bear mask commanded them to lay down their weapons and raise their hands. Naruto complied immediately, dropping his staff. Seizing the opportunity, Jaken reached for some shuriken, but the masked figures were much quicker and easily subdued him. He screamed as they brought him to the ground, and the leader noticed he was coughing up blood. Concerned, one of the ninjas explained that they had taken Jaken down easily and hadn't slammed him. Naruto informed them that Jaken was already injured from their earlier encounter, where he had hit Jaken down while defending himself. Jaken shouted at Naruto to be quiet. The man in the bear mask decided to investigate further. He ordered that Jaken be taken to the medics and instructed them to knock him out if he resisted. The leader then turned to Naruto, demanding an explanation for the situation. Within 100 feet of an ANBU facility, Naruto chuckled sheepishly. Hiruzen, flanked by Hamura and Koho, sat and waited for the two to give their reports. One was the ANBU captain who had found the 2 boys, and the other was the head medic at the hospital. Hiruzen turned to the ANBU captain first and inquired about the report. The ANBU captain explained that young Uzumaki had been telling the truth. He had been attacked by a boy named Jaken. They had found the location where the confrontation began, and it seemed that Naruto had lured Jaken toward that area, likely aware of the sensors around the facility from a previous prank. Hiruzen nodded and then turned to the medic, who confirmed that Naruto was correct about Jaken's injuries. The medic stated that the injuries were not caused by Naruto's staff, as the only mark on Jaken was a small bruise on his face. However, Jaken had multiple bruises on his chest, stomach, and back, along with mild internal bleeding that had been easily treated. The medic also noted that this was not the first time Jaken had suffered such injuries, as all of his bones had been broken before. The conclusion was clear. Jaken had been severely abused. Hiruzen frowned at the report, clearly troubled. He looked toward the ANBU captain and instructed him to bring in Jaken's father for questioning by Ibiki. Koharu expressed concern, questioning whether such measures were too extreme. Hamura explained that if the boy was indeed being abused, it was necessary to investigate the father. Hiruzen agreed and sent the ANBU captain on his way. He then ordered that Jaken be kept in the hospital until his injuries healed, stating that he would visit him personally to uncover the truth. The head medic bowed and left, leaving Hiruzen to discuss the situation with his advisors. Koharu expressed her belief that Jaken had nothing to do with the situation, prompting Hiruzen to ask if they suspected the father. Hamura suggested that they should have Inoichi probe the father's mind for answers, to which Hiruzen concurred. Koharu appeared apprehensive about such an action, but Hiruzen insisted that they needed to know how long the abuse had been occurring and how to address it. Koharu raised a concern about the possibility that the situation might not be fixable. Hiruzen responded that if that were the case, Jaken would have to be removed from the program, as instability within their ranks was unacceptable. Hamura and Koharu nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Jaken slowly opened his eyes and looked around the unfamiliar room. There was a strange smell that did not resemble sake or rotting garbage. He groaned and moved his arm to scratch his head. That's when he noticed the bandages on his arm. As he searched further, he realized his entire body was wrapped in them. He thought to himself that there was no way that person could have done this. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. A member of the ANBU Black Ops stood before him, identifiable as a woman by her voice. She wore a cat mask and turned to speak to someone at the door before returning her attention to him. He asked where he was, and she informed him that he was at Konoha Hospital, where the doctors had treated his bruises and fractures. Concerned, he inquired if he was in trouble. She explained that he had attempted to harm one of his classmates and that, while he should have been in the hospital wing of ANBU headquarters, the Sandaime wished to speak with him personally. The door opened, and Hiruzen entered the room. The ANBU member bowed to him and left at his request, closing the door behind her. Now alone with the Hokage, Jaken noticed the file in Hiruzen's hand as the ninja leader took a seat. Hiruzen opened the file and began to read aloud. He read Jaken's details, his age, his father's name, and noted that Jaken had failed the genin exams once due to absence. He was described as a known troublemaker and bully, excelling in taijutsu and weapons, second only to Tenten Koguchi. Hiruzen closed the file and looked at Jaken, who felt a knot form in his stomach under the Hokage's gaze. Hiruzen stated that he would ask some questions, and how Jaken answered would help determine his punishment. Jaken acknowledged this. When Hiruzen asked how he had received his injuries, Jaken claimed they were from training. Hiruzen smirked, sensing the lie. He informed Jaken that ANBU had searched his father's apartment and that his father had been detained and interrogated. Hiruzen knew about the abuse Jaken had suffered. Jaken, feeling cornered, apologized. Hiruzen then asked why Jaken had attacked Naruto Uzumaki. Jaken explained that he had been ordered to do so by his father. He recounted how Naruto had stopped him from bullying his friend, leading to a furious reaction from his father, who had beaten him and commanded him to kill Naruto. Hiruzen frowned at this revelation and asked why Jaken had not reported the abuse to his instructors. After a moment of hesitation, Jaken sighed and explained that his father was all he had. He didn't know his mother and had only heard negative things about her. Despite the abuse, he felt a sense of loyalty to his father. Hiruzen's heart went out to the boy, but he reminded Jaken that he had attempted to take the life of a boy under his care. Jaken felt a surge of fear. Hiruzen presented him with two options: a year in an ANBU prison followed by house arrest, or a trial that could lead to 15 years at the Boiling Rock, Konoha's toughest prison. Jaken considered his options carefully. The Boiling Rock was notorious for housing the most dangerous individuals. Before making his choice, he asked about his father's fate. Hiruzen informed him that his father had been found guilty of child abuse and would remain in prison for a long time. A small smile appeared on Jaken's face as he made his decision. He chose the first option, and Hiruzen commended him for his wisdom. He called for Nico, who entered and knelt before him. Hiruzen ordered her to transfer Jaken to the ANBU medical wing and, once healed, to place him in a cell for 1 year. Nico acknowledged the order, and Hiruzen left as she prepared to move the new prisoner. Meanwhile, Naruto was playing a game of shogi with Hiruzen and learned about Jaken's situation. He expressed concern about Jaken's imprisonment, and Hiruzen confirmed that he would be in prison for a while. Naruto attempted to distract Hiruzen from the game, but the Hokage urged him to focus on the board. A year passed, and Naruto grew older. His training with Hiruzen had proven fruitful, significantly improving his skills with the bow and taijutsu. He had even developed better chakra control, managing to climb a tree multiple times before losing control. Although he still struggled with tactical training and had yet to defeat Hiruzen in Shogi, he was determined to find a way. Naruto also learned a new technique called Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, which allowed him to go underground and capture someone from below. Unfortunately, Irika did not appreciate the technique, leading Hiruzen to withhold further training. His friendships with Yakumo and Lee continued to strengthen, forming a tight-knit group rarely seen apart. Lee had improved his taijutsu and was catching up to Naruto, while Yakumo excelled in genjutsu and learned self-defense moves from her family. They welcomed Tenten Koguchi into their group after she witnessed one of Naruto's verbal sparring matches with Neji, finding their dynamic intriguing. Naruto and Neji maintained a friendly rivalry, sparring and competing with one another. Their verbal exchanges were intense, with Neji still holding on to the belief that everyone's fate was predetermined. Naruto believed that a person's fate is shaped by their own actions. There was never a true victor, as neither person managed to convince the other. However, Naruto expressed to Neji that he enjoyed their little battles, and while Neji didn't admit it, he found the conversations enjoyable as well. With half the year gone, Naruto was relishing his growing strength. For once, life felt good. However, the events of the night would soon challenge that foundation, and he needed to be prepared for what was to come. Naruto woke in the dead of night, rubbing his eyes as he gazed out his window. The darkness still enveloped the world, but he was becoming more alert. He got out of bed and made his way to the kitchen. After retrieving some milk from the fridge, he poured it into a metal pot and turned on the stove. He waited until tiny bubbles formed, then turned off the heat and poured the warm milk into a glass, drinking it down in a few gulps. As the sun rose over Konoha, its warm rays filtered through the windows, disturbing the slumber of many, including Naruto. The sunlight warmed his face, compelling him to open his eyes. He groaned and squinted at the window, then glanced at his clock, realizing it was too early. He turned to his side, hoping to return to sleep, but the sun's persistent glow made that impossible. After a few moments, he surrendered and sat up in bed, yawning and grimacing at the early hour. Looking at his alarm clock again, he focused on his calendar and narrowed his eyes. Today was the day of the genin exam. Fully awake now, Naruto hopped out of bed, grabbed his bath essentials, and headed to the bathroom. 6 months had passed since Hiruzen had found him a new place to live in a shinobi housing area. He recalled the people he met upon moving in, particularly the guy in the green spandex who left a strong impression. After a shower and a quick meal of ramen, Naruto stepped out the door. He greeted several fellow ninjas who returned the gesture as he left the district. With plenty of time before the academy started, he considered picking up Yakumo but ended up bumping into someone instead. The teen growled at him, questioning why Naruto had bumped into him. Naruto, with a hint of sarcasm, acknowledged his fault, and the two exchanged glares before the teen scoffed and walked away. Naruto sighed, watching him go. About a year ago, Jaken had returned to the academy, stirring rumors and concern among the students due to his past actions. The tension between them was palpable. A week later, Jaken approached Naruto, who was surrounded by Neji, Tenten, Yakumo, and Lee, all of whom were wary of the older teen. Jaken offered a version of an apology that only angered the group. Naruto simply stated that he would avoid Jaken, and Jaken agreed before departing. Afterward, Jaken returned to his old self, no longer bullying anyone but becoming increasingly arrogant. He boasted about being the 4th best student, achieving that status in just 2 months, which annoyed the class. Tenten, in particular, took issue with Jaken's comments about her skills, especially when he nicknamed her Buns. The confrontation nearly escalated, requiring Lee, Naruto, and Irika to restrain Tenten. Since then, the two had remained at odds. Naruto shrugged off the encounter and continued on his way to the Kurama compound. Irika entered the classroom with several other instructors, and everyone took their seats, ready for his instructions. Irika welcomed the students to the genin exams, explaining that they would be tested on the knowledge and skills they had learned. The exam would consist of 3 parts: a written exam, a physical exam with 3 components, and a demonstration of the 3 basic jutsu. He asked if everyone understood, and they responded affirmatively. With the exam underway, Naruto stood before Iruka and the academy, prepared for any challenges. Iruka instructed him to begin with the Kawarimi no Jutsu, to which Naruto confidently replied that he was already prepared. Iruka was impressed by his quick execution, as were the other instructors. Next, Iruka requested that Naruto perform a henge into a person of his choice. Naruto nodded and transformed into Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan. The instructors examined him closely, noting the accuracy of his portrayal, even capturing Hayashi's expression. Iruka commended him on his performance and requested another jutsu demonstration, knowing Naruto had mastered the Kage Bunshin. After taking a deep breath and forming the tiger seal, Naruto released his chakra, and to the amazement of the examiners, water began to form. Soon, 2 clones appeared beside him. After stopping the flow of chakra, one examiner inquired if those were Mizu Bunshin. Naruto explained that he had received a scroll of Bunshin Jutsu for his birthday, which encouraged him to diversify his skills. Pleased with his performance, Iruka presented Naruto with his forehead protector, declaring that he deserved it. Naruto tied the headband around his head, beaming with pride. Exiting the academy, Naruto felt elated to be recognized as a ninja of Konoha. However, his mood dimmed slightly as he noticed the old man conversing with several parents. He observed that everyone who had passed was being greeted by loved ones, including Jaken, who had someone waiting to congratulate him. A twinge of sadness hit Naruto. He had never experienced that kind of familial love. As he made his way out, he overheard whispers, many of which expressed discontent about his passing the exam. Usually he would brush off such comments, but today it felt harder to ignore. He just wanted to leave the academy behind. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Naruto looked up to see Tashiko, Konohamaru, and Asuma waving enthusiastically in his direction. He made his way toward them. Naruto was curious about what was happening. Asuma remarked that it was strange for Naruto not to be happy about graduating, explaining that they had come to congratulate him. Surprised, Naruto learned that they were indeed there for him. Tashiko knelt down to hug him, expressing her pride in his achievement. As she released him, Konohamaru playfully bumped him, calling him the man. Stunned at first, Naruto slowly broke into a smile, acknowledging his greatness with a boastful remark. The group laughed together, while Iruka and Hiruzen watched with smiles. The celebration at the Kurama compound was lively, with Yakumo having invited Naruto, Lee, and Tenten to enjoy their newfound status as genin. As they chatted, Hiruzen Sarutobi approached, asking to borrow Naruto for a moment. The group nodded, and Hiruzen led Naruto away from the festivities to a quiet courtyard. He began by expressing his pride in Naruto, noting that he had exceeded all expectations. However, he explained that their time together as master and student had come to an end. Naruto felt a tinge of sadness as Hiruzen informed him that he would have a new sensei from now on. Hiruzen reassured him, saying he had a special gift, a new technique. Instantly, Naruto's mood lifted. Hiruzen performed the hand seals for the Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning monkey Enma, who appeared with a bored expression alongside another monkey. Enma expressed his frustration at being summoned, while Hiruzen introduced the second monkey as Sora. Sora greeted Naruto lazily, and Hiruzen explained that Sora would be Naruto's personal summon. Enma insisted that Sora would give Naruto a tattoo, which would allow him to summon Sora. Sora, reluctant at first, approached Naruto and playfully bit him on the arm, causing Naruto to react in surprise. As he looked at his arm, he noticed a tattoo of a monkey's face appearing. Annoyed, Naruto wished Sora had warned him before the bite. Sora, uninterested, asked if he could leave, and Enma waved him off. With a puff of smoke, Sora disappeared, followed by Enma. Hiruzen chuckled at Naruto's glare and handed him a scroll containing the signs for the Kuchiyos no Jutsu, instructing him to practice daily. Grateful, Naruto thanked Hiruzen for everything as they returned to the party. Meanwhile, Hiruzen and the academy staff began arranging the teams. Observing the candidates, Hiruzen felt uncertain about this year's class until he heard Naruto's name. One instructor suggested pairing Naruto with Kurama and Rock Lee, but another pointed out that Lee had placed last in the class, leading them to consider Neji and Tenten instead. A discussion ensued about the possibility of placing Naruto with Kurama, but they needed a third member. Hiruzen proposed Jaken as the third member, despite concerns from Irika about the dynamics of the team. Irika expressed doubt, noting the lack of trust between Naruto, Jaken, and Yakumo. Hiruzen remained confident, believing their skills would complement each other. An instructor questioned who would keep the team in line, prompting Hiruzen to share a folder that shocked the academy staff. They expressed disbelief at Hiruzen's choice, fearing for the team's future under Jaken's leadership. Despite the doubts, Hiruzen maintained that the team would thrive, leaving the staff to wonder if it was time for him to retire. A week later, the academy reconvened for team assignments and introductions to their jonin instructors. Irika entered the classroom, calling for order. Once everyone settled, he expressed pride in their accomplishments and readiness to begin their careers as shinobi. He announced the teams, and Naruto hoped to be paired with Yakumo and Lee, believing they would make a strong team. As Irika called out the teams, Naruto felt a mix of anticipation and disappointment. When Team 9 was announced as Rock Lee, Tenten Koguchi, and Neji Hyuga, he frowned, knowing Neji might belittle Lee. Finally, Irika called out Team 12, pausing before revealing the members: Naruto Uzumaki, Yakumo Kurama, and Jaken. The classroom fell silent, with even Neji taken aback by the unexpected pairing. The atmosphere in the room was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Jaken asked for clarification, expressing his disbelief about the team he had been assigned to. Irika informed him that he would be teamed with Naruto and Yakumo. Yakumo, shocked, protested vehemently, unable to accept that they were being paired with someone she considered a criminal. Jaken defended himself, insisting that he had not killed anyone and that his past involved an attempted murder charge. Irika sighed, clearly exasperated. Suddenly, a black ball flew through the window, exploding into a colorful shower of confetti and smoke. As the smoke cleared, a woman in a long trench coat stood proudly in front of a banner that proclaimed her as the CC and deadly sensei of Team 12, Mitarashi. She had a dango stick in her mouth and wore a mischievous smile. She announced her arrival with a playful yet commanding tone, drawing the attention of the class. Irika, not pleased with her antics, questioned why she always did this. Anko, unfazed, responded with a cheeky remark about her purpose for being there. Irika explained that the senseis were supposed to pick up their teams after lunch, to which Anko sheepishly apologized. She then turned to the class and asked who was on Team 12. The students quickly pointed to Naruto, Yakumo, and Jaken. Anko threw 3 kunai toward them, which they instinctively flinched from, but they were not meant to harm. Each kunai had a note attached, indicating the location where she would be waiting. Jaken inquired about the note, and Anko instructed them to meet her there, emphasizing the need to be prepared and bring their weapons. Yakumo questioned the necessity of weapons, and Anko responded with a cryptic smile, hinting at the surprises to come before she exited through the window. The trio looked at Irika, who could only sigh in response. As noon approached, Team 12 made their way to the location indicated on the note. Yakumo walked closely with Naruto, keeping her distance from Jaken, who was ahead and oblivious to their discomfort. Naruto reflected on the unusual team dynamic and his old sensei's decision to pair him with Jaken. Although he had moved past the incident involving Jaken, it still lingered in his mind. Eventually, they arrived at a training ground surrounded by a gate adorned with danger signs. The forest loomed dark and foreboding. As they searched for Anko, they heard something whizzing through the air. Each of them deflected an object with their kunai, bracing for whatever was to come. Anko's voice echoed, critiquing their reflexes and defensive positions. They spotted her perched on a branch, casually munching on a dango stick. She dropped down and landed in front of them, her demeanor playful yet intimidating. Anko reassured them that she would not attack, suggesting they get their introductions out of the way. She instructed them to share their likes, dislikes, hobbies, and interests. Naruto suggested that Anko should go first, as she was the unknown factor in the group. With a smirk, Anko introduced herself as an interrogator and assassin, sharing her likes and dislikes in a way that left the team feeling uneasy. Jaken thought she was crazy, while Yakumo questioned the nature of the ninja force. Naruto, observing her closely, sensed that she was hiding something deep and painful. Anko caught their wary glances and teased them about their thoughts, playfully suggesting they might need to be punished. She then pointed to Naruto, who introduced himself with enthusiasm, sharing his interests and dislikes. Yakumo followed suit, expressing her own preferences and aversions. Finally, Jaken introduced himself in a straightforward manner, revealing his own likes and dislikes. Anko assessed her new team, noting the dynamics among them. She acknowledged the challenges they presented and declared that it was time for the real test to begin. When Jaken questioned the need for a test, Anko dismissed his concerns, emphasizing that their skills were not enough to qualify them as true genin of Konoha. With that, she vanished from sight, leaving the team to ponder what lay ahead. All 3 genin were struck in the temple and fell unconscious. Anko reappeared over her 3 fallen future students. Yakumo awoke and rubbed her head, feeling a dull ache. She recalled the chaotic events that led to her current situation. Finally, she was awake, and she turned to see Jaken. She instinctively reached for a kunai, but Naruto stopped her. This wasn't the time, he thought, and Yakumo nodded, though she continued to glare at the older teen. He sighed and surveyed their surroundings. Yakumo followed suit. "Where are we?" she asked. "My guess is that we're in the forest," Naruto replied. "Figure that out on your own, genius?" Jaken mocked. "Why don't you be quiet, Jaken? At least he's trying to find a way out of this." "I bet you're just plotting your next move," Yakumo shot back. "You know something? I'm getting sick and tired of your attitude. You don't even know the events that led to what I did. I don't need to be judged by someone who can't control her own powers." Jaken exclaimed. "Don't act like you know me." Yakumo retorted. "Why don't you take your own advice?" Jaken fired back. "Shut up, both of you. There's something coming." Naruto shouted. That something turned out to be a massive blue snake. It bared its fangs and lunged at them. They all jumped aside just in time as the snake crashed into the ground where they had been standing. They landed and faced the reptile, which regarded each of them. The snake focused on Naruto and moved swiftly to ensnare him. Sensing the danger, Naruto vanished before the snake could wrap around him, reappearing next to Yakumo. She looked at him, urgency in her eyes. "Let's get out of here," she urged. "We can't leave Jaken." "I need you to use a wide-area genjutsu," Naruto instructed. Yakumo looked ready to protest but nodded. She formed hand seals. "Megan, Jibaku Satsu," she called out. Thousands of vines erupted from the ground, wrapping around the snake. The creature thrashed against the restraints but couldn't break free. Naruto signaled Jaken, who complied without argument. Together, they all dashed into the forest. As they ran, Jaken turned to his teammates. Anko walked toward the Hokage's office with a spring in her step. She had finally outsmarted the elders and secured a team. Thoughts of the challenges she would put them through made her giggle as she approached the Sandaime's office. The secretary allowed her to enter, and she stepped into the room with a wide smile. "Lord Hokage, I have some great news," Anko began, but her mood deflated upon seeing 3 of her most disliked individuals, the elders of Konoha. Hiruzen offered her an apologetic look before speaking. "Anko Mitarashi, how did your test go?" At Ichiruk Ramen, Team 12 sat in silence as they ate. The owners, Tuchi and Ayam, sensed the tension. Naruto was on his 3rd bowl, while Jaken enjoyed a large beef ramen. Yakumo picked at her food, reflecting on Naruto's earlier words in the forest. Taking a deep breath, she turned to her new teammates. "Naruto, Jaken," she called. The 2 paused to look at her. "Can you tell me why it happened?" "Why what happened?" Naruto asked. "Why he tried to kill you," Yakumo clarified. She noticed Jaken preparing to leave and quickly added, "I mean, if you could explain it to me? Do you really want to know, or are you just going to judge?" Jaken replied with a sarcastic tone. "No, please explain. If we are truly to be a team, we should get everything out in the open," Yakumo insisted. Jaken regarded her for a moment before smirking. "All right then, I was ordered to kill Naruto, he stated. What does that mean? Yakumo asked. It's just like I said, I was ordered to kill Naruto by my father, he explained. Why would your father want Naruto dead? Yakumo inquired. You got me. It seems like most of the village dislikes him. My father beat me up and told me not to return until I had succeeded, Jaken replied. Yakumo still didn't fully understand, but she was aware of how the village treated Naruto. Aside from the Sandaime's family, the ramen stand owners, and her clan, everyone else seemed to harbor ill feelings toward him. She had once asked Naruto about it, but he had chosen not to share. He promised he would explain one day. You know, I don't understand why the village doesn't like you. Is it because of those pranks you pulled back in the day? Jaken asked. Not really. It's much bigger than that, and I'm not going to explain it now. Yakumo and Lee, I'll tell you someday, but you have a long way to go before I share anything, Naruto replied. Jaken snorted in response. You can keep your secrets, Pipsqueak. I don't care one way or the other. Just as long as you watch my back, I'll watch yours, Jaken said. The team returned to their meals in silence until Jaken spoke again. So, what's the deal with your powers, Yakumo? Word around the village is that you nearly harmed your parents with them. Once in a generation, a member of my clan possesses an ability in genjutsu so strong that it manifests real damage. I am one of those people. I was being trained to control it, but the person I trusted didn't believe in my abilities and sealed my powers. I misinterpreted a discussion and got angry, which resulted in the fire, Yakumo explained. Jaken chuckled at this. So you had a temper tantrum? He asked, trying to suppress his laughter. Yakumo glared at him, ready to retaliate. Calm down, you two. We're not going to fight here. This is holy ground, and I won't allow any disturbances, Naruto stated firmly. Okay, I'll stop, Jaken replied. Yakumo huffed and returned to her ramen. So, can you control it now? He asked. I can, but only a little. The seal that Jiraiya placed on me allows my second personality and I to merge our powers, Yakumo said, lifting her hair to reveal the seal. Do you have a special type of genjutsu you prefer to use? Jaken inquired. Well, our clan mainly uses binding genjutsu to disable our opponents, Yakumo began, but Jaken interrupted. That's dull. You know what you should do? Conjure up ghosts or specters, he suggested excitedly. I've been saying that for years now, Yakumo replied. Finally, someone made sense, Naruto thought. You are both so juvenile, Yakumo huffed. The team continued their discussions until they felt satisfied. A loud thud echoed from outside, followed by the sound of a hand slamming down on the Sandaime's desk. Inside, Hamura glared at Anko, while Koharu wore an equally angry expression. Hiruzen and Danzo remained calm. Anko, unfazed, casually dug into her ear. What were you thinking, Midarashi? You took 3 fresh genin into the forest of death, and one of them is a clan heiress, Hamura exclaimed. I didn't know I had to coddle an heiress. I thought I was training ninjas, Anko replied nonchalantly. That attitude is unacceptable. What you did was reckless and foolish, Koharu added. They survived, didn't they? I thought you'd be pleased to know they passed, Anko countered. According to your report, they barely passed your exam, Danzo stated. Yeah, but they have so much potential. I can work with them easily, and it will be fun, Anko said, a smile spreading across her face. Do you see how foolish it was to make her a Jonin sensei? Who knows what she has in store for them? Hamura remarked. Despite her lack of judgment, she now has a team. I trust Anko will do right by her new team, Hiruzen said. Hamura scoffed and exited the room, followed by Danzo and Koharu, who shot Anko disapproving looks. Anko sneered at their retreating figures. Dried up old fossils, Anko muttered. So, can you bring out their potential, Anko? Hiruzen asked. No sweat, I'll make them into the most formidable team ever, Anko declared cheerfully. Hiruzen smirked at her enthusiasm. The next day, Team Anko reconvened at the training grounds. Anko observed her charges and noticed a change in them. While they all wore similar expressions, it seemed they had set aside their pettiness. She dared to think they had become friends. Okay, my little rats, today you are true ninjas. Before we begin, it's time to learn the rules of Anko, Anko announced. Rules of Anko? Yakumo echoed. That sounds ominous, Jaken added. Ominous? This is going to be torture, Naruto chimed in. If you all are quite done, Anko said, her tone sharp. The three genin fell silent, awaiting her instructions. Rule number 1. I'm the boss, and you will do as I say. Rule number 2. You will give it your all during training. I don't want to hear any complaints about how hard it is. Rule number 3. There will be no discussing my training. Violating this rule will result in severe consequences. The group gulped. There are more rules, but you'll learn them as we go along. Now it's training time, Anko declared, summoning some snakes. All right, maggots, laps around the forest. Let's go. The snakes hissed and chased after the three genin, who took off at full speed. By noon, Anko surveyed her exhausted genin sprawled on the ground. She sighed and placed her hands on her hips. You three are pathetic. I can't believe you're so worn out after just an hour of sparring. You almost had me last time, Anko said. Psychotic. Instructor. Jaken muttered. Pay. Yakumo managed to say. List. Naruto added. Anko sighed at their complaints. If you have the energy to threaten me, then I guess you don't need lunch, Anko said with a smile. They groaned and struggled to get up. Glaring at their teacher, they prepared for another round. Just as they were about to charge, an alarm clock rang. Anko clapped her hands together. That ends today's training. Go get some lunch and meet me at the tower, she ordered before vanishing in a flash. Why do I feel like we won't survive this? Yakumo wondered. It could be worse, Naruto replied. We are under the control of a crazy and unstable kunoichi with a penchant for pain. How could it be worse than this? Jaken asked. We could be under someone just as bad, Naruto said weakly. Jaken and Yakumo exchanged looks. Team 12 entered the Hokage's office, eager for their first mission. They noticed Anko trying to suppress laughter for some reason. The Hokage greeted them with a smile. Team 12, are you ready for your first mission? Hiruzen asked. Yes, Hokage-sama, they replied in unison. Good. Your first mission is to capture the daimyo's cat, Tora, Hiruzen announced. The three genin stared at him in shock. Anko seized the moment to capture a picture of their expressions, knowing it would become one of her favorites for years to come. A month passed, one of the longest months of Naruto's, Yakumo's, and Jaken's lives. How could they call these chores missions? They had spent the entire month doing nothing but these chores. They glared at their sensei, who watched their frustration with a grin. How were the skills they learned in the academy supposed to help with such tasks? Anko had explained the purpose of these missions, but it didn't make them any less annoying. Their first mission had been one of the toughest yet. Whatever Madame Shirjimi was doing to that cat needed to stop immediately. The next time the cat escaped, Team 12 was determined to catch it, a sentiment shared by all members. Anko had barely arrived in time to save the cat from a trap filled with spikes. Then there was the mission to babysit the troublesome twins of a councilman. The twins were nothing but trouble and refused to take orders from anyone. They managed to behave once, but that mission was handed off to another genin squad after Naruto's game of ninja escalated. The hero twins were terrified as Jaken's version of a guillotine was used with real weapons. Now, they found themselves at the Inuzuka kennels for another mission. Their task was to wash the dogs, a seemingly simple job. Jaken had an easier time cleaning the dogs, claiming it was an animal thing. Naruto managed well enough, although he kept his distance from the growling dogs. The one struggling the most was Yakumo. She was still trying to wash a small white puppy that stubbornly refused to cooperate. The puppy belonged to a rowdy boy named Kiba, who laughed at Yakumo's growing frustration. Then Kiba did something incredibly foolish. He commented on Yakumo, saying he couldn't believe they let a weak girl like her graduate, implying that the academy would be easy for her. Yakumo paused her chase of the puppy and took a deep breath. Kiba looked at her in confusion as she began to change. The sky darkened, and her hair whipped around wildly. When she turned to face him, Kiba's expression shifted to one of fear. Yakumo's face transformed, taking on a frightening appearance. Her hands morphed into claws, and her teeth sharpened, resembling needles. She let out an inhuman screech that left Kiba frozen in place. Yakumo's voice turned high-pitched and menacing as she demanded if he had something to say. When Kiba remained silent, her features grew more intimidating. She repeated her question with an intensity that made Kiba stammer out a response, saying he had nothing to say. Yakumo then commanded him to leave, and he bolted away, a look of panic on his face. She returned to her normal self and glanced at the puppy, who was also frozen in fear. She glared at the puppy before pointing to the tub of soap and water, prompting it to hop in. With a sigh, she resumed her task, leaving her teammates in shock and awe. Jaken remarked on how impressive that was, while Naruto whispered that she was scarier than Anko-sensei. Yakumo turned her head sharply toward them, causing them to raise their hands defensively, while Anko smiled in amusement. Anko and her team exited the Hokage Tower, exhausted and eager to return home. Suddenly, Anko stopped, prompting her teammates to look at her cautiously. Noticing their apprehension, Anko feigned hurt and insisted she wasn't that bad. The team remained on alert, unconvinced. She smiled and raised her hands in surrender, promising to behave. Looking around, she realized there were too many people nearby and quickly led her team into an alley where they could speak privately. Once assured they were alone, she complimented them on their recent performance, leaving her team in shock. Jaken exclaimed in disbelief, suggesting she was an imposter, only to be swiftly kicked out of the alley by Anko. She remarked that this was what she got for being nice and instructed them to meet her at the training grounds at 8 a.m. Yakumo and Naruto exchanged glances before heading over to their teammate. Hiruzen reviewed several daily reports from patrols, a routine part of his duties as Hokage. As he read through one report, concern began to creep in. He signaled to an ANBU member, who appeared and bowed. Hiruzen ordered the immediate presence of Aoba Yamashiro and Reido Namishi. The ANBU nodded and vanished. Minutes later, the two jonin entered, kneeling before him. Hiruzen instructed them to rise and handed the report to Reido for review. Reido asked what they had not understood, to which Hiruzen inquired about the location of their investigation. Aoba pointed it out on a map of the Fire Country, and Hiruzen's expression grew serious. He asked what they had found. Aoba replied that they discovered nothing unusual, only broken equipment and unremarkable samples. Hiruzen sighed, dismissing them with thanks. After they left, Hiruzen's thoughts turned to the area Aoba had indicated. He recognized it as a cabin he had built for one of his favorite students, who had since turned rogue. Hiruzen felt there must be more to the situation. His former student would not leave things unattended without reason. He contemplated sending an ANBU team but decided it would be better for someone familiar with his former student's methods to investigate. This was a risky decision, but he felt he had no choice. Taking a scroll, he wrote down instructions and sealed it with a stamp. He glanced to his left, and the ANBU member reappeared, ready to carry out his orders. Meanwhile, near Training Ground 44, Team 12 was engaged in a new exercise. Having mastered the tree-walking technique, Anko was teaching them how to utilize chakra more effectively. They were performing pull-ups using only their fingers to grip the tree. Anko encouraged them, feeling pleased with their progress. Suddenly, she sensed a presence in the air. Just then, the ANBU member appeared, but upon seeing the scene, he sighed and performed a few hand seals, summoning a jet of water to extinguish the fire she had lit beneath them. Anko protested, but the ANBU informed her that the Hokage wanted her to report immediately. With a slight frown, Anko instructed her genin to continue their exercises while she attended to the Hokage. After she vanished, the team sighed in relief, only for Anko to return moments later, summoning a snake from their final exam. She introduced the snake, Mai, as their temporary companion and jokingly warned that it could eat them if they slacked off. They all shouted in unison, expressing their disbelief at Anko's antics. Upon arriving in the Hokage's office, Anko bowed and inquired about the reason for her summons. Hiruzen handed her the report, instructing her to read it. Anko took the document and continued reading. When she reached a particular section, he noticed a shift in her demeanor. She recalled the location, stating it was one of many hidden labs he had, specifically the first one he had taken her to. Hiruzen muttered with a sigh that a secret lab existed at that location. Anko immediately requested permission to lead a team to deal with the site, expressing her intent to destroy it completely. Hiruzen informed her that arrangements had already been made, which only fueled her frustration. She insisted that the individual responsible deserved to face consequences. Hiruzen, however, firmly stated that the plan was set and that he had summoned her to confirm his suspicions. Anko, visibly agitated, quickly regained her composure and acknowledged his authority, preparing to leave. Before she exited, Hiruzen called her back, handing her a scroll marked with a C. He instructed her to gather information and then destroy the lab. Anko accepted the task, thanking him. Hiruzen reminded her of her responsibility for her team's safety and cautioned her against acting impulsively to settle personal scores. Anko nodded in understanding, bowed, and departed, leaving Hiruzen to ponder the wisdom of his decision. He trusted Anko to protect her team from any threats, including those from her past. The following day, Team 12 gathered at the village gates, instructed by Anko to prepare for a 3 to 5 day mission. They waited for her arrival, which was brief as she appeared with a serious expression that contrasted with her usual demeanor. She outlined the mission details, and they set off, Anko moving at a rapid pace that challenged her team to keep up. Looking back, she urged them to hurry, but Jaken grumbled about her speed, prompting Anko to ensnare him with snakes and fling him against a tree. As she confronted him, she demanded that he voice his thoughts clearly and follow her orders without hesitation. Yakumo intervened, urging Anko to stop, while Naruto echoed concerns about her unusual behavior. Anko glared at her students before releasing Jaken and continuing on ahead. The team exchanged worried glances, questioning Anko's state of mind. Jaken expressed his frustration, while Yakumo agreed that her attitude was concerning. Naruto speculated that Anko was hiding something, and they needed to remain vigilant. As they descended a long, dark staircase, Anko advised her team to stay alert and prepared for anything. They carefully navigated the descent, avoiding potential traps. Although they asked questions about their destination, Anko remained silent, which unsettled them. She felt guilty about her treatment of the team but believed it was her burden to bear alone. This mission was personal, and she was determined to handle it herself. Upon reaching the bottom, they found themselves in a dimly lit corridor, still on guard for traps. Soon, they entered a dark room, and Jaken voiced his frustration about the lack of visibility. Anko assured them she knew where the light switch was and moved away from the group. When she turned on the light, the sight that greeted them was shocking. Tanks filled with strange creatures surrounded them, some appearing to be in distress. Yakumo was overwhelmed and had to step away, while Naruto and Jaken struggled to maintain their composure. Once Yakumo regained her voice, she demanded to know what kind of place they had entered. Anko calmly replied that she hadn't asked them to accompany her and suggested they should have returned to the village. Jaken, fed up with her attitude, insisted that she explain the situation. Anko glared at him, and Naruto added that her behavior was putting them all at risk. Faced with their defiance, Anko decided to reveal the truth. They were in one of Orochimaru's labs, and what they saw around them was the result of his experiments. Jaken was incredulous, realizing the implications of their mission. Anko confirmed that their objective was to gather information about Orochimaru's activities. Naruto questioned why she hadn't shared this information earlier, but Anko snapped that it was none of their concern. Taking a deep breath, she instructed them to focus on the mission and moved ahead, leaving her team to exchange frustrated glances. Jaken sighed, recognizing that it was going to be a challenging day. Yakumo expressed disbelief at Anko's secrecy, while Naruto concluded that there was more to her story than she was letting on. They all sensed that Anko's struggles ran deeper than they could understand. It seemed like she held a grudge against Orochimaru, Jaken noted. Naruto explained that it was a common sentiment, mentioning how the old Hokage often referred to Orochimaru as one of his greatest regrets. Yakumo expressed her concerns, stating that they needed to look out for themselves until they could escape. Jaken agreed, emphasizing that they couldn't rely on Anko at all. Naruto decided on a plan, summoning 2 clones of himself. He would stay with Anko while the others would team up with his clones, using their headsets to stay in touch. They wished each other luck and went their separate ways. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eerie yellow eyes observed from the shadows, a small smile playing on her lips as she listened to their conversation. A large python coiled around her shoulders, which she affectionately petted. She found the situation quite interesting and looked forward to having some fun with them. Meanwhile, Anko was searching one of the rooms when she sensed someone approaching. Naruto entered, and her eyes narrowed slightly, but he remained unfazed. Anko teased him about drawing the short straw, and he retorted that they needed to find something and leave. The silence stretched on until Anko broke it, questioning his attitude and whether he thought he could speak to her that way just because of his training. Naruto shot back, stating that he only spoke that way when people were being foolish. He felt she should have informed them about the mission and believed the Hokage had made a mistake in assigning it to her. Anko mocked him for not objecting when they agreed to join her, pointing out that he was eager for his first C-rank mission. Naruto admitted that was true but argued that her behavior suggested they didn't matter, linking it to her issues with Orochimaru. Anko insisted it was none of his business, but Naruto countered that it became their business when the mission began. He questioned how they could trust her if she wouldn't trust them, raising his voice. Anko stepped back, surprised by his outburst. Naruto then contacted his clones for a status update. Jaken responded, reporting that everything was quiet on his end, though the room he was in reeked of old blood and chemicals, hinting at Orochimaru's gruesome experiments. Clone Naruto agreed with Jaken's assessment. When Jaken asked if the Hokage had shared anything about Orochimaru, Clone Naruto revealed that he had been tight-lipped, only mentioning Orochimaru's genius in ninjutsu and his desire to learn every jutsu in existence. Jaken found that notion absurd, suggesting it was impossible without immortality. Just then, they heard a rattling sound, and Jaken confirmed he wasn't imagining it. They turned to face a large, menacing rattlesnake, which coiled and bared its fangs. Jaken quickly reported their predicament. Meanwhile, Yakumo was searching a computer for information when she received Naruto's call. She informed him that the computer seemed wiped clean but stumbled upon a file labeled Project Yugo. Just as she was about to relay this information, Clone Naruto pulled her away from the computer just in time to avoid a crashing object. Once they regained their composure, they were startled to see a large cobra poised to strike. Naruto heard Yakumo scream over the radio and grew concerned, demanding to know what was happening. Jaken humorously replied that he was busy avoiding becoming dinner for a rattlesnake. Yakumo warned that someone else was present, sending large snakes after them. Anko, alarmed, ordered Yakumo and Jaken to report their positions immediately. As they turned to face the voice, Anko's eyes widened in shock and fury upon recognizing Orochimaru, who greeted her with a mocking tone. Enraged, Anko charged at him, but he evaded her attacks, prompting her to unleash her snakes in pursuit. Naruto quickly put his headset back on and instructed his team to send their positions so he could dispatch more clones for backup. He rushed after Anko, narrowly avoiding a massive boa that lunged at him. Realizing they were all in danger, he prepared himself for the fight ahead, determined to help Anko. He jumped and twisted in midair to avoid the attack, landing on the ground of a large stadium. Just as he was about to take off again, several kunai struck the ground around him. Orochimaru turned to face Anko, who had jumped down to confront him. Anko had been waiting for this day, determined to end Orochimaru. Suddenly, he began to laugh, but the voice that emerged was unexpectedly female. The facade of Orochimaru faded, revealing a girl no older than 11. Anko demanded to know who she was, and the girl introduced herself as Midoshi, an acquaintance of Orochimaru. Anko's frustration grew as she realized she had been easily led away from her team. Midoshi, noticing Anko's thoughts, took action by blowing up the entrances on both sides of the crater, effectively blocking Anko's escape. Midoshi sweetly explained that she had gone through all that trouble to separate Anko from her teammates. Anko growled, demanding to know what Midoshi wanted. Midoshi proposed a spar, claiming that Orochimaru had spoken highly of Anko's skills. If Anko impressed her enough, she might allow her to continue summoning Mai. Shocked by this revelation, Anko prepared for battle, declaring that Midoshi had picked the wrong day to challenge her. Meanwhile, Jaken dodged another lunge from the rattlesnake, countering by throwing several shuriken at its exposed side. The serpent attempted to crush him with its rattle tail, but Jaken rolled out of the way and launched more shuriken, aiming for the rattlesnake's head. Clone Naruto struck from above, landing a blow on the snake's neck. The rattlesnake roared in response, trying to dislodge the clone by crashing its head into the wall. As the rattlesnake shook off the impact, Jaken decided it was time to get serious. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a Kusarigama, its blade longer and curved like a hook, with spikes surrounding the ball end. Jaken began to spin the chain of the weapon, moving slowly to his left as the rattlesnake followed his movements. When the snake lunged at him, Jaken jumped back, landing on the wall. Using his chakra, he propelled himself toward the ceiling, narrowly avoiding the snake's attack. Without wasting a moment, he launched his weapon at the rattlesnake, the chain wrapping around its neck and the spiked ball digging into its skin. Jaken landed on the snake and began to stab it repeatedly as it thrashed in an attempt to throw him off. The rattlesnake retaliated with its rattle tail, catching Jaken off guard and forcing him to stop his assault to avoid being hit. As the snake moved its head, the chain loosened enough for it to escape. It caught the chain in its mouth and flung Jaken toward the wall, where he hit hard and slid to the ground with a groan. The rattlesnake, now focused on him, lunged forward. Clone Naruto shouted for Jaken to close his eyes, and he complied. The clone threw several paper bombs at the incoming snake, which exploded upon impact, filling the room with a cloud of black powder. With goggles on, Naruto picked up Jaken and made their escape as the snake slammed against the walls in pain. Once outside the room, Jaken asked if he could open his eyes. The clone confirmed they were safe, and Jaken opened his eyes, falling in step with the clone. He questioned what the clone had used, and the clone explained that they were homemade pepper bombs, much stronger than regular ones. Their escape was abruptly interrupted when the rattlesnake slammed into them, sending them flying into another room. Jaken landed on a table filled with beakers, sustaining minor scrapes. As he and the clone looked up, they saw the furious snake hissing and opening its mouth wide. The clone kicked Jaken away just in time, but the rattlesnake managed to capture the clone in its jaws. Now alone, Jaken faced the snake's full attention. He wished for a fire technique and noticed a strange smell in the air, realizing it was coming from him. The room was filled with beakers containing various liquids, and an idea sparked in Jaken's mind. He began to twirl his Kusarigama at different angles, keeping the rattlesnake at bay while breaking the beakers around the room. As the chemicals pooled together on the ground, smoke began to rise, signaling that his plan was about to unfold. He suddenly realized that his plan might be discovered. That's when he spotted an empty oil drum. Stopping what he was doing, he dashed for the drum and threw it over himself just as the rattlesnake approached. A spark ignited from the mixed chemicals, resulting in a loud explosion that shook the ground. Jaken curled into a ball, waiting until he thought it was safe. After a while, when silence fell, Jaken used his weapon to cut open the barrel. Pushing it apart with his back and feet, he surveyed the damage and marveled at the destruction. He made a mental note never to attempt that again. Reaching for his radio, he discovered it was broken. Ignoring his minor injuries, Jaken set off in search of his teammates. Yakumo threw more shurikens at the cobra, but they barely affected the creature. She was beginning to tire, as she lacked the physical strength of her teammates. Although not weak, she struggled with prolonged battles. Having already lost the clone Naruto had sent with her, she was now engaged in a game of hide and seek with the large cobra. Despite her fear, she knew she had one chance against the beast. However, she hesitated, remembering that she hadn't used her sealed powers since the fire years ago. Jiraiya had told her that her seal would allow her to access her Kekkei Genkai without losing control, but she needed to train her mind constantly. Her uncle had her practicing mental exercises with a Yamanaka as added support. While these exercises helped, she still feared what might happen if she lost control. Shaking her head, she banished those thoughts. Her teammates needed her help, and she had to distract the cobra. With determination, Yakumo performed the hand signs for her technique. The cobra noticed her movement and prepared to strike, but suddenly, copies of her appeared and scattered around the room. Confused, the cobra began attacking the clones, which started hurling insults at it, inspired by Jaken's earlier antics. Meanwhile, the real Yakumo focused her power, feeling it surge within her. Her eyes glowed red as she completed the hand seals and unleashed her attack. The room darkened, and the cobra found itself isolated. It felt an intense heat and turned to see a massive fireball descending upon it. The fireball crashed into the cobra, engulfing it in flames. The creature hissed in agony as it writhed on the ground before finally falling still. As the light returned, Yakumo collapsed to her knees, exhausted. She reached for her pouch and retrieved a soldier pill, popping it into her mouth and waiting for her chakra to replenish. Suddenly, a voice broke through the silence, expressing shock at the scene. Jaken appeared before her, and she sighed in relief. He asked if she had caused the destruction, surprised to learn that it was the result of her Kekkei Genkai. Jaken joked about not wanting to provoke her into using that power again, and Yakumo smiled as she stood up. They agreed to find their missing teammate and hurried out of the room. Meanwhile, Naruto was struggling against a boa. He was trying to devise a plan to defeat the creature, sending his clones to attack with little success. He needed to eliminate the snake quickly, especially after hearing the explosion that worried him about his teammates. Suddenly, he remembered that he had a summon of his own. He bit his thumb and smeared the blood on his forearm where the monkey tattoo was, slamming his hand on the ground. A damp-looking monkey appeared from the smoke, surprised to see Naruto. The monkey expressed his annoyance at being summoned, but Naruto pleaded for help against the boa. The monkey initially refused, wanting to relax instead. Frustrated, Naruto took a deep breath and proposed a deal. If the monkey helped him now, he would ensure a visit to the old man's private hot spring. The monkey considered the offer, recalling the spring's allure, and agreed, making it a condition for future summons. With a nod, he transformed into a Naginata, and Naruto, skilled with the weapon, caught it and prepared for battle. With a determined smirk, Naruto launched himself at the boa, catching it off guard and stabbing it in the eye. The snake hissed in pain and thrashed around. Naruto quickly dislodged the weapon and leaped to the ceiling, using his chakra to propel himself down and drive the Naginata into the snake's head. The boa fell to the ground with a heavy thud, no longer moving. Breathing heavily, Naruto pulled out the Naginata and held it in his hand, knowing he had no time to celebrate. He ran out of the room, eager to find his teammates. Just outside the door, he encountered them. Relieved, Yakumo greeted him, and Jaken expressed his confidence that Naruto would be fine. They quickly agreed that they needed to find Anko and escape, as the mission was not going as planned. They nodded in agreement and rushed off to locate her. In another part of the building, the sound of steel clashing echoed as Anko and Midoshi continued their fierce battle. Midoshi appeared barely winded, while Anko struggled to catch her breath. Midoshi smirked at her opponent, acknowledging her skill but expecting more from one of Orochimaru's students. Anko, filled with determination, vowed to show Midoshi her true strength. Midoshi, however, remained unfazed, confidently stating that she was hardly winded while Anko struggled to keep up. Anko, frustrated, unleashed her technique, summoning 4 black mambas to strike at Midoshi. With a casual wave, Midoshi countered, transforming the tattoo on her arm into a massive python that devoured the mambas in one swift motion. Bored with the encounter, she taunted Anko for lacking creativity. In response, Anko hurled shurikens at her, but Midoshi deftly dodged the projectiles and evaded Anko's follow-up kick. Anko's frustration grew as she found it impossible to land a hit. Suddenly, Midoshi's veil swept Anko off her feet, sending her crashing to the ground. Quick to recover, Anko rolled aside just as the veil stabbed the earth where she had been. Rising to her feet, Anko glared at Midoshi, who merely yawned, her condescending smirk igniting Anko's resolve. She devised a plan, producing a smoke bomb and throwing it to the ground. Midoshi smirked as 2 clones emerged from the smoke, charging at her. They attacked, but Midoshi easily defended herself. Out of nowhere, an arm shot up from the ground, wielding a kunai aimed at Midoshi. Intrigued, she bent back to avoid the strike and kicked the weapon from the clone's grasp. With swift movements, she dispatched the first clone and then the second with a powerful spinning kick. Using her veil, she struck the remaining clone, dispelling it as well. Four snakes suddenly appeared, ensnaring Midoshi and forcing her to the ground. Fire erupted from below, crashing into her. Anko emerged from the ground, cautiously approaching what she believed to be Midoshi's defeated form, only to discover discarded skin. Just then, Midoshi's cloth cut into Anko's side, causing her to cry out in surprise as she jumped back. Midoshi, now free, charged at Anko, who struggled to defend herself due to her injury. Midoshi, faster than expected, took advantage of Anko's weakened state, landing a kick on her wound. Anko fell to the ground in pain, and Midoshi expressed her disappointment, stating she had expected more from her opponent. Just as Midoshi prepared to strike again, an explosion drew her attention. From the smoke, a spiked ball flew toward her, prompting her to dodge. As she landed, a blonde boy wielding a naginata appeared and attacked with impressive skill. Jaken protected Naruto while Yakumo assisted Anko. Midoshi ducked under Naruto's swing and attempted to kick him, but he blocked her. Jaken countered by pulling Midoshi's veil, causing her to lose her balance. Naruto seized the opportunity, landing 2 kicks on her before sending her flying with a powerful strike. Midoshi stood ready to face her attackers, who were now in sync with each other. Just then, Yakumo called for them to regroup. Naruto and Jaken quickly moved toward her and Anko, but Midoshi was determined to stop them and began summoning another serpent. Suddenly, she found herself immobilized by an invisible force as the ground beneath her crumbled, revealing a pool of lava ready to erupt. Realizing it was a genjutsu set by Yakumo, Midoshi attempted to dispel it but found herself unable to break free. As the lava erupted, her eyes widened in shock. The team watched as Yakumo focused her chakra through her drawing, but she suddenly pitched forward, only to be caught by Jaken. He secured her on his back while Naruto used his clones to carry Anko as they made their escape. Unbeknownst to them, Midoshi had managed to escape the illusion just as the lava consumed her. Taking a moment to calm herself, she surveyed the scene, noting that the snakes she had summoned were now lifeless and burnt. Intrigued by the genjutsu that caused actual damage, she decided not to pursue the team any further. Having completed her mission, she turned back toward her base, her curiosity about Anko's team lingering in her mind. As night fell, Team Anko took the opportunity to rest. Naruto set up traps while Yakumo tended to Anko's wounds. Jaken, having already taken care of himself, prepared the remaining rations from their mission. The atmosphere was tense and quiet, with Yakumo remaining silent as she cared for Anko. When Naruto returned to inform his teammates that the traps were set, Anko noticed he was only addressing them, not her. Feeling the weight of her actions, Anko sighed but remained passive. She knew she deserved this treatment for abandoning her team during the mission, having been warned by the Sandaime not to let her emotions interfere. She had treated her teammates poorly at the start of the mission, and now she was left to reflect on her mistakes. She was only trying to protect them, but instead, she had alienated them. Anko found herself eating alone again, and it hurt. Hiruzen was always a perceptive shinobi. As he grew older, he honed the skill and passed it along to his students, including Naruto. Therefore, he was not surprised by what Anko reported to him. As he listened, he observed her team, noting the displeasure on their faces at being near her. It seemed his warning to her had gone unheeded. After Anko finished her report, Hiruzen straightened himself. He acknowledged the situation with a serious tone, stating that he could not call the mission a success since they had gained nothing from it. However, he would look into the Midoshi child, as her skills could pose a problem in the future. He then dismissed Anko's genins, allowing them a week of leave. They left his office quickly, not even sparing Anko a glance. Hiruzen noticed she accepted their dismissal without complaint. He took a moment to observe her before lighting his pipe and blowing out a puff of smoke. Hiruzen expressed regret for trusting her with the mission, believing she would prioritize her team's safety over her own pain. He asked her what she had to say for herself. Anko admitted she had no excuse, acknowledging that her past had almost cost her team their lives. She was ready to face her punishment. When Hiruzen inquired about her proposed punishment, Anko suggested resigning as a shinobi of Konoha, feeling unworthy of the honor after her actions. Hiruzen denied her request, explaining that running away would not solve the issue. He insisted that she had created this mess with her team and must fix it, as they had the potential to be great, and so did she as a leader. He encouraged her not to abandon them. Anko nodded and left the office, feeling the weight of his words. It was a rare sight for Ibiki Marino to walk into. At a local bar where he often took his team after a long day, he found Anko not drinking, despite having a cup of sake in front of her. Concerned, he approached her. He joked about her unusual behavior, but Anko was not in the mood for humor. She snapped at him, reminding him of their hierarchy and that he was one of the few who wasn't afraid of her. Ibiki acknowledged her mistake on the mission and asked what her next move would be. Anko expressed her uncertainty, feeling that her team had every right to hate her for her actions. Ibiki offered her advice, suggesting she move on and focus on the present. He reminded her that she had an opportunity to train 3 promising ninjas and that her past should not define her future. Anko was surprised by his depth and joked about his apparent discomfort. After a moment of reflection, she decided to embrace the present, downing her cup of sake and calling for a round on Ibiki, much to his dismay. The next day, Naruto was enjoying his breakfast of ramen and milk when Anko appeared at his window. She ordered him to meet her at Training Ground 44 in 20 minutes, leaving no room for argument. Naruto sighed, realizing he had forgotten about breakfast and needed to get ready. Meanwhile, Yakumo was feeding birds when she noticed Anko standing outside her compound gates. Curious, she approached. Anko waited patiently as Yakumo drew near, despite the guards glaring at her. Anko informed Yakumo that she needed her at Training Ground 44 in 20 minutes, despite the week off granted by the Sandaime. When Yakumo hesitated, Anko's serious demeanor made it clear that she would do whatever it took to ensure her presence. Reluctantly, Yakumo agreed to meet her, and Anko left the area. Yakumo made her way to the house as the guards attempted to reason with her. Jaken stepped out of his apartment to do some shopping when Anko appeared in front of him. The two exchanged glares before Jaken relented with a sigh. He asked her if she needed help, his tone harsh. Anko informed him to meet her at Area 44 in 20 minutes, stating that he wouldn't want to know what would happen if he refused. Without another word, she disappeared using a shunshin technique. Jaken decided it was best to comply with her request. Naruto arrived at the area dressed in civilian clothes and noticed that both Jaken and Yakumo were there as well, also in casual attire. As he walked, he sensed that they were being watched not by Anko, but by several others surrounding the area. He approached his teammates and stood beside them, commenting on their presence. Jaken asked if Naruto had any idea what was going on, to which Naruto replied he did not. Yakumo echoed his uncertainty. Just then, Anko appeared, expressing her relief that they had come. She noted that she had hoped to avoid a difficult approach. The team remained silent, prompting Anko to take a deep breath and continue. She apologized, surprising everyone in the area. Jaken, in disbelief, asked if he was dreaming or under a genjutsu. Yakumo playfully pinched him, causing him to yelp in surprise. Anko chuckled at their exchange before explaining that her actions on the previous mission were unacceptable, even if she had reasons for them. She shared that when she graduated from the academy, she was not placed on a team but became the apprentice of one of the Sannin, Orochimaru. She explained that he recognized her potential and taught her many forbidden jutsu, even involving her in some of his experiments. Anko admitted that she had wanted to please him, even feeling a bit of affection for him, which led to a sad expression on her face. When Yakumo asked what had happened, Anko revealed that she had become one of Orochimaru's experiments. She removed her coat and turned around, revealing a tattoo on her shoulder. She explained that it was called the Ten no Juin, a seal granting incredible power at the cost of one's freedom. Anko was the only survivor among 10 others who received the seal, and after that, Orochimaru abandoned her, leaving her at the mercy of Konoha. She put her coat back on and faced her team again, clarifying that she wasn't sharing this to elicit sympathy but because they deserved to know the truth behind her actions. The team understood that. Anko was being vulnerable, and they began to grasp the reasons behind her past choices. Anko smiled, acknowledging the trust that had been lost. She then presented them with a choice: She realized how much she still had to learn to be an effective instructor and believed they could help each other grow. However, she recognized the lack of trust and stated that by the end of the week, she would return at 8. If they still wanted her to lead, they should be there. If not, she would step aside for someone they could trust. The team exchanged glances before looking back at her, and Anko concluded her speech by saying she would see them in a week or around. The sun rose on a new day in Konoha, waking Anko as she sat up and yawned. She stretched and scratched her head, glancing at her calendar, which reminded her that today was the day her fate would be decided. Seeing that it was now 7:30, she realized she had 30 minutes to reach the training ground. Though reluctant to get up, she knew it would be selfish to stay in bed. The truth was she had begun to enjoy teaching, relishing the chance to shape her students into a reflection of herself. Yet, she was aware that they didn't fully trust her. Determined, Anko made her way to Area 44. Upon arrival, she was surprised to see her team waiting for her, standing at attention. She remarked on the unexpected sight. Naruto expressed that he understood what it felt like to have secrets one didn't want to share, while Yakumo shared her experience of feeling abandoned by someone she thought cared. Jaken stated that he believed in second chances. Anko asked if they truly wanted her as their sensei, cautioning that she couldn't promise that similar situations wouldn't arise again. Naruto replied that, as she had said, they could learn from one another, and while she taught them, they could help her forget her past. Anko, amused, smirked at their confidence. She declared that they had missed their chance to escape, and now they belonged to her. She vowed to train them into a formidable fighting force capable of anything. This was the beginning of something new, and she asked if they were with her. In unison, the team shouted their agreement. Anko then slammed her hands onto the ground, summoning a familiar reptile. The smoke cleared to reveal Mai, who hissed at the team with a smirk. The team took off, eager to avoid being caught, while Anko jumped onto Mai's head, and the snake charged after them, her laughter echoing throughout the training ground. Meanwhile, Midoshi twirled a kunai lazily in her room, her mind not on the various serpents that roamed around her but on the team she had encountered. While Anko had not impressed her, her genin had. That was the only reason she hadn't removed Anko from the snake contract. A girl who could turn genjutsu into reality was intriguing. She wondered if the other two members of her team were just as fascinating. Deciding to keep an ear out for news about them, she figured it might be entertaining down the line. Anko's voice crackled over the radio, asking about the estimated time of arrival for Ghost. Yakumo responded that she would be ready in 2 minutes. Anko urged her to hurry, instructing Bangs and Knuckles to prepare for action. Jaken, feeling critical, questioned the choice of codenames, asserting that only Ghost was a decent one. Naruto chimed in, teasing Jaken about having the cooler name. The playful banter continued until Anko interjected, reminding them to focus. Once Yakumo confirmed her readiness, Anko ordered the operation to commence. She pulled out a telescope to observe the T&I department as Yakumo cast her genjutsu over the building, leaving everyone puzzled. Anko's radio buzzed again, and she instructed Bangs to proceed. Jaken celebrated their success, while Naruto announced they were ready to exit. Anko confirmed they were packing up, and Yakumo acknowledged her. As the genjutsu faded, confusion lingered until things returned to normal. Ibiki entered his office, ready to work, but moments later, an explosion startled the guards. They rushed in to find Ibiki covered in orange dye, his office in disarray. He wiped some dye from his face, knowing only one person could be responsible for this prank. Vowing revenge, he muttered that Anko and her team would feel the consequences. Meanwhile, a chill ran down Team Anko's spines. Naruto looked to their sensei, expressing a feeling of impending doom. Anko reassured him, downplaying the situation and claiming the worst outcome would be a lack of interrogations for a month. Naruto clarified that he was concerned for their safety, to which Anko responded that they had done well with their mock operation but that Ibiki would eventually find them. The following day, the team plotted their revenge against Anko for the previous day's antics. Anko skillfully dodged their attacks, amused by their efforts. Naruto, determined, increased his speed, forcing Anko to push herself further to avoid injury. Suddenly, he halted his assault and jumped back, ensnaring her with vines that secured her to a tree. Jaken and Naruto quickly performed hand seals and unleashed their combined attack of wind and fire, creating a massive fireball that engulfed Anko and destroyed several trees. As the smoke cleared, Jaken wondered if Anko had been defeated, while Naruto dismissed the idea, claiming she was too resilient. Just then, Anko appeared, sitting atop her pet snake, Mai, who was quickly overwhelmed by a swarm of clones. Realizing that this was Yakumo's doing, Anko decided it was time to end the game. She vanished as her team dealt with the clones, only to find themselves caught in a net moments later, struggling to escape. Jaken shouted in frustration, trying to cut through the net, but his weapon was ineffective. Naruto attempted the same, but to no avail. Yakumo remained still, bound by a black mamba that Anko had used to tie her up. Anko soon reappeared, teasing her team about their near success. They glared at her, and she happily munched on dango, stacked high on her plate. The owner of the dango shop, a retired ninja and Anko's friend, shook his head in disbelief at her treatment of her students. Anko defended her actions, claiming it built character, while the shop owner questioned the danger she had placed them in with Hibiki. Anko shrugged it off, insisting he needed to lighten up. As she enjoyed her treat, she overheard a conversation about the upcoming chunin exams being held in Takigakure. The female jonin expressed confidence in her team's readiness, stating they had been training hard and would be formidable in 2 months. Anko, lost in thought, realized that her team was indeed close to reaching chunin level, reflecting on the events of the past 2 months since their last mission. After her students gave her a second chance, she dedicated herself to preparing them for another C-rank mission. She pushed them hard, focusing on everything from chakra control to ninjutsu. Instead of too many D-rank missions, she devised several mock missions that turned out to be various pranks against jonin and chunin. Their teamwork improved, and they were getting closer to the level she desired. However, one concern lingered in her mind. While her team was stronger, she felt they were still not ready. They hadn't even faced the reality of taking a life. A week later, Anko decided it was time to address her dilemma, which had even affected her usual training methods. Realizing she needed to talk to someone, she ruled out Hibiki and opted to visit the Hokage. The secretary, who was not fond of her, reluctantly ushered her into the office. Hiruzen noticed the glare from his secretary and regarded Anko with amusement, curious about what had transpired. He inquired about her visit, and Anko explained that her team was progressing well but that she had concerns regarding their mental readiness for the upcoming chunin exams. She expressed her worries about the potential fatalities involved and whether her students could handle the harsh realities of combat. Hiruzen understood her concerns, recalling how the chunin exams had evolved since the Third Ninja War. He contemplated sending a team of chunin to assist, believing it would help Anko with her decision. As he handed her a scroll marked with a C, he informed her that this mission would aid her in making her choice. Anko accepted the scroll and left the office, determined to guide her team through the challenges ahead. Team Anko approached the pit, hidden from the sentries by the darkness. Anko used her telescope to locate the prisoners' holding area and turned to her team with a clear plan. She instructed them on their roles, emphasizing the importance of preventing anyone in the huts from joining the bandits. They acknowledged her orders with enthusiasm. Anko directed Naruto to create 4 clones for each of them, and the group split up to execute their plan. As they descended the cliff, they reached the first hut, where Naruto stealthily approached and incapacitated the guards. His clones secured the guards while he prepared to enter the hut. What he discovered inside would change him forever. Inside, a bandit had a young teenager pinned down, and her cries for help echoed in the room. Fueled by rage and the surge of the Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto acted swiftly, pulling the bandit away and slamming him against the wall. In a moment of fury, he drew a kunai, but as he looked into the bandit's eyes, filled with fear, he hesitated. Turning to the girl, he attempted to reassure her, but her terrified reaction left him feeling like a monster. Meanwhile, Jaken approached the next hut with his clones. They swiftly neutralized the bandits inside, but one managed to escape. Jaken, vigilant at the back, silenced the fleeing bandit before he could alert anyone. As he looked down at the boy he had just defeated, shock washed over him. He realized he had taken the life of someone his own age. The final hut was Yakumo's target. Utilizing her genjutsu skills, she and her clones crept up unnoticed. They quickly subdued the sleeping bandits, but Yakumo's attention was drawn outside when she spotted a bandit dragging a young boy, a rope around his neck. Overcome with rage, she unleashed her powers. The bandit, frightened by Yakumo's glowing presence, attempted to flee, but skeletal arms erupted from the ground, pulling him down. His cries for help were abruptly silenced. Yakumo rushed to the boy, removing the rope and beginning CPR in a desperate attempt to revive him. This was the scene Anko arrived to witness. Having dealt with the remaining bandits effortlessly, Anko freed the hostages and hurried toward the huts. She found her female student desperately trying to bring the boy back to life, and she quickly searched for her other 2 students. Jaken emerged from behind the second hut, his expression reflecting the weight of their mission. The kama appeared stained, and Jaken seemed dazed. Naruto stepped out of the first hut and settled onto the steps. A young girl rushed out, wrapped in a cover, and noticed Naruto was covered in blood. He kept his gaze fixed on the ground. Anko sighed as she approached Yakumo, attempting to intervene. Yakumo slapped her hand away and continued her efforts, but Anko had reached her limit and pulled her off. A firm slap made Yakumo look up, and the two shared a moment before Yakumo began to cry. She embraced Anko, who placed a comforting hand on her head. Anko glanced at her team, finally understanding what needed to be done. She just wondered how she would resolve the situation. Anko observed her team sitting quietly around the campfire, a half-day's journey from Konoha. She didn't want to linger in the village where they had returned the prisoners. Although she usually welcomed praise, she could see how uncomfortable it made her team. Anko had nearly lost control when a girl called Naruto a monster, but she had settled for reprimanding her instead. This was becoming troublesome, and she needed to lift their spirits. Anko encouraged her team to speak up, urging them to share what was bothering them. She joked about calming their souls, but her team remained silent. Leaning against a tree, she reflected on her first kill, noting that it felt like ages ago. She had been under the guidance of her former sensei, who had ordered her to assassinate a merchant who posed no real threat to Konoha. When asked what had happened, Anko recounted how she had carried out the order, blood splattering everywhere. She had frozen in shock, nearly getting caught, and developed a fear of blood that lingered for some time. Eventually, she had grown accustomed to killing and even found enjoyment in it until the last time she took a life. That mission had led her to kill one of her comrades, leaving her in shock once more. Afterward, her commanding officer had helped her find a way to cope. Yakumo inquired about how Anko coped with such experiences. Anko jokingly mentioned various activities, but her team responded with deadpan expressions. Acknowledged that the pain of a first kill never truly fades and emphasized the importance of finding a way to cope. Becoming emotionless could lead to a downward spiral. Naruto expressed surprise at Anko's depth, while Jaken questioned her identity. Yakumo suggested checking for genjutsu, prompting laughter from the group. Anko felt a sense of relief as their spirits lifted, but she wondered how long it would last. She decided to seek additional support. Later, Naruto sat in his apartment, idly eating ramen. With his team off duty for 2 weeks, the old man had offered to connect him with someone to talk about his feelings, but he declined. Deep down, he felt troubled by the girl's comment, which had resurfaced painful memories of being chased and beaten. He sighed and set his ramen aside. Suddenly, a voice startled him. Kakashi Hatake was perched on his window. Naruto remembered meeting the one-eyed shinobi during his time as a student of the Sandaime and admired his mastery of the shadow clone technique. Kakashi had even gifted him a book on Bunshinjutsu, which had taught him the water clone technique. Kakashi mentioned hearing about Naruto's first kill, prompting Naruto to ask if he was going to give him a pep talk. Kakashi dismissed the idea, suggesting instead that Naruto find a hobby to cope, much like he had. Naruto quipped about the restrictions on minors buying adult materials, but Kakashi encouraged him to remember the fun he had as a child. A thoughtful expression crossed Naruto's face as he considered what to do next. An idea sparked, and a wicked grin spread across his face. Meanwhile, the Hyuga clan of Konoha, known for their strength and pride, faced an unexpected humiliation. Someone had pulled a prank that left them embarrassed, spreading their underwear throughout the village. As the clan members chased after a blonde figure, their shouts echoed in the air. Naruto, laughing heartily, reveled in the joy of his prank, feeling significantly better after the escapade. While he wasn't going to take another life anytime soon, he had an outlet he could use. He turned back to his pursuers and saw Neji among them. Naruto teased Neji about his choice of clothing, picking up the pace as Neji began to speed up in response. Neji shouted that he would get back at Naruto for the comment. Kakashi, momentarily distracted from his book, smiled, confident that Naruto would be fine. Jaken entered the ANBU prison, hidden from the world. He knew its location because his officer had shown it to him. With the special badge given to him by his handler, he approached one of the guards and caught his attention by displaying the badge. The guard asked if he needed assistance, and Jaken inquired about a guard known by the codename Kuma. The guard confirmed Jaken's identity and informed him that Kuma was waiting at Training Ground 13. Grateful, Jaken made his way there. Upon arrival, Jaken found Kuma practicing with kunai, focused on his target. Kuma acknowledged Jaken's presence without turning around, expressing surprise that Jaken had sought him out so quickly. Jaken admitted he needed someone to talk to, as he wasn't keen on visiting the Yamanaka specialists. Kuma questioned what made Jaken think he could help, to which Jaken replied that he wanted to learn how Kuma dealt with the weight of taking lives. Kuma explained that it was different when one took the life of a child, noting that Jaken's remorse proved he was still human. Jaken, feeling disconnected from that humanity, listened intently. Kuma then revealed a leather book, tossing it to Jaken. When Jaken opened it, he found it empty, prompting him to look back at Kuma, who had a similar book. Kuma explained that this book contained the names of every person he had taken from the world, some named and others not, but each life was significant enough to be recorded. Hiruzen entered the Hokage Tower, having just returned from visiting teams heading to Takigakure for the chunin exams. He felt optimistic about their chances. As he approached his office, he heard a commotion and turned the corner to see his secretary holding the troublesome cat, Tora, out of reach of Team Anko, who were being restrained by several chunin and NBU. The team bore scratches from their attempts to retrieve the daimyo's wife's cat. Clearing his throat to get their attention, Hiruzen observed the scene with amusement. Team Anko, looking bruised and frustrated, stood before him. He suggested it might be best if they never received the Capture Tora mission again, to which Anko agreed. Jaken and Naruto expressed their determination to handle the cat differently next time, while Yakumo added that she didn't care if the samurai came after her. Hiruzen smiled at the spirited team, proud of their accomplishments as one of the best among the genin teams. As he reviewed their records, he noted that Anko's team had completed more D and C rank missions than any other squad, feeling satisfied that his decision to assign them had paid off. However, he soon realized that he was missing a report from one of his shinobi, which was due 3 weeks ago. Concerned, he wondered what was delaying the report. He looked at Team Anko and decided to ask them for a favor. He explained that he needed them to track down one of his shinobi, who had failed to check in. When Naruto asked if he believed the shinobi had been captured, Hiruzen clarified that the shinobi was actually a student of his named Jiraiya. Anko exclaimed that Lord Jiraiya was missing, but Hiruzen reassured them that Jiraiya was likely just goofing off. He instructed them to find him and bring him back to Konoha by any means necessary. The team set off for Otafukugai, a town known for its hotels and entertainment venues, which was the last place Jiraiya had been seen. Yakumo questioned why Jiraiya would be in such a place, but Anko insisted they split up and search the area. After several hours of searching without success, the team regrouped to eat and vent their frustrations. Jaken lamented how difficult it was to find one person, while Yakumo reminded him that Jiraiya was one of Konoha's best spies, making him hard to track. Naruto pointed out that someone must have seen him at some point. Anko urged them to finish their meal and prepare to continue the search. After eating, they approached the waiter to inquire about Jiraiya's whereabouts. Anko described Jiraiya's appearance, and the waiter confirmed he knew who she was talking about. He should still be at the Fun Street. Pleasure quarter, the waiter informed them. The team was thrilled by the news and eagerly asked for directions. Anko considered stopping them but ultimately decided it would be amusing to see their reactions upon discovering what kind of place it was. Anko was not disappointed as they entered Fun Street. All three of her charges were blushing intensely, and she wished she had a camera to capture the moment. It became even more entertaining when the half-dressed girls surrounded Naruto, cooing at him and playfully touching his whisker marks, which only made him blush deeper. Jaken and Yakumo also attracted a few admirers, and it was clear that Yakumo was not mistaken for a boy. The world simply worked that way. After enjoying their reactions, Anko asked where she could find Jiraiya. The girls giggled and led them to a large room where Jiraiya was surrounded by women of various sizes. He held a bottle of sake and had his arm around one of the women. The team could hardly believe that this was the student of the Sandaime. The woman who had guided them approached Jiraiya. "Jiraiya-sama, you have some guests," she announced. Jiraiya turned to face them, his gaze quickly landing on Anko. "Well, a new girl, and she's a kunoichi geisha," he said, his speech slightly slurred. Anko raised an amused eyebrow at his comment. Naruto muttered under his breath that the man was a pervert. Jiraiya, overhearing, declared himself a super pervert, which made the girls giggle and left the team in shock at his admission. Anko smirked at the white-haired man. "Sorry, old man, but you can handle this," she said. "You never know, my dear. I can show you things you've never experienced before," Jiraiya replied with a playful tone. "Really? I might just take you up on that," Anko teased, while the genin looked on, unimpressed. Jaken interrupted, insisting they hadn't come for Jiraiya's amusement. He turned back to Jiraiya, stating that he was 3 weeks late with his report to the Hokage and that they were there to escort him back to Konoha. Suddenly realizing he was talking to thin air, Jaken noticed Jiraiya flirting with Anko again. "So, you want to ditch these kids and take me up on that offer?" Jiraiya suggested playfully. Anko, maintaining her composure, replied that while it might be entertaining to watch him enjoy himself, her genin was correct. They were there to escort him back to Konoha, and if he came quietly, she might reconsider his offer. Jiraiya, however, was not ready to leave just yet. He told them to inform the Hokage that he would see him in 5 days. Just then, Anko produced a kunai, making it clear that there was no room for negotiation. "You're coming with us," she stated firmly. Jiraiya smirked and quickly grabbed her wrist, noticing her team preparing to intervene. He flipped Anko toward them, allowing her team to dodge her. Naruto pulled out his staff and began to attack, but Jiraiya recognized that the boy was only trying to disable him, not harm him. He identified the boy's fighting style as reminiscent of his sensei's. Breaking Naruto's rhythm, Jiraiya seized him by the GI shirt and tossed him aside, disarming and restraining Anko in the process. Anko glared at him, ready to retaliate, but Jiraiya gestured for her to hold back. "That wouldn't be wise. Just tell the Hokage I'll see him in 5 days. My business will be concluded by then," he insisted. Anko, undeterred, replied that they had a high mission rate and wouldn't let it be disrupted because of his antics. "You're being stubborn," Jiraiya sighed. "And you don't know who you've captured," Anko said with a smirk. Confused, Jiraiya looked at her, but it was too late. He found himself engulfed by ghostly apparitions. Yakumo appeared beside Anko. "Nice work, Yakumo," Anko congratulated her. She then turned to the two boys. "All right, you two, stop being distracted and let's go." "You make it sound like we weren't trying," Jaken grumbled as he finally escaped the clutches of the women surrounding him. He pulled Naruto out of the embrace of one woman and joined Anko and Yakumo. The ghostly figures continued to overwhelm Jiraiya, forcing him out of the establishment. When the team arrived and Yakumo dispelled her genjutsu, Jiraiya had vanished. Son of a gun, he couldn't have gotten far. "Naruto!" Anko called out. "Got it. Mass shadow clone technique," Naruto exclaimed. Thousands of shadow clones spread throughout the town, each taking off in different directions to search for Jiraiya. Team Anko joined the search as well. Unbeknownst to them, a woman from Fun Street watched the 3 teens, focusing intently on Jaken's retreating figure. If someone had been observing her, they would have noticed the shock on her face and a single tear rolling down her cheek. As sunset approached, the team realized that Jiraiya had escaped. They were exhausted, hungry, and frustrated. Jaken slammed his fist against a nearby wall. "He got away," he exclaimed. "I don't know about you, but this won't stand. I won't let our record suffer because of this guy. We are going to track him down and bring him back to the Hokage," Anko declared. "But where could he have gone? We searched everywhere in this town. None of my clones spotted him at the exits," Naruto said. "He couldn't have gotten far outside the city limits. We might be able to pick up his trail if we search," Yakumo suggested. "Good plan, let's get to it." "We're not resting until we find a sign of where that guy went," Anko stated, turning to head toward the exit when a flyer suddenly hit her in the face. Already irritated, she ripped the flyer off and was about to tear it apart when she noticed something. A wicked grin spread across her face, which caught the attention of her team. "What is it, Sensei?" Naruto asked. "I don't think we need to find a trail. I have a good idea of where he's headed," Anko said, handing the flyer to her team. They looked at it and shared the same grin. They decided to rest for the night and set out as soon as the sun rose. They had a troublesome pervert to hunt down. Kuni, known as the land of hot water, was famous for its hot springs. The most popular spring was a naturally heated resort built on the side of a dormant volcano. At this time, the resort hosted a special event, a bikini contest. Girls from all over came to participate, cheered on by a lively crowd. 3 judges would later select a winner, and this year's prize was 5,000 ryu and a part in the next Ika Ika novel, with the author serving as one of the judges. Timenko blended into the crowd, keeping a low profile to avoid alerting their target. Yakumo glanced at her sensei, questioning their plan. She expressed concern about Naruto's involvement, given the trouble they were dealing with. Anko reassured her, confident that Naruto would lead the man to the hotel room where they would surprise him. She promised that they would have him restrained before he could even react. Jaken, curious about the plan, wondered why they were letting Naruto handle it instead of Anko, who was known for her boldness. Anko defended her choice, explaining that if the target recognized her, he would realize it was a trap. This was also an opportunity for her team to learn a lesson in espionage. As the announcer introduced the final contestants, the crowd erupted in cheers. 2 girls, Naruko and Ryoko, both around 16 and sporting pigtails, took the stage. Their playful demeanor and the whisker marks on their cheeks captivated the audience. They showcased their energy and charm, playfully teasing the judges, especially Jiraiya. When he attempted to reach out, one sister playfully pulled the other away, signaling him to keep his distance. Team Anko watched in surprise, impressed by the twins' performance. Anko admitted her surprise at how well they had done, while Yakumo begrudgingly acknowledged the effectiveness of the jutsu they had used. She noticed Jaken blushing and asked him what was wrong, to which he defensively replied that he wanted to be left alone. Anko teased him, prompting laughter from both her and Yakumo. After the contest, Jiraiya found himself taking pictures with the winner. Just as he was about to ask her something, he felt a soft touch on his arms. He turned to see the twins, still in their bikinis, pouting at him. They expressed their disappointment at not winning and playfully requested to model for him. Jiraiya, intrigued, agreed and followed them to their room, where they playfully suggested they would model even in the ND. Once inside, the twins instructed him to close his eyes. Jiraiya complied, excitement building as he heard the sounds of clothing being removed. When he opened his eyes, he was startled to find himself wrapped in a large boa constrictor. Confused and alarmed, he soon recognized Anko and her team, who had orchestrated the entire plan. Anko commanded the snake to swallow him, and he squealed in surprise as the creature complied. Once Jiraiya was completely engulfed, Anko sent the snake away, confident they had him secured for the time being. As they left the hotel, Naruto noticed Jaken's unusual behavior, as he kept blushing and avoiding eye contact. Confused, Naruto confronted him, but Jaken insisted he was fine and walked away, leaving Naruto puzzled about his friend's reaction. 2 days later, Team Anko reported back to the Hokage, who listened with curiosity. Anko confirmed they had tracked down Jiraiya and captured him. To demonstrate, she summoned the boa, which promptly released a slimy Jiraiya, who was shivering and curled up in a ball. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at Anko, questioning the extent of their methods. Anko defended her actions, stating it was the only way to ensure Jiraiya's security. Naruto and Jaken supported her, insisting it was necessary. Hiruzen, smirking, thanked them for their swift work and granted them some time off. The team cheered, leaving the office in high spirits, while Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya with a knowing smile. After cleaning up, Jiraiya sat across from his smiling sensei, expressing his displeasure about the incident. Hiruzen reminded him that timely reporting could prevent such situations in the future, leaving Jiraiya to grumble in response. Jiraiya inquired about the latest developments. He reported that everything was proceeding as expected and that he was monitoring a particular group of men. When asked about the group's identity, he admitted he had no concrete information, only that they were secretive and operated in the shadows. He revealed that this group consisted of S-rank criminals and that Orochimaru had once been affiliated with them. Hiruzen expressed concern and urged Jiraiya to gather more information quickly. He also asked about a request he had made. Jiraiya explained that he had checked his usual sources but found no shinobi by the name of Midoshi. If she was working for Orochimaru, he was keeping it well hidden. Hiruzen pondered the implications, noting that Anko could still summon snakes, indicating that Midoshi deemed her worthy, but he questioned why. Hiruzen insisted that Jiraiya continue his investigation, sensing something unsettling about the child in question. Jiraiya agreed but then recalled something he had wanted to discuss. He asked when Hiruzen had taken on another student, referring to a blonde boy who had been using a bow kata that Jiraiya recognized as Hiruzen's own. Hiruzen revealed that the boy was Naruto, whom he had taken under his wing after a troubling incident when Naruto was 5. Jiraiya's interest peaked as he realized they were talking about Uzumaki Naruto. Hiruzen explained that Naruto had graduated from the academy 6.5 months prior, during which he had trained him to ensure he could manage his emotions and the burden of being the host for the Kyuubi. Jiraiya was taken aback, questioning how Hiruzen could have revealed such sensitive information to Naruto. Hiruzen defended his actions, explaining that Naruto had been cornered by hostile individuals and had inadvertently unleashed the Kyuubi's chakra in self-defense, resulting in a tragic outcome. He felt it was his duty to ensure Naruto received proper training, especially given the circumstances surrounding his godfather and aunt. Jiraiya acknowledged Hiruzen's point but felt a pang of guilt for not taking his responsibilities as a godfather more seriously. He resolved to change that. Meanwhile, Naruto was enjoying a day off with no specific plans. He considered pranking someone or pestering Anko-sensei for a new technique, deliberately avoiding the Hyugas, who were still upset about a previous prank. As he contemplated his options, he noticed Jiraiya approaching. Naruto greeted Jiraiya, who was taken aback by the nickname Naruto had given him. Naruto teased Jiraiya about the attention he received from women, prompting Jiraiya to inquire about Naruto's plans for the day. Naruto mentioned he intended to train and keep his skills sharp. Jiraiya agreed, placing money on a counter and then using a body flicker technique to transport them to one of Konoha's training grounds. Once there, Naruto struggled to regain his balance while Jiraiya smirked at him. Naruto expressed his frustration at not being warned about the sudden move. Jiraiya urged him to be quiet, indicating that they had guests nearby. Curious, Naruto followed Jiraiya's gaze to see 3 women splashing water on each other, which annoyed him as he questioned Jiraiya's intentions for bringing him there. Jiraiya explained he was there to teach Naruto a technique, which surprised Naruto given their previous encounter. Jiraiya admitted that he was impressed by Naruto and his friend's cleverness during their last interaction. Naruto agreed to learn the technique on the condition that Jiraiya would also teach it to his teammates, wanting them all to grow stronger together. Jiraiya readily agreed and summoned a scroll, mentioning that he had heard from Sarutobi-sensei that Naruto was capable of summoning creatures. He revealed that Lord Enma had allowed Naruto to keep his tattoo while also becoming a member of the Toad Summons. Naruto was thrilled at the prospect, realizing that he would be able to summon toads like the legendary 4th Hokage. After 2 days of travel, both teams arrived in the land of Fong, where they met with a representative of the daimyo to discuss their mission. The representative warned them that the local cartels would not allow them to reach the fire capital without resistance. They decided to rest for the night before continuing their journey, with the daimyo's representative arranging secure accommodations under false names. Once settled, Naruto and Yakumo seized the opportunity to speak with Lee, eager to catch up with their friend after their reunion. They pulled Lee aside for a private conversation, leaving him bewildered by their sudden intensity. They pressed him for details about his unusual attire and demeanor, eager to understand what had transpired during their time apart. Naruto looked at Lee with surprise, commenting on his new appearance. Yakumo interjected, asking if Lee's sensei had forced these changes upon him. Naruto then suggested checking for a genjutsu, but Lee reassured them that he was not under any illusion. He explained that Gai-sensei had shown him his path in life, one filled with youthfulness and clarity. Naruto, still processing the change, asked if this was Lee's own decision. Lee confirmed that his goal was to become a splendid ninja without relying on genjutsu or ninjutsu, declaring it his ninja way. This declaration made both Naruto and Yakumo a bit uneasy. Once they calmed down, Yakumo expressed her support for Lee's wish but suggested he consider changing his clothes. Lee excitedly asked if they wanted to enhance their youthfulness with Gai-sensei's suit of youth, but both quickly shook their heads. While Lee's enthusiasm was admirable, they knew it would lead to endless teasing from Jaken and especially Anko. Meanwhile, in another room, Tenten was checking her weapons while Neji meditated, and Jaken lounged on his bed. He noticed Tenten's impressive arsenal and made a teasing remark about her weapons, which she ignored, though her frustration was evident. Jaken smirked, knowing he was getting under her skin. He continued to provoke her, claiming he would have to cover for both teams due to her weapon-throwing skills. Tenten, feeling anger rise, resisted the urge to retaliate. Instead, she took a deep breath and confronted Jaken, dismissing his taunts and calling him a bitter little boy who couldn't accept that she was the top-ranked among them. She turned her back on him, returning to her task, while Jaken fumed in embarrassment. Neji observed the exchange with amusement, noting the score between Tenten and Jaken. Just then, the rest of their team entered the room. Anko noticed Jaken's irritation and, seeing Tenten smile, couldn't help but tease him further. Jaken snapped at her, but Tenten, Neji, and Anko laughed, leaving the others confused about the situation. Bando, a henchman, explained that they were dealing with two genin teams, one of which included a Hyuga and Madogai, the renowned green beast of Konoha. He expressed concern about the Hyuga's Byakugan, realizing it could detect their presence from afar. Confidently, he decided they would need to adjust their plans, believing they could still handle the genin teams. The teams were a day away from the fire capital, with Neji leading the way thanks to his Byakugan. As they entered a dense woodland area, Yakumo sensed something was off. Trained by her uncle and a member of the Kurama clan, she felt the presence of a genjutsu. Alerting Anko, she warned everyone of the potential ambush. Neji, confident in his abilities, insisted that his Byakugan could see through genjutsu. Yakumo explained that multiple layers of genjutsu could overwhelm a dojutsu. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, Anko ordered Naruto to use the technique they had practiced, instructing everyone to suppress their chakra. Naruto complied, unleashing a powerful wave of chakra that spread through the area. After the wave passed, Neji activated his Byakugan again and realized they were surrounded. The enemy, now aware they had been discovered, launched an attack. The ensuing battle was intense, but despite being outnumbered, the teams fought valiantly. Naruto incapacitated several foes, Jaken moved with impressive speed, Yakumo used her genjutsu to confuse opponents, Neji's Juken was effective against attackers, and Lee overwhelmed his enemies effortlessly. Tenten showcased her weapon skills with the precision of a seasoned warrior. As the enemy realized they were losing, many retreated in haste, leaving the genin team breathing heavily but victorious. Their jonin instructors looked on with pride at their accomplishments. Anko approached one of the attackers who had been subdued by Neji. She assessed him and decided he would do. Jaken restrained the man, and Guy swiftly hoisted him onto his shoulder before they disappeared in an instant. Bando, furious, hurled one of the injured henchmen against the wall with tremendous force, leaving him incapacitated. He glared at the remaining men, grabbing another henchman and lifting him off the ground. He demanded to know what had gone wrong with their ambush, expressing his frustration at the failure. The henchman stammered an explanation, revealing that the girl in the battle kimono had sensed their trap and that a spiky-haired boy had disrupted their chakra. Bando, enraged by the henchman's incompetence, eliminated him with a swift motion. He ordered the rest of his men to gather their weapons, declaring he would accompany them to ensure they did not fail again. Anko circled the man tied to a tree, her jacket off and a kunai in hand, wearing a mischievous smile that only deepened as she noticed the fear in his eyes. She presented him with two choices: he could cooperate and share what she wanted to know, or he could resist and make it entertaining for her. The man defiantly declared he would say nothing, prompting Anko to express her delight at his challenge, confident that he would eventually reveal the information she sought. Nearby, Tenten jumped at the sound of something being violently dispatched, surprised that Anko's team seemed unfazed, even annoyed. Jaken muttered about Anko's choice of location for her interrogation, while Naruto explained that their sensei was trying to engage them in her work. The argument escalated, with Yakumo defending herself against accusations of blame. Tenten interrupted, bewildered by their nonchalance in the face of such brutality. Jaken, in a teasing tone, suggested they were simply better ninjas, narrowly avoiding a kunai thrown by Tenten. Guy intervened, explaining Anko's impressive position within the interrogation and intelligence department. Anko soon returned, having cleaned her hands of blood, and commented on the ease of her previous task. The team looked at her with a mix of respect and fear as she flipped through a bingo book, searching for information on Bando, the arms dealer. Guy confirmed Bando's notoriety and the danger he posed, noting that he was responsible for many innocent deaths. Anko revealed that Bando was after them because of a scroll that could influence the fire daimyo's decisions regarding Kiba no Kuni. She laid out a picture of Bando for the team, prompting Jaken to comment on the man's imposing stature. Tenten inquired about their plan, and Naruto emphasized the need for caution, suggesting that a direct confrontation was unwise. Neji added that Bando would likely pursue them relentlessly if the reward was substantial. Yakumo proposed an ambush of their own, which intrigued Anko and Guy as she elaborated on her idea. They were impressed by her strategy, and Anko called for any objections, receiving none. They agreed to proceed with the plan. As dawn broke, the team prepared to move, eager to set off with the rising sun. Suddenly, a cannon fired, and a massive explosion rocked the camp, taking down Guy and Anko. Shadows filled the sky as Bando's men launched a surprise attack, overpowering the group and searching for the scroll while causing chaos. Bando entered the camp, amused by the sight of the furious blonde glaring at him. He demanded to know the scroll's location, threatening Naruto, who struggled to respond. Just as confusion spread among Bando's men, explosive notes hidden around the area detonated, creating a massive explosion visible for miles. The teams watched in awe as a mushroom cloud of black smoke rose into the sky. Jaken smirked at Tenten, teasing her about Anko's unpredictability. Tenten snapped back, urging him to focus. Anko rallied the group, instructing them to begin the next phase of their plan. Everyone nodded and dispersed in different directions, while Bando roared in frustration at the turn of events. He had survived their trap, and a few of his henchmen had as well. He ordered them to get ready to move. One of the henchmen protested, expressing his reluctance to pursue the enemy again. Another echoed his sentiments, stating that they had already lost too many men and would not sacrifice any more for the sake of a big payday. A chorus of defiance rose among the men, prompting Bando to growl in frustration and slam his fist into the disobedient henchmen. He threatened them, making it clear that they would either follow his orders or face dire consequences. Some of the defiant henchmen charged at him, believing they could overpower him. Bando easily held them off, leaping away and attaching cannons to his arm midair. Upon landing, he fired at the charging men, who fell before him. The survivors looked on in fear as Bando glared menacingly at them. With his authority re-established, he ordered them to find the enemy. They quickly dispersed to carry out his orders. Bando surveyed the area, his patience wearing thin. He vowed that those teams would pay for their defiance. Anko and Guy moved at a steady pace, creating the illusion of vulnerability for their pursuers. They managed to cut off and surround the bandits. The two jonin faced the bandits, weapons drawn, receiving hostile glares in return. One bandit demanded the scroll they possessed. Anko, with a playful tone, informed them that they had chosen the wrong group to threaten. Guy added that their students would soon deliver the scroll to the samurai. The bandits shouted for his comrades to attack, and they charged at Anko and Guy. Anko smiled mischievously, raising her hands toward the oncoming bandits. She unleashed her technique, and several snakes shot out, incapacitating the attackers. Anko deftly dodged a sword strike, landing on one bandit's shoulders before flipping back and slamming him down. She quickly retrieved two kunai, parrying attacks and countering with precision. Guy moved through the bandits with incredible speed, delivering powerful strikes that incapacitated anyone who dared to confront him. With shouts of his techniques, the bandits were swiftly dealt with, leaving them either unconscious or unable to fight. Anko expressed her disappointment at the lack of challenge, while Guy reminded her that they needed to check on their students. They took off at a faster pace. Meanwhile, Jaken, Tenten, and Yakumo continued their journey to the capital, adjusting their speed for Yakumo, who was still building her stamina. As they ran, they heard cries of distress from behind, realizing that a group of bandits was pursuing them. Suddenly, the noise ceased. Tenten asked if they thought the bandits had gotten the message. Jaken boasted that his traps would have taken care of any pursuers. Tenten dismissed his claim, pointing out that even an academy student could have seen through his trap. They exchanged barbs about their respective traps, with Jaken mocking Tenten's use of chains. Their playful argument escalated into a glaring match, while Yakumo sighed, imagining their future together. In another part of the forest, Naruto, Neji, and Lee moved in a single file, with Neji at the back to keep watch. When Neji detected a blast of chakra approaching, he warned the others to take cover. They dodged just in time as the blast tore through the trees. Bando appeared, firing his cannons at them as they evaded the onslaught. Lee decided to confront Bando, surprising him with his speed. He unleashed a powerful kick, but Bando appeared unfazed. As Bando prepared to retaliate, Naruto quickly substituted himself for Lee, allowing Lee to escape the attack. Neji seized the opportunity to strike Bando with a precise technique, but the man showed no signs of injury. Bando fired again, but Neji was already gone. Bando heard metal slicing through the air and turned to face the incoming kunai, which clanged harmlessly against his armor. He noticed the explosive tags but remained unconcerned. When the smoke cleared, he stood unharmed, a yellow glow emanating from him. Naruto recognized it as chakra armor, recalling that it was primarily used in the land of snow. He wondered how Bando had acquired such a powerful defense. Lee reminded them that Guy-sensei had mentioned Bando was a weapons dealer, prompting the trio to observe Bando as he searched for them. Naruto noticed something and smirked, asking Neji if he had any new jutsu. Neji replied that he had two but had not perfected them yet. Naruto encouraged him, saying there was no time like the present. He then turned to Lee, asking if he saw the wire. Lee nodded in affirmation. Naruto instructed that while he and Neji distracted their opponent, Lee needed to cut the wire, after which Neji would unleash his new attack. The two nodded and separated. Naruto was the first to act, throwing several kunai with explosive notes attached. He performed a series of hand seals and brought his hands together, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that propelled the kunai toward their target. The kunai struck the armor with a solid thud before exploding. When the smoke cleared, Bando remained standing tall, unfazed. Bando roared in response, threatening Naruto as he aimed his cannons. Neji ordered Naruto to get out of the way, and he complied. Bando fired his cannons, but Neji began to spin, creating a dome of spinning chakra that absorbed the blast and redirected it harmlessly away. Bando, infuriated, prepared to unleash a stronger attack, but was interrupted by Lee, who executed a swift kick to Bando's side. Bando was taken aback, realizing that his chakra armor had not diminished the impact as he expected. Naruto joined Lee, using his staff to deliver powerful strikes aimed at breaking through Bando's armor. Bando roared in frustration and attempted to knock both boys back, but they jumped away just in time. As he prepared to fire again, the sound of fizzling paper caught his attention. Realizing the danger, he cursed and ripped off his armor, discarding it just before it exploded. Furious, Bando turned to see Neji standing before him in a fighting stance, smirking confidently. Neji declared that Bando was within his range and unleashed a rapid series of strikes, hitting Bando with precision. The force of the 64 strikes pushed Bando back slightly. Enraged, he attempted to retaliate with a punch, but Neji ducked and leaped away. Bando aimed his cannons again, but his focus faltered in his rage. Naruto and Lee joined Neji, who was observing Bando intently with his Byakugan. The camp was in total chaos. The Konoha shinobi were uncertain about the identity of the attackers, but they were determined to show them that they had made a grave mistake. The genin did their best to assist, but they were mostly relegated to fighting from a distance. Only Team Anko and Team Guy were engaged in close combat, fighting with skill comparable to that of the Anbu, Jonin, and Chunin. Two of the attackers charged at the Hokage, but they were swiftly halted by the God of Shinobi, who had them firmly in his grasp. With a swift motion, he incapacitated them and dropped them to the ground, then turned to his soldiers. He ordered them not to eliminate all the attackers, as he wanted some for questioning. Hiruzen was determined to uncover the truth behind the chaos. Meanwhile, Naruto faced off against Midoshi. He fought fiercely, but Midoshi skillfully dodged his strikes with her staff. The two exchanged blows, countering each other's moves with agility. Midoshi blocked Naruto's move with her metal bracers, and he pushed her back against a tree. As she was pinned, he attempted to strike again, but she deflected his staff, causing it to smash into the tree. She struck at his hands, forcing him to release his weapon. Naruto ducked under her punch, kicked up the other end of his staff, and caught it again. Naruto then kicked her in the side and swung his staff, but Midoshi arced back to avoid the blow. She quickly straightened and lashed out with a spinning kick. Naruto ducked, but her sash sped toward his head, and he had no way to avoid it. Instead of being harmed, he exploded into smoke, leaving Midoshi confused. She felt something flying toward her and kicked it, sending it spinning back to Naruto, who caught it effortlessly. Dropping into his stance, Naruto prepared for Midoshi's next move. She analyzed him, noting the similarities between his staff style and that of the Sandaime Hokage. She wondered if he was one of his students, intrigued by the potential he displayed. Naruto, on the other hand, recognized her skill and realized that she had trained in the snake fist technique, making the fight more challenging than he anticipated. Midoshi suddenly asked if he would honor her request. When Naruto inquired about her intentions regarding his teammate, she casually stated that she simply wanted to know how the girl could turn dreams into reality. She urged him to be a gentleman and lead her to her. Naruto firmly replied that her technique was a Konoha secret and he could not introduce her. Frustrated, Midoshi declared that she would end their fight. She began to release her chakra, prompting Naruto to tense up. With a smirk, she vanished and reappeared, her knife hand move splitting his staff. Naruto managed to jump back, narrowly avoiding a serious hit but still receiving a minor injury. Midoshi observed her fingers, noting that her strike had been lethal. With a sinister grin, she declared that she would see how long he could last. She disappeared again, reappearing to catch Naruto in the jaw, then unleashed a flurry of strikes. Naruto recovered and leaped away to create distance, throwing 3 shuriken at her while performing hand seals. He called out the name of his technique, and the 3 shuriken multiplied into dozens. Midoshi was momentarily impressed as she faced a shower of steel. However, she quickly reappeared from behind a tree and began to strike at Naruto midair. Despite being overwhelmed, he managed to deactivate his last technique as they hit the ground, landing with Midoshi on top of him. With a smile, Midoshi prepared to finish the fight, pinning her hand back in a spear-like position. Just as she was about to strike, Naruto caught her wrist, surprising her. She noticed the darkening of his whiskers and the surge of his chakra. He yanked her forward, locking eyes with her, and then growled that it was his turn. He slammed his fist into her jaw, sending her flying into the air, where she came to a stop against a tree. Naruto moved toward her with incredible speed. Midoshi launched her fist at him, but it passed through his afterimage. Before she could react, he struck her from the side, sending her crashing to the ground. Quickly recovering, she sprang toward him, but he easily dodged her attack and countered. Midoshi managed to evade his counter and created some distance between them, performing hand seals. She called out her technique, summoning a river of earth that surged toward him. In response, Naruto unleashed his own technique, using the chakra of the Kyuubi to halt the flow of earth. They both paused, glaring at each other, breathing heavily and bruised. Midoshi, clearly annoyed, declared her next move, summoning a massive boa with scales that resembled iron. Naruto was not about to let her attack go unchallenged. He performed his own summoning technique, and a toad appeared, equally imposing, clad in battle armor and wielding a sickle. Midoshi was taken aback, impressed by his resourcefulness, and a grin spread across her face. As their summons prepared to charge, Midoshi's partner appeared beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. He insisted that they had to leave, stressing that the Hokage was on his way. Midoshi protested, wanting to continue the fight, but he reminded her that they had accomplished their goal and there was no time to waste. Reluctantly, she turned to Naruto, stating that this was not a forfeit and that they would finish their battle another day. With a few hand seals, she vanished, taking the snake and her partner with her. Naruto maintained his guard until he was certain they were gone. Once he was certain, he sent the toad back home and severed his connection with the Kyuubi. As he surveyed the area, the Hokage, accompanied by his guards and team, arrived. Naruto greeted them with a grin, though he soon succumbed to his injuries. 2 days later, Hiruzen sat with his advisors and ninja commanders, focusing on the man standing in the center. He instructed Ibiki to begin his report. Ibiki acknowledged the Hokage and explained that he had spoken with Uzumaki Naruto about the events from 2 days prior. Naruto had been on the verge of sleep when he noticed a shadow moving away from the camp. Curious, he investigated and encountered one of their men alongside 2 cloaked figures. Believing he would be spotted if he approached, he decided to inform his sensei instead. However, he was intercepted by Midoshi and had to engage her. Ibiki noted that she seemed particularly interested in the abilities of Anko's other student, Yakumo. Shikaku inquired about Midoshi, to which Hiruzen responded that she was a child of the same age as Naruto, yet highly skilled in the shinobi arts. During her team's first C-rank mission, she had outperformed Anko. It was known that she possessed power over those who had signed the snake contract. Hamura questioned whether Orochimaru was the holder of that power, to which Hiruzen replied that it seemed otherwise. The ANBU commander asked if Anko was still able to summon, and Hiruzen confirmed this, though the reason remained unclear. With no further questions, Hiruzen signaled for Ibiki to continue. Ibiki elaborated that Naruto had to use the Kyuubi's chakra to fight Midoshi. They both utilized the Kuchiyose no Jutsu and were preparing to attack when her partner arrived. She warned Naruto that their battle was not over before departing. Koharu suggested limiting missions for Team Anko that would take them outside the village, but Ibiki cautioned against this, noting that Anko could become troublesome if confined. Some Jonin commanders nodded in agreement, acknowledging the challenges of managing a restless Anko. Hamura expressed concern about Midoshi's interest in the Kurama heir, suggesting it would be unwise to expose her to potential capture. Hiruzen understood their concerns and had communicated them to Team Anko, who disagreed with being held back. They trusted Anko and her teammates to keep her safe, and Hiruzen believed it would be a mistake to restrict one of their best genin teams. He shifted his focus back to Ibiki, asking if they had identified the man involved. Ibiki confirmed that the man's name was Ishikawa, a chunin of little renown, identified through dental records. They had begun their investigation, checking records for any connections to Orochimaru. Hiruzen cautioned against relying solely on that information, stating that Orochimaru would not be so careless. Ibiki nodded, and Hiruzen concluded the meeting. Meanwhile, Midoshi relaxed in her personal hot spring at the home of the serpents, frustrated by her forced 3-day recuperation. Even the spring's healing properties did little to hasten her recovery. She gazed at the sky, replaying the fight in her mind. The boy had been skilled, yet she felt she should have been able to defeat him. The Kuchios no Jutsu was a high-level technique, and she recalled that the toads, enemies of the snakes, had only one summoner named Jiraiya. Did that mean he was Naruto's mentor? Then there was that chakra. It felt wild and primal. The intensity and strength were both frightening and oddly captivating. She found herself drawn to it, wanting to understand what it was. This curiosity was typical for her when something piqued her interest. Naruto and his power were intriguing, raising many questions with few answers, which only added to her frustration. She continued to soak in the water, letting her thoughts drift. She mused that Naruto had become quite interesting, far more so than his teammate. She was determined that their encounter was not over. She would uncover the answers she sought. Back in his apartment, Naruto groaned as he lay on the floor, exhausted from his team's rigorous training session. Anko was determined to prepare her team in case they encountered Midoshi again, and it was clear she was not pleased with the situation. She had informed them that they would undergo intense training for the foreseeable future. Fortunately, they completed missions in the morning to ensure they had funds, but Anko was relentless in her training methods. Despite the challenges, Naruto did not complain. He wanted to rely on his own strength rather than the Kyuubi's chakra. He managed to roll onto his back and stared at the ceiling, struggling to move as fatigue weighed him down. Just then, a familiar face appeared above him, Kakashi. Kakashi commented on how comfortable Naruto looked, prompting a grumbled response about his inability to move. Kakashi picked him up and placed him on the couch, where Naruto groaned and glared at him. He sighed, admitting that he didn't mind the training, as Anko was likely worried about Midoshi's interest in them. He expressed his determination to fight her using his own strength next time. Kakashi acknowledged this and placed a scroll on the coffee table, piquing Naruto's curiosity. When Naruto asked about it, Kakashi mentioned it would assist him in his quest before disappearing. Annoyed by his friend's cryptic attitude, Naruto forced himself into a sitting position and examined the scroll's title, Fuinjutsu, Seal Technique, for the Simple-Minded. He stared at it in silence for a moment before muttering that Kakashi had just made his list. 3 weeks of intense training passed before Anko finally eased up and allowed her team to take on another C-rank mission. They stood before the Hokage, ready for their next challenge. A woman stood in the room, adorned in an exquisite kimono that accentuated her beauty. She surveyed the team, her gaze lingering slightly on Jaken, a detail that did not escape Anko's notice. The team stood at attention, awaiting their orders. Hiruzen introduced her, stating that Tanaka Aiko, the daimyo of the land of Bean Jam, was requesting a team to guard her on her journey. Yakumo inquired if someone was after Aiko, to which she replied that her profession attracted unwanted attention. When Anko asked what that profession was, Aiko explained that she provided companionship and was a gift for the daimyo's son, who would soon come of age. Jaken frowned at this and tuned out the rest of the conversation, but Aiko remained unfazed. Aiko then asked when they could leave. Anko instructed the team to pack for at least 2 days and to meet at the gates within the hour, to which they all responded affirmatively. As Team Anko traveled toward the land of Bean Jam, they maintained a steady pace that would see them arrive in 2 days. Aiko walked in the center of Anko's diamond formation, with Anko at the back, Naruto to her left, Yakumo to her right, and Jaken leading the way. The journey was smooth, with no attacks so far. Aiko decided to engage them in conversation, asking what motivated them to become ninjas, noting the dangers of their lifestyle. Naruto enthusiastically responded that it was a cool lifestyle, standing for good in the world. Anko, however, interjected that the shinobi world was not as bright as Naruto suggested. Aiko asked if it was truly as dark as Anko claimed. Yakumo explained that they sometimes had to do things that others found disturbing, acknowledging that their hands were stained with blood. Naruto countered that such thoughts were depressing, but Anko reminded him that they had to be honest about their lives. Aiko observed their camaraderie and remarked on how close they seemed. Anko humorously claimed they viewed her as a cool aunt, while Naruto jokingly referred to her as a psychotic aunt. Jaken, however, remained silent, prompting Aiko to ask if he had anything to add. He darkly stated that they kill and die, leaving everyone confused by his abruptness. Yakumo attempted to shift the conversation back to Aiko, asking why she chose her current path. Aiko explained that her life was not by choice. Her father had sold her to pay off debts. Although she could have left that life behind, she had grown accustomed to it. Jaken scoffed at her response, suggesting that doing real work would be too hard for her. Anko swiftly reprimanded him, asserting that if he had nothing good to say, he should remain silent. Jaken rubbed his cheek, showing no remorse, and Anko instructed him to scout ahead. Apologizing for Jaken's behavior, Anko turned back to Aiko, who reassured her that Jaken's words were not the worst she had heard. Naruto and Yakumo exchanged glances, determined to understand Jaken's attitude better. Later, Team Anko began to set up camp. With their Tensuk Ted and Naruto sending clones to gather firewood, Aiko prepared her spot with Yakumo's assistance. Anko exchanged a knowing look with Naruto, who approached Jaken and challenged him to a sparring match, insisting he bring his Kuzurigama. Jaken initially declined, but after some teasing from Naruto, he reluctantly agreed, warning Naruto not to complain if he got hurt. The two found a clearing to train, and after a while, Naruto initiated a conversation, asking about Jaken's attitude toward Aiko. Jaken dodged Naruto's moves and responded defensively, insisting it was none of Naruto's business. However, Naruto pressed on, emphasizing their bond as teammates and the importance of sharing their burdens. Jaken's demeanor softened as he sighed and began to open up about his father, revealing that he had always been told he was unwanted, left on his father's doorstep by a mother who did not want him. The revelation hung in the air, deepening the understanding between them. He would always call her derogatory names and curse her for leaving him on his doorstep. Jaken shared his experience with Naruto, expressing that he understood the pain of hearing such things repeatedly. Naruto could relate, as he had been called a demon on occasion, though it had lessened over time. Jaken continued, stating that while he didn't hate the woman, he had a strong dislike for those in that profession and wouldn't speak highly of them. He sighed and looked at his teammate, offering to apologize and keep his opinions to himself if it would help everyone feel better. Naruto accepted this as the best outcome and got back into his stance, ready to finish their spar. Jaken scoffed and prepared for another round. Meanwhile, Yakumo released the genjutsu she had used to conceal herself and Aiko. She noticed Aiko's sad expression as the woman silently walked back to the camp. Once Aiko was gone, Anko appeared beside her student, giving a knowing look to Aiko's departure. She affectionately patted her student's head, and together they made their way back to the camp. Midoshi wandered the surface, aware that people gave her a wide berth due to her reputation. She was focused on her preparations for the upcoming chunin exams in Konoha, knowing that Orochimaru had plans for his former village during that time. Although she found the concept of ranks ridiculous, she understood the need for a team to assist her. Orochimaru had provided her with some names, and she selected 3 that would align with her plans. Hiruzen had witnessed many amusing moments in his time, including a memorable incident with Jiraiya at a hot spring. However, nothing compared to the sight before him now. Anko was tiredly delivering her report, yawning after every few words, seemingly indifferent to her leader's presence. Her team mirrored her fatigue. Yakumo struggled to stay awake, while Jaken and Naruto were dozing off, with Jaken snoring and Naruto resting his head against Anko's thigh, which didn't seem to bother her at all. Hiruzen found it amusing as he half-listened to Anko while reviewing her team's records. He understood their exhaustion after 2 C-rank missions upgraded to B-rank, along with a B-rank mission and numerous D-rank tasks. They certainly deserved a break. Anko concluded her report, and Hiruzen decided that the team had earned a vacation. Instantly, the members perked up, with Jaken expressing his excitement over the prospect of a break. Hiruzen confirmed that they had been working tirelessly and that their performance had been commendable. They deserved at least a month off, but when he received no response, he looked up to find they had already left, prompting a frustrated sigh from him at their antics. Anko had taken her team to a local bar, where they sat in a booth waiting for their food. She ordered a bottle of sake and poured it into 4 saucers, placing one in front of each team member. The team exchanged glances, unsure about the drink. Yakumo voiced her concern, but Anko dismissed it, stating that they were celebrating their 8 months as a team. Despite the ups and downs, they had grown closer, and she insisted they would only have one drink. The team nodded and downed their drinks, coughing as the liquid burned their throats. Just then, their food arrived, and as they ate, Anko caught their attention. She reminded them that even with a month off, they should continue to improve their skills. She wanted each of them, including herself, to develop at least 2 new techniques. Naruto asked if that included her, to which Anko confidently agreed, claiming that leading by example was what made her so cool. The team remained silent on that point. Anko then suggested another round of drinks, and they agreed, unaware of the mischievous grin on her face. The next day, Yakumo found herself half off her bed, her hair a mess and looking worse for wear. She groaned, clutching her head, and fell out of bed with a thud. After a moment, she managed to stand, albeit unsteadily, and made her way out of her room. She noticed some of her clansmen snickering but shrugged it off. Entering the kitchen, she found her uncle and parents. Unkai couldn't help but chuckle at her state, prompting a glare from Uroko, who expressed her frustration with Anko's lack of responsibility. Yakumo groaned, admitting her head hurt, to which Murakumo explained that it was a hangover. Confused, Yakumo took a glass of a strange liquid from Unkai, grimacing at the taste. Unkai assured her it was a hangover cure and that she would soon remember what had happened the night before. Uroko commanded Yakumo never to drink again, questioning if this was the behavior she wanted to model for her future sibling. Yakumo, now fully aware, asked about the sibling, and Uroko covered her mouth as Murakumo and Unkai chuckled. Murakumo approached his daughter, asking how she would feel about being an older sister. Yakumo suddenly beamed with joy and embraced her father. Despite the memory loss from the previous night, she couldn't help but feel happy. Naruto took a sip of the coffee that Hiruzen had given him. Asuma and Tashiko were in the kitchen with them. Hiruzen shook his head with a smile, as did Asuma and Tashiko. Tashiko asked if Naruto really thought he was intelligent enough not to trust Anko. Naruto admitted he had made a mistake and should have been more cautious after that 3rd cup of sake. Asuma chuckled, recalling how angry Kakashi had been and asked how Naruto had managed to get his mask. Naruto groaned, admitting he couldn't remember but was glad he did it. He added that he had put Kakashi on his list. Tashiko hoped he had learned something from the experience, noting that the drink was no fun. Naruto agreed, finding the events amusing, and wondered if the ANBU would eventually forgive them for the prank they pulled. Hiruzen reassured him that they would likely be forgiven in time. He then turned serious, asking if Naruto was sure he wanted to gain better control of the Kyuubi's chakra. Hiruzen acknowledged Naruto's determination to train harder after his battle with Midoshi but wanted to ensure it was the right path. Naruto expressed his belief that the Yondaime had placed the fox inside him for a reason and felt he should harness its power in case that reason arose. Hiruzen, though hesitant, understood, knowing Minato never acted without purpose. While not disagreeing with Naruto's request, Hiruzen insisted on having Jiraiya assist him, as he understood the seal better. Naruto groaned at the thought, having little respect for Ero Sennin despite the Toad contract. However, he reluctantly agreed. Hiruzen then suggested they train together again, curious about Naruto's progress. Naruto cheered loudly but quickly calmed himself, clutching his head in pain, which made Asuma and Hiruzen laugh. Anko lounged on her couch, sipping coffee while reading a copy of Ika Ika. Dressed in a blue shirt and red shorts, she was pulled from her reading by a knock at the door. She stood and slowly made her way to the door, grabbing a bat from her closet and peering through the peephole. The owner of the restaurant was baffled by his waiter's incompetence. How could he not notice the situation unfolding before him? The table was littered with 10 large bottles of sake, and the women and 3 teenagers were clearly under the influence, giggling at nothing. Sighing, he realized he needed new help and was shocked that the woman allowed the kids to drink so much. A tipsy Anko was laughing at nonsensical jokes, having intended to drink just enough to enjoy her team's antics. However, the allure of the sake proved too strong, and she found herself just as intoxicated. Suddenly an idea struck her. She suggested they do something fun that night. Naruto excitedly slammed his hand on the table, proposing they prank the village. Jaken cheered in agreement, and Anko rallied her team. They paid for their meal and drinks before rushing out the door, leaving the restaurant staff and customers stunned. One customer wondered if they should alert the Hokage, but another insisted it was safer to stay put, having heard what the group planned. The restaurant owner decided to keep the doors locked and the shades drawn, feeling sympathy for those outside but unwilling to be caught in the chaos that was about to unfold. Kakashi was walking along, engrossed in his book, unaware of the mischief brewing. As he approached his apartment, he sensed something was off but saw nothing unusual. Suddenly, Anko, now wearing her old clothes, called out to him with a coy smile, asking about his plans for the night. Kakashi mentioned he intended to catch up on his reading, but Anko, feeling bored and tipsy, suggested they have some fun. She playfully offered to let him keep his mask on. Kakashi hesitated, knowing Anko's reputation, but her demeanor made his decision clear. Just as he was about to respond, a wave of sleepiness washed over him, and he dropped to one knee, confused. He looked up to see two Ankos and her two male companions before losing consciousness. The Anko in her original clothing transformed to reveal Yakumo. Anko praised her student for the successful distraction and suggested they remove Kakashi's mask. They were surprised by how good he looked without it, and Anko smiled widely, thinking about the fun they could have with him. Jaken suggested taking a picture, and Naruto obliged, pocketing the camera afterward. Anko picked up Kakashi's book, recognizing it as Aika Aika, and curious about its contents, decided to keep it for a while. Jaken remarked that it seemed dull to leave Kakashi as he was, and Naruto insisted they weren't done yet, instructing Jaken to help carry Kakashi to their destination. Kakashi groaned as he sat up, bewildered by his surroundings and confused about why he was shirtless. He looked forward to see several grinning women and a cheerful team led by Anko, with Naruto holding his mask. That's when he noticed the banner that read, "The Hatake Kakashi Fan Club." Anko wished Kakashi a good time before leaving with her team. Kakashi observed as the women locked the door and windows, sighing in annoyance as they pounced on him. Shikamaru was lying on the grass near his house, gazing at the clouds. He felt a bit irritated as his mother lectured him about being serious now that he was a genin. He sighed, muttering to himself about how troublesome it was, and decided to leave the house. After a while of cloud watching, he chose to check on the deer. As he began to stand, he heard the sound of several deer running. He waited, and soon the deer came rushing out, heading into the village. He noticed 4 people riding the deer. The young genin assessed the situation and walked back into the house. Minutes later, he and his father dashed out, narrowly dodging a frying pan that had been thrown at them. The deer caused chaos as they stampeded through the village. People jumped out of the way, and some had their belongings knocked over. Members of the Nara clan and Enbyu chased after the deer. However, this was merely a distraction as a team of pranksters prepared to launch their attack against the village's elite. They were targeting some members of the Special Assassination and Tactical Squad. The ANBU team, Falcon, was on guard duty for Elder Koho. They surrounded her as they walked along the path to the village entrance, returning from a visit to a neighboring village. Upon entering, they were suddenly doused with an olive-colored liquid. Confused and worried that they had been hit with a poison, the leader, a woman with purple hair, caught a familiar scent. She took another sniff and her eyes widened in realization. The liquid was dissolving their uniforms. As their clothes fell away, the ANBU members and the Nara clan looked at the ground in shock, attempting to cover themselves as best they could. The woman was flushed with anger and embarrassment. Anko's name escaped her lips in a furious roar. Ibiki entered his office to retrieve something he had forgotten. Upon entering, he heard a fizzing sound and looked around for its source. He found it just in time to see the fuse reach its end. Quickly, he performed a substitution just as his office was showered with paint. When he re-entered, he was met with the sight of his papers and documents covered in colorful splatters. He was fuming until a paint-splattered subordinate approached him. "Sir, Anko and her team have set paint bombs all over the building. Our files are ruined," the woman reported. Just then, an ANBU member appeared, their mask and armor splattered with red, yellow, and blue paint. "Where is she, Ibiki? Your friend's little prank has gone too far. 3 of our bases were hit with paint bombs," the commander shouted. Ibiki was now seething with fury, ready to gather several men for a good old-fashioned witch hunt. Team Anko stood on a roof 3 buildings away from the Hyuga clan, armed with pink paint. Anko, with a drunken slur, expressed how this had been the best night of her life and hoped it would never end. However, a voice interrupted their revelry. They turned to see Hiruzen standing behind them. In a moment of panic, Naruto exclaimed for everyone to scatter. They barely took a step before being tackled by several jonin and chunin. Hiruzen was eager to hear what had transpired. Hiruzen listened as Koharu ranted loudly about the actions of Team Anko, who were giggling at her fury. She was not the only one upset. 3 NBU commanders and Ibiki were equally angry, and Team Falcon had to be restrained from retaliating against Anko. Hiruzen could tell they were intoxicated, but he needed to confirm just how inebriated they were and why Naruto, Yakumo, and Jaken were in such a state. There was a knock at the door, and he called for the person to enter. Kakashi walked in with a shop owner. Upon seeing Kakashi, Anko gave him a drunken grin and asked if he still wanted to have a little fun. Kakashi glared at her before turning to Hiruzen. "Okasama, this man has something to say," Kakashi stated. Hiruzen focused his attention on the shop owner. "Okasama, Miss Anko brought her team to my restaurant and ordered sake. We were unaware she was giving it to her students. By the time we realized it, they had consumed 10 bottles worth of sake," the owner explained. Hiruzen then looked at Anko. "Okay, I was playing a little prank on my students. I just wanted to see their drunk faces. In my defense, it was Naruto's idea to prank the village," Anko said cheerfully. "Thanks for selling me out," Naruto mumbled. Hiruzen sighed as Koharu launched into another rant, this time directed at Anko, who simply smiled back at her. "Hey, I don't feel so good," Yakumo said before she suddenly became ill. The rest of the team looked at her with concern, while Naruto had one pressing question. "Did you eat out of my bowl of ramen?" Hiruzen pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling too old for this chaos. Naruto sat across from his sensei in her apartment. His clones gently placed her on the couch. She was reluctant to go to the hospital and asked him to get her friend Hana. He waited with Anko's other friend, Yugao, who seemed still annoyed about their pranks from 3 days ago. Noticing his concern, Yugao decided to reassure him. She told him he didn't need to worry, as she had forgiven him, his comrades, and his sensei, but advised him not to drink any more. He assured her that they had all agreed to never drink again. "Spoil sport," Anko muttered as there was a knock at the door. Yugao answered it, and Hana entered the apartment, looking at her friend with a smirk. She then looked at Yugao. Hana asked if it was kind of rough. Yugao replied that it paled in comparison to what she deserved. Naruto joked about how Jaken and Yakumo were out of the village and would give anything to see her like this. Anko threatened that when they met up after their vacation, she and the other 2 would be hers. Hana smirked and began to wrap bandages around Anko's arms, noting that there were not many bruises this time, suggesting that Anko was getting the hang of the dancing leaf style. Yugao commented that he had chosen a style that would suit her, indicating that while she would learn the basics, she was still far from mastering it. Hana noticed Anko's hair was a bit damp and asked if she had gotten wet. Anko ranted about Kakashi, believing he was laughing at her expense after she had returned his book unfinished. Confused, Hana listened as Naruto explained that Kakashi had been teaching Anko a water release technique, but she had frozen up, resulting in Kakashi hitting her with a wave of water. Hana commented that it sounded like Kakashi's teaching methods, suggesting it might be his way of showing interest in her. Anko was surprised by this thought. Yugao added that Kakashi was not a child, and Naruto remained silent, knowing Kakashi's reputation as a cool yet perverted ninja who might indeed be attracted to Anko. Yakumo made her way to the location where one of her clansmen had directed her. Her uncle, Ankai, wished to speak with her, and she felt a bit worried since he was always concerned about the Edo sealed within her. Even during training, he took extra precautions, which made her curious about the importance of this meeting during their vacation. She found him meditating near a creek and sat next to him. Ankai turned to face her and apologized for making her uncomfortable with his training. Yakumo reassured him that she understood his concerns about the Edo, which had nearly harmed her parents, and that he cared for the clan's well-being. Ankai expressed relief at her understanding and explained that her training would become more intense when they returned to Konoha. He emphasized that she was now 16 and needed to learn the ways of the clan, improving her mental, physical, and political skills for when she took over as heiress. Yakumo nodded, knowing this was true, as her father, the current head of the clan, was not a shinobi and was only holding the position until she was ready. Yakumo asked what the training would consist of, and Ankai explained that her father would show her the inner workings of the clan while he would help her enhance her mental abilities and gain more control over the Edo. Concerned, Yakumo asked about her place on Team Anko. Ankai reassured her that Anko was okay with her learning these things and would still be with them, helping her physically. He mentioned that Anko welcomed his assistance with her mental training to further her skills in genjutsu, which made Yakumo exclaim in surprise that she didn't care what Anko wanted and that it was the only time she would do that. Ankai laughed at his niece's pout. Meanwhile, a wild boar kept its nose to the ground, sniffing for food, blissfully unaware of the two waiting for it to pass. Once it came into view, they quickly pounced, using their kunai with precision to take it down instantly. The elder of the two lifted the boar onto his shoulder, and the teenager followed him back to the campsite. The man turned to the teen and asked about his relationship with Tenten. Jaken insisted there was nothing between them, claiming she didn't like him and he found her mildly entertaining. The man suggested that Jaken might be attracted to her, noting that he was 16 and should start looking at attractive girls. Jaken muttered dismissively as they reached their campsite and dropped the boar. He then faced the man, commenting on how young he looked for an old man. The man revealed that he was only 27 and introduced himself as Yoshitsun, stating that was all Jaken would get. He asked how Jaken was enjoying the trip, to which Jaken replied that it was nice to be out of the village for a while, especially since the others were busy elsewhere. Yoshitsun inquired if Jaken had grown attached to his teammates. Jaken admitted they weren't as bad as he had thought, having been through a lot together and knowing each other's secrets. When Yoshitsun asked about Naruto's burden, Jaken explained that Naruto had shared it when he turned 13. He expressed frustration over how Naruto had been treated, noting that despite having once tried to harm him, he now understood Naruto was keeping the Kyuubi at bay and deserved respect. Yoshitsun remarked that people often fear what they don't understand, and it was good that Jaken didn't share that mindset. He ruffled Jaken's hair, which annoyed him, and then told him it was time to start skinning the boar. Jaken mumbled something before pulling out a kunai and walking toward the boar. Naruto made his way to find Jiraiya, enjoying his time with his former sensei. He had learned a great deal from Sarutobi sensei, particularly about combining jutsus with the shadow clone technique and a new staff kata. After a good week, he searched for his other sensei, knowing the old man was back in the village. He headed to the one place in Konoha where he expected to find him, and as he thought, the pervert was once again spying on the females. Naruto couldn't believe that this man was one of the legendary 3 ninja. After having his fun, he decided to make his move. He threw a rock with a note attached over the fence of the women's side of the baths. Moments later, Jiraiya cried out and rubbed his eye furiously. Naruto smirked as he approached him. Naruto watched as Jiraiya took him to a secluded location where no one would sense the use of the Kyuubi's chakra. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, who was waiting expectantly. He explained that his sensei had informed him about Naruto's request and expressed his approval of Naruto's desire to master the chakra of the Yondaime, who had his reasons for wanting Naruto to do so. Curious, Naruto asked how they would proceed. Jiraiya informed him that they would need to meet the Kyuubi, urging Naruto to gain access to more of its chakra, which would be necessary for summoning one of the giant toads. Naruto, appearing bored, inquired if he should start meditating. Jiraiya suggested a faster method. He touched Naruto's forehead, and suddenly, Naruto found himself flying through the air, his momentum halting over a vast ravine. As he began to fall, he realized the gravity of his situation. Desperately trying to find a way out, he attempted to use his chakra, but the walls were too slippery. The sensation of impending doom enveloped him. In that moment, everything turned white. Naruto found himself in a sewer, questioning if this was the afterlife until he sensed a massive chakra presence. Following it, he arrived at 2 enormous gates held shut by a small paper tag. Suddenly, Two red eyes and sharp fangs appeared. The deep voice welcomed him, revealing itself as the Kyuubi. Naruto recognized the voice and expressed his realization. The Kyuubi was pleased that Naruto remembered him and questioned why he should grant Naruto access to his chakra, noting that he would gain his freedom upon Naruto's death. Naruto countered, explaining that he had researched his seal with Sarutobi Sensei and understood that their lives were intertwined. The Kyuubi acknowledged Naruto's growth since that fateful night and expressed admiration for his intelligence. However, Naruto remained cautious, questioning the Kyuubi's sudden civility. The Kyuubi insisted that his reasons were his own and warned Naruto not to come closer, threatening him with a display of power. The ground beneath Naruto glowed red, ensnaring him tightly. Despite his struggles, he could not break free. The Kyuubi reassured him that he was not ready to perish yet, offering this experience as a gift to help Naruto complete his task. The Kyuubi urged him to remember this feeling when he summoned it, hinting at their future encounters. Naruto's eyes shot open as he felt a surge of chakra. He quickly performed the seals for the summoning technique, and a massive cloud of smoke erupted. Jiraiya observed from above, realizing that Naruto had succeeded in accessing more chakra from the Kyuubi. However, he decided to leave the area, not wanting to be present when Naruto emerged. After a brief moment, a giant red toad appeared with Naruto riding on its back. The force of the landing shook the ground, reverberating all the way to Konoha. The toad lowered its head, allowing Naruto to jump off. They searched the area but found no trace of Jiraiya. Naruto growled, suspecting that Jiraiya had fled. The toad agreed, stating that he would deal with Jiraiya later. Naruto expressed his gratitude to Gamabunta for the assistance, to which the toad replied that it was no trouble, as many had spoken highly of Naruto. Gamabunta then set off in a random direction, and Naruto wished him well before several chunin appeared, including Iruka. Naruto greeted Iruka, who was surprised to see him and asked if that had been Gamabunta. Naruto proudly confirmed that he had just learned how to summon him, leaving Iruka in shock and wonder about what Naruto and his teammates had been up to. Meanwhile, Jiraiya stood before Hiruzen, Hamura, and Koharu, who did not look pleased with him. Koharu scolded him for his recklessness, while Hamura added that Jiraiya was fortunate Naruto had managed to summon Gamabunta in time. Hiruzen expressed his disappointment in Jiraiya's judgment. Jiraiya defended his actions, insisting that he would never let Naruto die and that it was essential for him to learn how to use the Kyuubi's chakra. Hiruzen countered that there had to be a better way, emphasizing that throwing Naruto down a ravine was not the right approach. He warned that Naruto would need to be extra cautious when facing the Kyuubi within his mind. Jiraiya joked that it would teach Naruto about trust. Hamura pointed out Jiraiya's lack of seriousness, to which Jiraiya responded that he was indeed taking it seriously, as Naruto now had more access to the Kyuubi's chakra. He excused himself, claiming he had research to do, but as he opened the door, he was unexpectedly struck in the face. As he covered his face, he was kicked in the gut, falling to the ground in pain. He caught a glimpse of a very angry Anko before she began to unleash her frustration on him, ranting about how she would not tolerate anyone endangering her students. The beating continued for a while, with the Hokage and elders watching silently, refraining from intervening. They couldn't have thought of a better punishment. Naruto and Jaken arrived at the training grounds of Team Guy, and Jaken was not pleased. Naruto had warned him against starting any arguments, and while he wasn't particularly concerned about Tenten, he was worried about the reason for their visit. It didn't make sense to give their eccentric sensei a weapon to use against them, regardless of her skills. As they approached, they saw Lee shadowboxing, Tenten practicing her aim on some targets, and Neji focusing on his Byakugan. Neji was the first to notice their presence. "Jaken, Naruto, what brings your youthful selves here today?" Lee asked, his excitement evident. Jaken questioned Lee's constant enthusiasm, but before he could get an answer, Naruto spoke up. They were there to see Tenten and wanted to check out her sword collection. Tenten, happy to oblige, pulled out a scroll, unrolled it, and smeared her blood over the symbols. Dozens of swords materialized, standing upright on the ground. "May I ask why you wanted to see them?" Tenten inquired. Our blonde friend wants to give our unpredictable sensei a sword since she has taken up the blade, Jaken explained. Naruto acknowledged the craziness of the idea but argued that Tenten's skills were improving, and perhaps the gesture would earn them some leniency. Jaken shot him a skeptical look, prompting Naruto to suggest they just admire her collection. They examined the swords, but nothing seemed to fit Anko's style until Jaken noticed a particular blade. He picked it up, observing its slight wobble. "What about this sword?" Jaken asked, and Naruto nodded in agreement. "It definitely has Anko's vibe," Naruto said, turning to Tenten. "What's this sword called?" "I think it's called a jiang. The blade is thin yet sharp, and it bends, allowing you to catch opponents around corners. It's not very common here. It's mostly made in the east, beyond the land of water. I know someone in the village who can craft one like it." "That'll be great." "Thanks a lot, Tenten," Naruto replied. "At least she's good at something," Jaken muttered, loud enough for Tenten to hear. "You got something to say?" she challenged, her tone sharp. Naruto sighed, sensing the brewing conflict. Jaken, with a smirk, claimed he was merely acknowledging Tenten's weapon knowledge as an asset to the village. "Don't play dumb. You're just jealous because I'm better than you," Tenten retorted. Jaken shot back, boasting about how he had caught up to her skills after being out of the academy for over a year. He dismissed her abilities, claiming she could only throw weapons and hope for a hit. "You know what? I have half a mind to shove a kunai right up your," Tenten began, her frustration evident. "I'd like to see you try," Jaken snapped back, and their argument escalated. Neji, Lee, and Naruto watched with interest, knowing better than to intervene. When the tension reached its peak, Naruto decided to intervene. With a shout, he performed the summoning technique, and suddenly, Jaken found himself pinned to the ground, while Tenten was suspended in the air by the toad's tongue. "What are you doing, Pipsqueak?" Jaken gasped. "Let me go, Naruto," Tenten shouted. Naruto insisted they needed to calm down, suggesting a competition instead of continuing their argument. He proposed a challenge where they would navigate an obstacle course with various targets, and the winner would be crowned the king or queen of weapons. Both Jaken and Tenten reluctantly agreed. The throwdown was set for 3 days later. As the day approached, Jaken and Tenten warmed up while Naruto and Lee prepared shuriken holsters for them. Irika, Anko, Guy, and a few others were present. Irika explained the rules of the contest, detailing how each contestant would run through the course, hitting both still and moving targets, with points awarded based on accuracy. "Do you understand?" Irika asked, and both nodded, receiving their belts with pouches. "Tenten is up first," Irika announced. "Hope you choke," Jaken teased. "Bite me," Tenten shot back, getting into position. "Go!" Irika shouted, and Tenten sprinted forward. She quickly threw 3 shuriken, hitting all her targets. She continued with precision, launching shuriken at both stationary and moving targets, demonstrating her skill. As she neared the end of the course, she carefully navigated around innocents before hitting the button to signal the end of her run. Breathing heavily, she accepted a bottle of water while the judges tallied her impressive score. Next up was Jaken, who stood at the starting line, ready to prove himself. "Go!" Irika called, and Jaken dashed off, launching shuriken with rapid-fire accuracy. He triggered the wire, sending discs into the air, which he swiftly shot down. However, he struggled to grab more shuriken as he ran, slowing his pace slightly. In the final stretch, Jaken focused intently, ensuring his shots were precise and aimed only at the designated targets. After hitting the button to finish, he dropped to his knees, exhausted from the challenging run. Naruto handed him a bottle of water while the judges examined the targets, eager to see who would emerge victorious. They tallied up their scores and faced the 2 competitors. Irika announced that Tenten had achieved a perfect score of 3,000 points, while Jaken scored 2995, missing the mark by just 2 degrees on one of the flying discs. Jaken groaned, but Tenten cheered in celebration. The 2 faced each other, and Jaken sighed before extending his hand. He acknowledged her skill, admitting that she was the queen of weapons. Tenten suggested they both be considered rulers since he had only lost by a small margin. Jaken accepted this with a smile, and they shook hands, putting their rivalry behind them. Anko chimed in with a teasing remark about them kissing, which earned Jaken a glare. The group laughed as they left the academy grounds. As they walked, Jaken couldn't help but notice Tenten's determination and focus. Naruto decided to spend his last days of vacation causing mischief and bringing his protege along for the fun, knowing he would be his successor. It wasn't difficult to get Konohamaru out of class. While gathering supplies, Naruto spotted something amusing and asked Konohamaru to wait while he observed the scene. He watched a pink-haired girl chasing after Tora, the cat, who skillfully evaded her grasp. Two boys attempted to catch Tora with a net, but the cat easily escaped, leaving them frustrated. Kakashi appeared and commented that Naruto could have helped his team, but Naruto smirked and pointed out that Tora seemed to prefer him and his friends. He decided not to intervene, wanting to enjoy his vacation. Kakashi left as they heard a female scream, indicating that the cat had been caught. Naruto returned to Konohamaru, ready to continue their prank. The two hid in a training field near the Hokage monument after successfully pranking members of the Yamanaka clan. They managed to escape but were later chased by Irika and several other chunin. Naruto cleverly used shadow clones to slip away and took Konohamaru to his training grounds. There, Konohamaru rubbed his head in frustration while Naruto laughed at him. Konohamaru insisted it wasn't funny, but Naruto encouraged him to practice, explaining that repetition was essential for improvement. They began training in a staff form until the sun began to set. Meanwhile, Tenten was enjoying her month off from training with Guy and Lee. On her way to buy new weapons, she noticed Jaken sitting at a table, looking frustrated as he glared at a notepad. Curious, she approached him and leaned in, startling him. Jaken glared at her as she laughed at his reaction. He expressed his annoyance, but Tenten found it too amusing to resist. After helping him up, they sat across from each other. Jaken noticed her change of clothes and commented on it. Tenten defended her choice, stating they were comfortable. She then asked what was bothering him, and Jaken revealed he was struggling to write a letter to a woman they had protected in the past. He felt overwhelmed and unsure of what to say. Tenten suggested that perhaps he had made an impression on her, and they discussed her profession. Jaken explained she provided company to wealthy men, opting for a more polite description. Tenten read the letter Jaken had received and smiled, encouraging him to simply share what he had been up to and wish her well. She helped him draft the letter, guiding him through the process and ensuring he didn't include anything inappropriate. It turned out to be an interesting day for both of them. Yakumo let out a tired sigh as she was released by her father for the day. After her family's vacation, she had thrown herself into clan duties and training. The responsibilities were overwhelming, from learning rules and regulations to managing finances. Her uncle Ankai was particularly demanding, pushing her harder than ever now that the initial fear had subsided. He used various genjutsu that she had to counter, while also increasing her physical exercises. He taught her new jutsu and how to wield a tanto. Her greatest achievement was gaining a deeper connection to the Edo's power. Whenever she tapped into that power, she experienced a ghostly image in her mind. She groaned at the thought of her training later that day. Her uncle had warned her that they would be pushing hard. She couldn't wait for the week to end, especially since she was missing Anko's training. Entering her room, she picked up her flute and made her way to the garden where she often played. She settled on her favorite rock, composed herself, and began to play. This time alone was precious to her. It allowed her to relax and forget about clan responsibilities and training. As she played, an audience began to gather, enjoying her music as much as she enjoyed performing for them. Meanwhile, Anko decided to soak up the sun. Dressed in a red two-piece, she climbed to the roof of her apartment building. She set up her chair, placed a small cooler to her side, and opened her copy of Ika Ika. After applying sun lotion to protect her skin, she put on her shades and began reading. As she read, she wondered what her students were up to. Knowing her vacation was nearly over, she decided to check on them. She found Naruto with the Sandaime's grandson, refining their staff techniques. She spotted Jaken walking toward the gate, having just handed a letter to a courier. Visiting Yakumo at her clan's home, she saw her in an intense genjutsu spar with her uncle, her flowing hair and glowing aura impressive to behold. Anko felt proud that they were all improving their skills. Anko herself had not been slacking off during her vacation. She had spent most of her time training with Yugao and Kakashi, learning 5 new jutsu and making progress in her kenjutsu. Her students would be in for a surprise when they reunited. She was eager to use the new jutsu Kakashi had shown her. Recently, she found herself thinking about Kakashi more often, which worried her. Without his mask, he was undeniably attractive. They shared interests, like Aika and teasing their students, and had spent time together outside of training. This closeness was unusual for her. Most men only sought one thing from her. Some she allowed to get close, only to be disappointed. Kakashi, however, was different. He was flirtatious, but when they talked, he truly listened. There had even been moments when she caught herself daydreaming about him. She quickly pushed those thoughts aside. She was Mitarashi Anko, after all, and no man in the village could tame her. Suddenly, she heard a loud thud, like flesh colliding with flesh. Looking up from her book, she saw 2 men tumble to the ground below. With a grin, she returned to her reading. The week passed, and Team Anko's vacation came to an end. Each member woke up and prepared for their team meeting, making their way to Training Ground 44. They arrived and stood at attention as Anko faced them with a smile. She expressed her hope that they were well rested and ready to resume their training. Before diving into the day's activities, Jaken pushed Naruto forward, indicating he had something to present. Anko noticed the discomfort on Yakumo and Jaken's faces as Naruto held out a case. He explained that it was a gift for her, though he hesitated due to her reputation. Anko raised an eyebrow and opened the case, revealing a beautiful sword and its sheath. She swung it a few times, impressed by its balance and craftsmanship. Looking at the sword with affection, she decided to name it Doku Venom. Noticing her team's curious expressions, she defended her choice, insisting it was a lovely name. She thanked them profusely for the thoughtful gift. Jaken suggested they go on a mission instead of sparring, to which Anko playfully countered that they should be grateful she wasn't testing her new blade on them. She then adopted a serious demeanor, reminding them they were to demonstrate what they had learned during their vacation. Naruto stepped forward first, ready to show his skills. He charged at Anko, summoning 2 clones and pulling out his staff to attack. Anko dodged his strikes with some difficulty, recognizing the new staff technique he was employing. As one clone approached from her left, it formed the snake, seal and called out an earth release technique, transforming the ground into mud that swept Anko away. Quickly regaining her balance, she prepared for the next 2 attacks. The first clone unleashed an earth release technique, while the second combined fire with the mud projectile. Anko swiftly performed seals and slammed her hands on the ground, raising an earth-style wall to shield herself from the fire barrage. She then pulled out 2 shuriken attached to wires, throwing them at the clones and ensnaring them. Surrounded by flames, she unleashed a fire release technique that surged forward, crashing into the clones. As the fire dissipated, Anko felt a sudden impact at the back of her knees. Naruto had thrown a punch, but to his surprise, his fist became stuck as Anko transformed into mud. She reappeared behind him, smiling as she playfully remarked that he had come very close before bringing her entwined fists down on him. Anko was taken by surprise when Naruto transformed into mud. A shadow loomed over her, and she looked up, cursing as a large blue toad landed on her. Below, Naruto found only mud, and that was when things took a strange turn. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Anko called out a technique. Naruto was sent flying back toward his teammates, leaving Yakumo and Jaken in disbelief at their sensei's antics. Anko laughed heartily, remarking on how amusing it was and how she needed to thank Kakashi for the technique. Jaken shook his head, expressing that he wouldn't wish such a fate on his enemies. Yakumo felt sympathy for Naruto, who rubbed his backside and glared at Anko with fierce determination, vowing that he would make her and Kakashi pay for this humiliation. Anko, amused, noted Naruto's growth in skills, particularly his use of the Earth Release Shadow Clone technique and the Toad transformation she had heard about from Irika. Ignoring Naruto's threats, Anko urged them to continue, turning her attention to Jaken. He stepped forward, readying his Kuzurigama for an attack. Anko smiled at Jaken's eagerness, teasing him about what awaited him if he lost. Jaken, undeterred, launched the ball end of his weapon at Anko, who narrowly dodged as it punched through a tree. The two engaged in a brief but intense battle, exchanging blows with their weapons. Anko flipped onto the side of a tree and performed hand seals, unleashing a fireball attack. Jaken reacted quickly, using his technique to create a blade of air that sliced through the fireball. As the fireball exploded harmlessly on either side of him, he realized Anko had vanished. Remembering what had happened to Naruto, he leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding Anko's hands that were reaching up from the ground. He threw a kunai at her hands, but she quickly pulled them back. Once on solid ground, Jaken began to whip his chain around, channeling chakra through it. His teammates watched with concern as he stood still, preparing for the next move. Suddenly, Anko appeared behind him, but Jaken was ready. He called out his technique, ensnaring Anko in the chain and flinging her into a tree. He quickly performed hand seals and unleashed a wave of lightning through the metal chain, striking Anko. She cried out, slumping over, but Jaken's victory was short-lived as Anko reformed, ready for another round. With a playful grin, Anko unleashed her technique, sending Jaken flying through the air and into the treetops. She noted to herself that it was quite a distance, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Jaken, still determined, vowed to get back at her. Anko then turned her attention to Yakumo, who was preparing for her turn. Yakumo, feeling the pressure, decided to go all out. Anko watched as Yakumo tapped into her power, impressed by her confidence. Yakumo cast a dark illusion, warning her teammates to stay still to avoid being attacked. She summoned shadow wolves that snarled and charged at Anko. Anko met the wolves head-on, dodging and countering their attacks, but was surprised when they reformed after being struck. Determined, Anko unleashed a water technique to sweep the wolves away, but they vanished into the shadows. Realizing the situation was escalating, Anko decided to end the spar. She threw something into the air, which exploded in a bright light, dispelling the illusion and blinding Yakumo. In the chaos, Anko playfully poked Yakumo, who quickly retreated, frustrated by her sensei's antics. Yakumo expressed her annoyance, but Anko merely laughed, teasing Naruto about his prankster reputation. After her team lined up in front of her, Anko spoke seriously about their progress, expressing her satisfaction with their new techniques and tactics. She announced that they would engage in team exercises and fun missions, even hinting at pranking the rookies. With renewed enthusiasm, the team responded eagerly, ready to get back to work. Team Anko was on their way back from a border patrol mission, a consequence for the team after the genin had their revenge for a previous incident a month ago. It was amusing to Anko as she continued her quest to retrieve the photos from Yugao and Kurenai. She had gone a bit too far, chasing her team through the village on her pet summons. Hiruzen believed it would be better for both the village and himself if they were out of sight for a while. Anko looked at her students and smiled, pleased with their quick return to teamwork. They had developed new formations, and she had even taught them the temporary paralysis technique to catch their targets. They were easily handling D-rank missions and still pushing her in training. With the upcoming chunin exams, she was confident her team would be ready to excel. As they made their way back to Konoha, Naruto suddenly sensed something was amiss. He called for a stop and gazed toward the northeast. Anko appeared beside him, curious about his unease. He expressed that he felt a strong killing intent coming from that direction. Anko turned to where he was looking and acknowledged the faint aura of danger. "That's in the direction of the border between the land of wind and the land of fire," Anko murmured. She addressed her team, instructing them to prepare for stealth. They nodded and set off toward the border. A bandit, bloodied and missing an arm, was desperately fleeing. He needed to cross the border to escape a terrifying threat. Though it felt cowardly to abandon his companions, he was determined to survive. Upon crossing the border, he sighed in relief, believing he was safe. But then he was suddenly encased in sand. As he struggled, he caught sight of the beast's lifeless eyes, realizing his fate was sealed. The monster's sand shielded him from a flurry of kunai and shuriken. Just then, a young girl pulled him to safety, and he watched as two boys confronted a red-haired ninja. In a moment of panic, he shouted for them to flee, warning them of the monster's deadly intent before losing consciousness. Naruto and Jaken heard his warning but could not retreat as the red-haired ninja attacked. They countered but struggled against the sand. Naruto exchanged a determined glance with Jaken and formed a hand sign. The members of Team Anko had just been released by their sensei and were now sitting at a tea shop near Jaken's home, enjoying dango and green tea. Yakumo inquired about how they would get back at their sensei. Jaken jokingly suggested that Yakumo, being the prank master, should come up with something. Naruto then revealed a plan that made his teammates pale with fear. Jaken and Yakumo exchanged incredulous looks, warning him of the dire consequences if they went through with it. Despite their fears, the desire for revenge was strong. Yakumo reluctantly agreed, and Jaken followed suit, ready to see what Naruto had in mind. Meanwhile, Anko groaned, nursing a splitting headache. She had no recollection of how much she had drunk the night before, only remembering being invited to a bar with Kurenai and Yugao. As she reached for aspirin, she noticed a warm body beside her and realized she was naked. Not entirely surprised, she pulled back the covers to find a familiar face in her bed, leaving her in shock. Just then, she spotted Yugao and Kurenai, both smiling, with Yugao holding a camera, ready to capture the moment. Anko's scream echoed through the air, and the team, now having lunch at the Kurama compound, felt the tension rise. They knew Anko would be furious, and Naruto speculated that it would take her only moments to confront Guy, Kurenai, and Yugao. Yakumo reassured them that Anko wouldn't attack the clan compound, no matter how angry she was, hoping that the others had managed to escape. Suddenly, something crashed through the wall, and dust settled to reveal Anko standing on Mai's head, her expression one of pure rage. She declared her intent to make them pay for their mischief, and the team wasted no time fleeing. Anko and Mai pursued them through the village, causing chaos as they ran. Buildings were damaged, and the streets became hazardous. Anko shouted for them to stop and face their fate, but Jaken defiantly retorted. Naruto urged his teammates to keep running, and they continued their frantic escape. It took several jonin and chunin 2 hours to finally subdue Anko and her pet, only for her to break free and chase after her students once again. Hiruzen decided to send them away for a month before he lost whatever pieces of hair he had left. Team Anko moved swiftly through the trees, traveling light to reach their destination quickly. Their urgency stemmed from a meeting they had 2 hours prior. In the flashback, Team Anko stood before the Hokage with their packs, having been called off a D-rank mission. They awaited the situation as Hiruzen faced them with a serious expression. He explained that a day ago he received a message from Team Kakashi, who were on a C-rank mission to protect a bridge builder in the Land of Waves. However, the situation had changed drastically. They had been ambushed by the Demon Brothers, and while they had dealt with them, new information had surfaced. The client, Tazuna, had lied about the mission parameters. Hiruzen revealed that Tazuna was being hunted by Gato, a businessman intent on stopping him from completing a bridge that would connect the Land of Waves with the mainland. Due to the potential danger posed by Gato, the mission was upgraded to a B rank. Jaken suggested that it should be elevated to an A rank, citing the Demon Brothers' connections with the infamous Momochi Zabuza. Anko confirmed this, and Hiruzen ordered them to assist Team Kakashi in protecting the bridge builder, instructing them to leave immediately. In the present, Anko turned her head slightly to face her teammates, stating that they were about a day from the shore and would not stop for passage to Nami. They would rest, rebuild their chakra, and run across. Her teammates acknowledged her orders. It took about a day and a half to reach Nami. Team Anko moved stealthily into the land, searching for any trace of Team Kakashi. Anko expected to have caught up with them by now. After searching for a while, the smell of battle caught Anko's attention. They approached the location silently and found what appeared to be a battleground. Anko remarked on the intensity of the battle and ordered her team to spread out and look for a trail. Jaken noticed a deep slice in one of the trees and reported that it looked like they had encountered Zabuza, as the gash could only have been made by a large sword. Naruto added that the ground was soggy, indicating that they had been battling near the lake. Anko instructed them to follow the trail, and as they did, they found blood on a tree and 4 kunai on the ground. Anko picked one up and recognized it as one of theirs, suggesting that Kakashi had won the fight, but she wondered where the body was. Yakumo then pointed out some footprints and a drag mark, indicating the direction they had taken. Anko ordered them to move quickly, erasing their tracks as they went. They arrived at a house by the lake, and Anko felt uneasy due to the lack of security. She saw no one guarding the place and worried they might have arrived too late. After signaling her team, they approached the house from different angles. Yakumo peered inside and was surprised to see Kakashi's team sitting idly. She communicated the situation to Anko using sign language. Anko was taken aback by the lackadaisical attitude of Kakashi's students. She let out a low whistle, summoning her team to her side. When she knocked on the door, it was carelessly opened by the female member of Team Kakashi, who appeared confused and unarmed. Anko sighed, realizing this mission was going to be challenging. Yakumo examined Kakashi's unconscious form, applying her knowledge of first aid. Using the mystical palm technique, she managed to stabilize him, noting that he had a mild case of chakra exhaustion and would be out for 5 days. She mentioned that he should wake up soon. Anko expressed her desire to have a few choice words with him and instructed Yakumo to gather information about their encounter with Zabuza, sensing that they had not seen the last of him. Anko made her way to the living room, where only her team and Kakashi's team were present. She inquired about the family, learning that they had gone to bed and that Naruto had secured the windows and entry points. Jaken reported that they had found 2 old animal trails while setting up and that a clone would be sent in the morning to investigate. Anko turned to Yakumo, asking what she had learned. Yakumo confirmed that Zabuza was still alive, surprising Team Kakashi. After Sai had freed Kakashi from Zabuza, Kakashi had used his Sharingan to defeat him, but a hunter ninja had appeared, seemingly killing Zabuza and taking his body away. Anko sighed and turned to Kakashi's team, asking what the hunter ninja had used. Sakura explained that the hunter ninja had used sunban needles to strike Zabuza in the neck, and Kakashi had confirmed his death. Anko noted that while she also used senban, hers were poisoned, and a skilled user could either kill or incapacitate someone. This indicated that Zabuza's ally might possess some medical knowledge as well, giving them about a week before Zabuza might strike again. She pondered for a moment before outlining their next steps. Suddenly, Sasuke interrupted, questioning why Anko was in charge. Anko, taken aback, asked for clarification. Jaken and Naruto quickly moved to avoid the brewing conflict, while Sasuke asserted that this was their mission and that Anko's team was only there to support them. Sasuke expressed his disapproval of Anko giving orders before Kakashi woke up, adopting a tone that suggested superiority. Anko raised an eyebrow at him, and in an instant he found himself on the ground, a sharp sting on his cheek. Anko clarified her position, reminding him of her rank as a jonin. Sasuke acknowledged this, but Anko swiftly backhanded him again, this time on the other cheek. Sakura protested, insisting that Anko shouldn't treat Sasuke that way, but she too felt a sudden sting and ended up sitting on the ground, holding her cheek. Sasuke, ready to confront Anko, was quickly silenced when she punched him on the head. As he hit the ground, Anko placed her foot firmly on his head. Anko declared that until Kakashi was fully recovered, Sasuke would follow her orders without question. She made it clear that he was not her superior and warned him against speaking to her disrespectfully again. Sasuke muttered his compliance, and Anko assigned the watch duties, instructing him and Naruto to take the first shift. Afterward, Sakura and Yakumo would take their turn, followed by the last watch with the pale ghost and Jaken. With that, she released her foot from his head, and Sasuke stormed out, followed silently by Naruto. The remaining genin settled in, preparing for their shifts. Kakashi awoke to the sight of a wooden ceiling. Turning his head, he noticed Anko sitting nearby, engrossed in her book. He remarked on the Hokage's decision to send her, considering it fortunate. Anko, however, countered that her team was far more capable than his. Kakashi observed her demeanor and noted her irritation, pointing out her crossed legs and the twitch of her foot. Anko confirmed her anger, expressing her belief that he should have returned to Konoha, as his team was not ready for such a dangerous mission. Kakashi explained that he hoped the experience would foster trust and teamwork among them, but Anko's expression indicated otherwise. She criticized Sasuke's attitude and dismissed Sakura as a mere fangirl, while expressing suspicion about the quiet member of their team. Kakashi revealed that he was affiliated with Danzo's group, which Anko took as a sign that he might be reliable. They discussed the need for her to prepare his team to face Zabuza again, confirming that he was indeed alive. Kakashi asked if she could help them improve their chakra control, prompting Anko to question how long he had been training his team. When he mentioned a month and a half, she sighed and launched herself at him. Descending from upstairs, Anko faced her team, who looked puzzled. Jaken inquired about the noise, suggesting it sounded like Kakashi was in trouble. Anko dismissed the concern, instructing the members of Team Kakashi to see Kakashi and then return to her for Zabuza preparation. She turned to Naruto, asking if he had checked the animal trails the previous night. He reported that one trail led to a cave and the village, while another led to the bridge. Anko assigned him to guard Tazuna closely, emphasizing that he needed to stay with him at all times. Yakumo was tasked with reconnaissance in the village, while Jaken would assist Anko in training the others. Jaken questioned why he had to help with training, to which Anko retorted that she wouldn't do it alone just because Kakashi was unwilling to train his own genin. She insisted on her methods, despite Yakumo's concerns about their effectiveness. Anko was determined that her team would either grow stronger or face the consequences. She urged Kakashi's team to move upstairs, and Naruto reminded Jaken to ensure Anko didn't go too far with her training. As they prepared to leave, Tazuna asked Naruto if his sensei was crazy. Naruto clarified that while she might be intense, he wouldn't label her as crazy, describing her as psychotic and bloodthirsty instead. Tazuna remained quiet for the rest of their journey to the bridge. Later, as darkness fell, Anko returned with Team Kakashi, all three genin looking worn and dirty. Inside, they found Naruto, Yakumo, and Kakashi with Tazuna's family. Anko noted Kakashi's crutches and questioned how he managed to get out of bed. Kakashi greeted her with a smile, inquiring about her day. Anko, irritated, chastised him for accepting a mission with such an unprepared team, noting that they had struggled after only an hour of real training, particularly criticizing Sakura's performance. Kakashi attempted to reassure her that he had plans to train them eventually, but Anko remained unconvinced, insisting he continue teaching them the tree climbing exercise. Especially with her, as her chakra reserves were quite limited, Anko noted. Kakashi acknowledged this and kept it in mind. Anko joined the others at the table to enjoy dinner. After dinner, Team Anko and Team Kakashi gathered for a meeting in Kakashi's room. Kakashi began by outlining their strategy regarding Zabuza. He explained that he would prepare his team for Zabuza's anticipated return, likely accompanied by his accomplice. Team Anko would be responsible for guarding Tazuna. Anko inquired about Yakumo's findings from her day in town. Yakumo reported that the villagers were too intimidated by Gato to offer any assistance. His operations were based at the docks, away from the village, and he had numerous thugs patrolling the area. Yakumo had managed to evade two who had tried to follow her, emphasizing how Gato had crushed the village's spirit. Jaken asked what their next steps would be. Naruto suggested they could eliminate the source of the problem. Anko pointed out that Gato would likely have someone ready to take over his operations, making assassination impractical. After a moment of silence, Yakumo proposed an intriguing idea. What if they could manipulate Zabuza into turning against Gato? She recalled a prank involving Naruto that had led others to believe Anko was with Gai-sensei, which made the boys smirk and caused Anko to growl in annoyance. Yakumo elaborated that Zabuza, known for his ruthless reputation, might be the type to back out of deals if he felt betrayed. Anko acknowledged that it was a clever idea. Kakashi agreed, noting that if they succeeded, Tazuna would be safe to complete the bridge, and Zabuza would have to move on. Sakura, confused, asked what they were discussing. Anko dismissed her, asserting that the plan was for her team to handle. Sasuke protested, demanding to know why they were being excluded. Anko retorted that her team was battle-tested and capable of completing the mission without distractions. Sasuke growled but remained silent, and Anko asked if there was anything else to discuss. Kakashi decided to let them proceed with their planning. Once Team Anko left the room, Kakashi turned to his team, warning them that they were fortunate Anko hadn't reprimanded Sasuke further. Sasuke expressed his frustration about being sidelined, insisting that as an Uchiha, he could contribute. Sai mockingly pointed out Sasuke's inability to climb a tree without assistance, prompting Sakura to defend him. Outside, Team Anko gathered a few feet away from the house. Anko explained their plan to create discord between Zabuza and Gato. Jaken suggested spreading rumors about Kiri's elite hunters searching for Zabuza. Naruto proposed using his clones to impersonate the Kiri hunters, which would lend credibility to the rumors. Anko cautioned that Gato might react violently, but Jaken suggested they could deploy multiple teams to distract him. Anko approved the plan, instructing Naruto to prepare for the chakra expenditure. She then directed Jaken and Yakumo to blend in with the villagers and spread the rumors, while she would lead the operation with Naruto as her backup. Later, Anko stood guard over Tazuna, admiring the impressive bridge under construction. She mused that it would take considerable effort to destroy it. Noticing some men watching her, she playfully winked, causing two of them to collide. Tazuna expressed his annoyance, to which Anko cheekily responded, teasing him about his own wandering eyes. Tazuna inquired about Naruto, noting his usefulness in their plans. Anko explained that he was on a mission, but they were hopeful that their strategy would alleviate Tazuna's troubles with Gato. Tazuna expressed skepticism about their chances against Gato, but Anko reassured him, stating that they would expose Gato's cowardice and change the village's fate. 2 days later, their plan was in full swing. Jaken and Yakumo seamlessly integrated into the town's population, while Naruto deployed his clones disguised as Kiri hunters. The rumors spread quickly, reaching Gato, who became increasingly anxious at the thought of attracting the attention of the feared Kiri elite. He instructed his thugs to steer clear of the Kirinin and discover the source of the rumor. The thugs complied, using their strength to intimidate everyone they encountered. They were led to Jaken, who was pretending to be an orphan eager to join Gato's crew. They took him to see the boss, covering his head with a bag. However, Jaken absorbed everything through smell, sound, and touch, creating a mental map of their route. When they removed the bag, Jaken found himself face to face with Gato. Gato questioned whether this kid was the source of the rumor. The thug confirmed that they had interrogated everyone, and all signs pointed to Jaken, who had been seen talking with the Kiri shinobi. Gato then turned his attention to Jaken, demanding to know what the Kiri shinobi wanted. Jaken, maintaining his composure, stated that while he was an orphan, he understood the value of information and insisted on being compensated. Gato pressed him for details, and Jaken explained that he only knew that the Kiri shinobi had been tipped off about a missing nin from their village, mentioning a man with a large sword. He had claimed ignorance about anyone fitting that description, but the shinobi had promised a reward for any useful information, indicating their determination to find this individual. Gato inquired about the number of shinobi present, and Jaken estimated that at least 3 teams were patrolling the area. Frustration gripped Gato as he realized that if those teams discovered he had hired Zabuza, it would mean his end. He looked at Jaken and tossed him a roll of Ryo, offering more if he could re-establish contact with the shinobi. As he wrote something on a piece of paper, he told Jaken that delivering it would grant him entry into his organization. Jaken eagerly agreed, and Gato signaled for his men to take the boy away. One of his men asked if he intended to set the shinobi up, to which Gato replied that he planned to trade Zabuza's life instead, deeming his fee too high. He resolved to deal with Tazuna and his bridge through other means, expressing his disdain for the shinobi's unreliability. Yakumo wandered through the village, carrying 2 bags of groceries. She soon sensed she was being followed again and glanced back to see the same goons from before. Frustrated, she quickened her pace, and the goons matched her speed. In a moment of panic, Yakumo dashed into an alley, waiting for them to pass while drawing a small blade. When the goons arrived, they found only the abandoned bags of groceries and soon gave up the search. Once the coast was clear, 2 heads emerged from a dumpster. Yakumo recognized her savior, who greeted her with a smile. The 2 teens later washed themselves in the river. As Yakumo wrung out her hair, She glanced at her savior, initially mistaking him for a girl due to his delicate features, though his Adam's apple revealed his true gender. She found him somewhat cute in a feminine way, particularly admiring his hair. She expressed her gratitude for his help, mentioning that she had been followed frequently. He assured her it was no trouble, stating he couldn't let someone as cute as her be bothered by those men. Yakumo smiled, feeling a blush creep onto her cheeks, and introduced herself. He responded with his name, Haku, and she thanked him again for his chivalry, which made him bow playfully, causing her to giggle. As she prepared to leave, Haku offered to walk her home, but she declined, explaining that she wasn't supposed to be out due to her mother's worries about the Kiri ninja. Haku, curious about her mention of the Kiri ninja, asked for more details. Yakumo explained that there were several shinobi with the Kirigakure symbol on their masks, roaming the area. Haku maintained a neutral expression while absorbing this information and thanked her, promising to inform his father. They parted ways, and once Yakumo was out of sight, Haku vanished using the body flicker technique, needing to relay this information to Zabuza immediately. In a foggy, forested area chosen by Anko for a meeting, she prepared to observe Gato's movements. The location provided excellent cover, allowing Naruto to monitor Gato's approach and any potential ambushes. Anko, disguised in the standard Kiri Oinin uniform, stood ready alongside several clones of Naruto, all in similar attire. They waited for an hour and a half until Gato arrived, flanked by two swordsmen who had their hands on their blades, though Anko remained unfazed. As Gato stepped forward, he addressed Anko, surprised to learn she was the leader of the teams operating in his territory. He underestimated her due to her gender, but Anko dismissed his assumptions, confirming her role and implying that they were aware of his dealings. She presented a contract to Gato, who paled at the sight of it. Anko made it clear that they were aware of his hiring of Zabuza and demanded the location of the missing nin, insisting he hand him over immediately. Gato expressed his frustration, insisting that he had invested a significant amount of money in the services he had contracted and would not allow himself to be cheated. Anko, however, countered his concerns with a pointed remark about the involvement of Kirigakure no Sato, suggesting that the bridge had not yet been connected to the mainland. She warned him that they ruled the seas, and if he didn't want any unfortunate incidents to befall certain ships, such as the Yamato, he should be more open to negotiations. Gato swallowed hard at the mention of the Yamato, a ship he owned that was involved in illegal activities. The thought of losing it was a heavy blow. After a moment of contemplation, he begrudgingly agreed to Anko's terms, stating that she could have the person in question, as he had cost too much. Anko handed him a piece of paper, instructing him to ensure that the individual reached a specific location, after which they would take care of the rest. With a swift motion, she vanished, leaving Gato unsatisfied but relieved to be rid of Zabuza and his companion. He rubbed his cast as he departed with his men. Once they were gone, a masked figure emerged, observing Gato's retreat before following the Oinin. Anko and Naruto returned to Tezuna's house, where Anko stretched her muscles and dispelled the transformation technique. She inquired if Naruto had noticed anyone watching them. Naruto, having dispelled his clones and the transformation as well, mentioned that someone had entered the field, skillfully using the mist to remain hidden. Anko concluded that it must be the Oinin that Kakashi's team had warned them about and hoped their plan would succeed. Unbeknownst to them, the Oinin was indeed watching, and after learning of their intentions, he decided to inform his master that Konoha had sent reinforcements and was setting a trap. However, before he could escape, darkness enveloped him. As Anko and Naruto approached the house, they heard a thud. The door opened to reveal Yakumo and Jaken, both armed and alert. Anko demanded to know what was happening. Yakumo explained that someone had triggered one of her genjutsu traps and that there was indeed someone outside. Anko nodded, signaling her team to spread out and investigate the source of the noise. They soon discovered a body the Oinin Kakashi had mentioned. Anko checked for signs of life and confirmed he was still breathing. When Naruto removed the mask from the Oinin's face, Yakumo gasped at the revelation. Anko turned to her, asking if she recognized him. Yakumo confirmed that it was Haku. Both teams gathered around the table, their captives still unconscious. They debated what to do next. Sasuke suggested they eliminate him, but Jaken mocked him, reminding him of his previous encounter with Zabuza and the potential consequences of killing someone so important to him. Sasuke glared at Jaken, who remained unfazed. Naruto proposed that instead of killing Haku, they could use him to inform Zabuza of his betrayal, although he acknowledged the risk that Haku might reveal their operation as a trick. Sakura interjected, defending Sasuke, while Jaken urged her to lower her voice. Anko intervened, demanding silence. She agreed with Naruto's assessment, noting that their plan had succeeded and that Haku was aware of Gado's betrayal. They needed to persuade him to help them. Kakashi suggested using his Sharingan, but Anko refused, citing his lack of full strength. She then noticed Yakumo staring intently at Haku and asked if she had something to contribute. Yakumo requested the opportunity to speak with Haku, expressing her belief that he did not possess the heart of a cold-blooded killer. She recalled feeling a gentle aura from him during their previous encounter and was convinced she could persuade him to assist them. Anko smiled at her student and granted permission to use the room upstairs, instructing Jaken to escort Haku there. Taking a deep breath, Yakumo dispelled the genjutsu holding Haku captive. As he regained consciousness, he quickly assessed his surroundings, realizing he was tied up in a room. Spotting Yakumo, he took a moment to collect himself before meeting her gaze. They exchanged smiles, and Haku remarked on his surprise at discovering she was a shinobi, commenting on her seemingly delicate appearance. Yakumo returned the compliment, recalling how gentle he had seemed when they first met, expressing disbelief that someone like him could be associated with Zabuza. Haku explained that life in Kirigakure was very different from that in Konohagakure, where people like him were often despised for their abilities. He shared the painful truth of having killed his father due to his unique skills and how Zabuza had given him purpose, vowing to protect him at all costs. Yakumo listened intently, recognizing the sincerity in his words. She admitted that while she could not fully understand his experiences, she had been given a second chance in life, forming strong friendships and reconnecting with her family. After a moment of silence, Yakumo asked what she could do to convince him to help them. As Team Kakashi and Team Anko prepared for a confrontation, Zabuza stood calmly beside Haku, chuckling at the sight of them, which left the two jonin puzzled. The Burakumamba no Konoha, known as Konoha's Black Mamba, had gained a reputation. Zabuza acknowledged that the team must have been the reason for Gado's betrayal. He remarked that while it was a clever plan, Kiri Oinen typically did not operate in large groups. Kakashi inquired about Zabuza's presence, to which Zabuza replied that he wanted to meet the team that had turned his ally against him. The way he referred to Haku as a tool unsettled Yakumo, who interjected, asserting that Haku was not a tool but a person with feelings, deserving of respect. Zabuza acknowledged her words but insisted that he was no longer their enemy and had taken his payment, so they need not worry about him. Anko asked if he had come merely to announce his departure. Zabuza clarified that he had pushed Haku toward them because he found him untrustworthy and no longer useful. He suggested that Haku might be of use to them since he was no longer of value to him. Yakumo was furious, expressing her outrage at Zabuza's treatment of Haku, who had done everything asked of him, even sacrificing for Zabuza's ambitions. Zabuza regarded her with narrowed eyes, while Anko positioned herself protectively in front of Yakumo. Zabuza dismissed their anger, telling them to take Haku with them, as he had clearly formed a bond with Yakumo. As Zabuza began to leave, Haku called out, apologizing for his perceived failure and expressing gratitude for the time spent at Zabuza's side. Zabuza turned slightly, advising Haku to live for himself and create his own life in Konoha before vanishing into the mist. The tension dissipated, and the group relaxed. Yakumo approached Haku, acknowledging that he might blame her for the situation. Haku reassured her that he did not hold her responsible, recognizing the changes in their circumstances after dealing with Gado. He expressed a desire to accompany them back to Konoha. Anko playfully suggested that they should allow him to join them, teasing about Yakumo's feelings for Haku. The two teens blushed, while Naruto and Jaken joined in the teasing, singing a playful rhyme that made Yakumo blush even more. Their laughter faded as they noticed the serious expression on Yakumo's face, prompting her to chase after her teammates. Later, Team Kakashi and Team Anko, along with Haku, stood with the villagers at the newly completed bridge. They admired its beauty as the villagers exchanged farewells and good wishes. Naruto asked Tazuna what he would name the bridge, but Tazuna admitted he had not decided yet. Anko suggested naming it after herself, but Jaken humorously countered that Psycho Beach Bridge was not a flattering name. Inari suggested that the bridge should be named in honor of those who had restored their hope. Naruto proposed dedicating it to their first hero, Kaiza. Tazuna considered the idea and, after a moment of reflection, decided on the Kaiza Memorial Bridge, a name that resonated with the villagers. They expressed their approval, and Naruto saluted the group as the teams began their journey home, waving back at the village. Unbeknownst to them, Zabuza observed from a distance, silently wishing Haku well as he walked alongside the Konoha teams. As the teams traveled another day away from Konoha, they enjoyed each other's company in separate groups. Anko was playfully draped over Kakashi's back, reading his book together. Meanwhile, Naruto, Jaken, Haku, Yakumo, and Sai shared laughter and conversation, with Yakumo still blushing from the earlier teasing about her feelings for Haku. In another part of the group, Sakura attempted to gain Sasuke's attention, but he remained focused on Team Anko, feeling frustrated that they had interfered with his mission. He believed he had lost his chance to activate his Sharingan and resented their lack of respect. Determined to prove himself, he approached them, narrowing his eyes at Naruto, who felt a wave of nervousness. Naruto asked if he could help Sasuke, but Sasuke demanded a fight. Surprised, Naruto looked to his team and Sensei for guidance. Anko, sensing the tension, stepped forward and encouraged Naruto to accept the challenge, ready for whatever was to come. Anko proposed turning their encounter into a taijutsu spar, suggesting they could even make a bet. Kakashi inquired about the stakes, and Anko outlined the terms. If her boy won, Kakashi would take her to dinner and complete 5 D-rank missions of her choosing. If Kakashi's boy won, she would model something from Aika Aika. Kakashi agreed, clarifying that it would be a taijutsu spar with no weapons or jutsu involved. Both boys nodded and prepared to spar, while the others stepped back to give them space. After a brief moment of stretching, Kakashi stood between them and announced that the first to score 3 points would be declared the winner. He checked with Naruto, who nodded, and then with Sasuke, who also nodded. With a loud declaration to begin, the match commenced. Sasuke aimed a quick jab at Naruto, but Naruto skillfully blocked it and countered with a jab to Sasuke's side. Sasuke winced and stepped back, earning Naruto the first point. Kakashi's team cheered, while Sakura voiced her discontent. Sasuke rubbed his side, glaring at Naruto, who prepared for the next round. As soon as Kakashi signaled, Sasuke tried to knock Naruto down, but Naruto dodged with impressive agility. Noticing Sasuke's overreach, Naruto retaliated with a spinning elbow to Sasuke's chest, sending him to the ground. Kakashi called out another point for Naruto. Sakura protested, but Jaken dismissed her concerns, pointing out that Sasuke should be able to take a hit. Sasuke, now breathing heavily and visibly frustrated, got back on his feet and glared at Naruto. When Kakashi gave the signal again, Naruto took the offensive. Sasuke was caught off guard by Naruto's speed and feints, ultimately ending the fight with a spinning kick to Sasuke's jaw, which sent him crashing to the ground. Kakashi declared Naruto the winner. Jaken cheered for Team Anko, while Sasuke, red-faced and fuming, was about to get up when he noticed Naruto performing hand seals. As Sasuke inhaled deeply, Naruto swiftly struck his palm against Sasuke's chest. Sasuke immediately sensed something was wrong with his chakra and dropped to his knees, coughing before glaring up at Naruto. Sasuke gasped, questioning what Naruto had done to him. Naruto retorted that Sasuke shouldn't have attempted to use a fire technique during a spar. Sasuke shot him a glare, but his attention shifted to Kakashi, who wore a disappointed expression. Kakashi decided that the seal Naruto placed on Sasuke would remain until they returned home, warning Sasuke that they would discuss his attitude toward losing later. Sasuke looked down at the glowing seal on his chest, wanting to protest but silenced by Kakashi's stern gaze. As Naruto celebrated with his team, he noticed Sasuke's hard glare, which did not go unnoticed by Anko. Concerned, she resolved to speak with Kakashi about it to avoid further complications. Meanwhile, Midoshi waited outside the Kazekage's office, unsure why she was there. Orochimaru had pulled her from training to serve as one of his bodyguards, and she was puzzled by his connection with the Kazekage. As she waited, she sensed the presence of others and turned to see 3 teens and an adult. Her curiosity was piqued by the red-haired boy, who appeared exhausted. They settled in, waiting just like her, and although she pretended not to listen, she was intrigued by their conversation. Kankuro remarked on Temari finally getting a chance to become a chunin, while she expressed concern over their father's intentions, particularly regarding Gaara's potential trip to Konoha. Gaara ominously declared that nothing would stop him from proving his existence through the blonde boy. Kankuro cautioned Gaara, suggesting he should let it go since the blonde had previously held him back. Midoshi then interjected, curious about the Konohanin they mentioned, describing him accurately. Gaara's reaction was immediate, and he confronted her with a threatening tone. Undeterred, Midoshi stood her ground, asserting that the blonde belonged to her. As Gaara's gourd began to release sand, Midoshi smirked, and in a flash, he found himself overwhelmed by a vision of being pierced by her sword, leaving him in shock. Midoshi warned Gaara not to interfere with her prey, making it clear that if he tried to take the blonde from her, the vision would become a reality. Just then, the Yondaime Kazekage and Orochimaru emerged from the office, signaling that their business was concluded. Midoshi turned back to Gaara, smiling as she reiterated her claim over the blonde before walking away with Orochimaru. Gaara growled at her retreating figure, vowing to make her and the blonde pay for this encounter. Team Anko and Team Kakashi stood before the Hokage, having just completed their reports and awaiting his response. Hiruzen was very impressed with both teams, especially Anko's. The mission had been handled with minimal conflict. However, he was troubled by Sasuke's behavior, which indicated that the boy needed to learn that his reputation alone would not carry him through every situation. He expressed his satisfaction that the mission was completed and that everyone returned safely, but he was displeased with Kakashi's team. A genin should not question a jonin, and it was unacceptable for the so-called Rookie of the Year to resort to using a jutsu simply because he had been outmatched by a more experienced shinobi. Kakashi apologized for his student's behavior, promising it would not happen again. Hiruzen acknowledged this but decided to make an example of the situation. He asked Anko if her deal was for 5 D-rank missions of her choosing. Anko suggested that her team could benefit from repeating the Capture Tora mission 5 times, as it had greatly helped them with tracking and subduing. Hiruzen decided to add 5 more missions as a punishment for the team. Sakura protested, arguing that it was unfair, but Hiruzen insisted that a lesson needed to be taught. Such behavior could have endangered their lives, and he would not tolerate pettiness among his shinobi. He noticed Sasuke's displeasure and released a hint of killer intent toward him, reminding the boy that while others might cater to him, he was under Hiruzen's command and needed to conduct himself professionally. Sasuke reluctantly agreed. Hiruzen then turned to Kakashi, asking if he had any objections. Kakashi accepted the punishment without complaint. Hiruzen then addressed Haku, explaining that he had checked Zabuza's claims and, since Haku was not registered as a shinobi, he could stay. However, due to his connection with Zabuza, he would be on probation for 2 months, monitored by ANBU. Haku expressed his desire to further his skills in medicine, and Hiruzen noted that he could also become a combat medic if he wished. Yakumo mentioned that the Kurama clan would like to sponsor Haku's training, prompting a smirk from Anko and chuckles from Jaken and Naruto, which Yakumo did not appreciate. Hiruzen dismissed everyone except Haku, allowing the others a day or 2 off for their troubles. Sasuke was the first to leave, storming out of the office, while the others followed, leaving Hiruzen alone with Haku. Meanwhile, Jaken arrived at his apartment and noticed a glowing red seal near his door, putting him on high alert. He drew his kurosagama and cautiously entered his home, scanning for any intruders. A familiar voice reassured him, and he relaxed upon recognizing Kuma. Kuma informed Jaken that Senichi was out of prison and had left Konoha, stripped of his rank and techniques. Jaken's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he inquired further. Kuma noted that he wanted Jaken to be aware of the situation. Jaken expressed indifference, stating he was glad Senichi was gone. Kuma nodded and prepared to leave, pausing to ask if Jaken would be alright. Jaken assured him he would be fine, and Kuma departed. Once alone, Jaken reflected on his feelings about his father. While he claimed to care little for Senichi, he felt a twinge of disappointment that there was no farewell. He sighed and headed to the kitchen for something to eat. As he entered, he noticed his mail on the counter and sifted through it until he found a familiar letter. It was from Aiko, the woman from Otafuku. She had likely received his previous letter and was responding. He opened the envelope and read her message, which expressed her happiness at his reply and her desire to keep in touch. She mentioned hearing about his recent mission and shared a bit about her own life, including her plans for a vacation in the land of hot water. Jaken felt a smile spread across his face as he read her words. He was unsure of Aiko's motives but appreciated her concern, which made him regret his previous judgments about callgirls. He set the letter down and grabbed a piece of paper, eager to write back to her, hoping she would not be taken aback by his thoughts. Meanwhile, Team Anko was waiting for their sensei, which felt unusual since she was typically the first to arrive. After 15 minutes of waiting, they began to worry that something was amiss when Anko suddenly appeared before them. They all noticed the serious expression on Anko's face. She called everyone to gather around, indicating she had something important to discuss. The team settled down, and Anko joined them on the ground. Without hesitation, Anko revealed 3 forms and handed one to each of them. As they read the documents, surprise flickered across their faces. Yakumo recognized the content first, noting that it was for the chunin selection exam. Anko confirmed this, expressing her belief that they were ready for the test, having previously held back due to their lack of preparation. Team Anko chose to ascend the side of the academy instead of entering through the doors, wanting to make a stealthy entrance like true ninjas. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they headed toward the main room, where they were taken aback to find their sensei among several other jonin. Anko's surprise was evident as she acknowledged them. She expressed her wishes for good luck, though she felt they wouldn't need it. Anko encouraged them to watch out for one another and to make her proud. They responded with determination and entered the main room, selecting a spot where they could observe the incoming teams. As they waited, Yakumo's competitive spirit kicked in, and she remarked on the overwhelming number of competitors. Jaken speculated that someone might have spoiled the surprise of the exam. Just then, Team Guy entered, and the 2 teams exchanged nods. The next familiar faces were the Suna siblings. Gaara and Naruto locked eyes briefly before moving to another part of the room. A female voice caught Naruto's attention, and he instinctively pulled out his staff, pointing it toward her. The commotion drew the gaze of others in the room. The female chuckled darkly before revealing herself as Midoshi. She acknowledged Naruto's recognition of her voice. Midoshi's intentions were unclear, and Naruto questioned her motives, feeling uneasy about her interest in his power. She assured him that she didn't wish to harm him but rather wanted to face him in battle. Her words made Naruto wary, and he warned her that she might not be prepared for what she was asking. Midoshi confidently stated her determination to have their rematch, leaving Naruto feeling unsettled as Yakumo and Jaken flanked him. Jaken, trying to lighten the mood, suggested that Midoshi seemed to be flirting with Naruto, which annoyed Yakumo. She pointed out the real danger they faced with Midoshi and another threat from a certain red-haired individual. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Jaken found support from some Taki genin, who agreed that Midoshi's demeanor suggested more than just animosity. Naruto chuckled at their banter until he noticed a teenager addressing Sasuke, reading off a card that detailed Naruto's accomplishments and training history. The information was alarming, and the team exchanged worried glances, questioning how the boy had obtained such sensitive details. As they contemplated their next move, a sudden explosion drew everyone's attention. When the smoke cleared, Team Anko was left in shock at the sight of Marino Ibiki, the head of the Konoha torture and interrogation force. Jaken muttered in fear, and his words caught the attention of Ibiki's team, who informed their leader. Ibiki's presence sent a wave of dread through Team Anko, as he acknowledged them with a menacing tone, reminding them of their unfinished business. Meanwhile, Anko sat in the Jonin lounge, sneezing as she rubbed her nose. Kakashi inquired if she was catching a cold, to which Anko dismissed the idea, attributing it to her students. She wondered what trouble they might be causing. Asuma chimed in with a light-hearted comment about Ibiki being the first examiner, prompting Anko to realize she had forgotten to warn her team. She shrugged it off, convincing herself that Ibiki wouldn't be too harsh on them. Naruto, Jaken, and Yakumo eagerly anticipated the end of the first stage of the exam. Each of them felt the intense scrutiny of the examiners and Ibiki, who occasionally unleashed a wave of intimidating presence. They silently cursed their sensei for putting them in this situation. As they examined the test, the meaning became clear within minutes. While they could answer some questions, achieving a good score would require some clever tactics. The question was how to go about it. Naruto discreetly reached into his pocket, pulling out a couple of pebbles and manipulating them in his hand. He aimed one pebble at an genin, who was scanning the room with a fierce glare. The pebble caught the attention of the examiners, prompting Naruto to throw another one, this time at an examiner. The man reacted with a string of curses and a fierce glare at the room. Spotting Kiba, Naruto flicked his wrist and sent a pebble flying toward him, striking just beside his head. Kiba, furious, turned to confront Akusa genin, mistakenly believing he was the source of the attack, and a scuffle broke out. Team Anko acted swiftly. Naruto recognized that one of the genin was actually a chunin in disguise, someone he had pranked during one of Anko's missions. Seizing the opportunity, he switched his paper with the chunins. Yakumo followed suit, using a genjutsu on the nearest person, which happened to be Sakura. Jaken simply copied Lee's answers, which he had obtained from Tenten. They accomplished this just as the examiners intervened to halt the fight. Once the chaos subsided and the time limit approached, Ibiki commanded the room's attention. He announced that it was time for the final question and laid out the rules. The first rule was that they had to decide whether to answer the question or not. This declaration sparked outrage among the participants. Ibiki continued, explaining that choosing not to answer would result in a score of 0, leading to failure and disqualification. He further warned that answering incorrectly would mean they would never have another chance at the chunin selection exam. As the tension rose, Ibiki asserted his authority, stating that within the room, he was the law. He watched as some genin chose to leave, but his gaze fell on Team Anko, who appeared surprisingly calm. He questioned their relaxed demeanor, prompting Naruto to explain that he had been taught not to reveal his intentions and that he would not back down. Jaken expressed his indifference to the outcome of the final question, while Yakumo emphasized her commitment to stand by her decisions and teammates. Ibiki acknowledged the strength of Anko's team and turned to the others, asking if anyone else shared their sentiment. Only a few seemed convinced. With that, Ibiki declared the first stage of the chunin selection exam officially over. Jaken expressed disbelief, demanding to know about the supposed 10th question. Ibiki revealed that there had never been a 10th question, leaving the room in shock. Sakura questioned the purpose of the mental strain they had endured, to which Ibiki confirmed that the test aimed to assess their ability to gather information. He explained that those who had been eliminated would have struggled in real missions, where their lives could be at stake. He removed his bandana, revealing scars that told stories of past battles, and reminded them that their choices would impact their village. Just as he was about to continue, something crashed through the window, halting his speech. It unwrapped itself mid-air, revealing a banner that read, "The Proctor of the Second Stage, the CC and Single, Mitarashi Anko." The purple-haired ninja entered with a fierce expression, declaring that the participants now belonged to her. The room fell silent, taken aback by her fierce entrance. Anko playfully dodged a barrage of weapons thrown at her, standing atop a table and grinning at the genin who had attempted to attack her. Jaken shouted in frustration, pointing out that they could have been warned about her role as the examiner. Anko shrugged off the comment, reminding them that they were still alive. Her attention then shifted to Midoshi, who waved and smiled, causing Anko to frown. Ibiki interrupted, noting her early arrival once again. Anko acknowledged the number of teams that had passed, intrigued by the strength of the participants. With a sadistic grin, she challenged the hopeful chunin, instructing them to follow her to the next test. If anyone thought that Ibiki was intimidating, they were in for a surprise with what lay ahead. The unsettling chuckle of the jonin sent shivers down the spines of everyone present, except for her team and Midoshi. Ibiki chuckled as Anko led the teams out of the room. He planned to inform the jonin in the lounge about who passed and who failed. As he exited, he noticed a piece of paper tucked beneath one of the exam papers. Curious, he picked it up and unfolded it to read the message. The note warned him to check on Yakushi Kabuto, suggesting he might possess information he shouldn't have, possibly indicating he was a spy or that there was a leak. Ibiki considered the serious implications of the note, recalling that it had been left in the vicinity of one of Anko's students. He decided he needed to investigate further and quickly left to speak with the Hokage. Meanwhile, Anko stood before the chunin hopefuls, wearing a smile that masked her true intentions. She had discreetly informed the Hokage about Midoshi's involvement in the exams, indicating that Orochimaru was likely in the village. Although she couldn't search for him at that moment, she was determined to do so soon. Anko welcomed the hopefuls to the second part of the chunin selection exams, referring to the location as her team's home away from home. She introduced the 44th training ground, playfully nicknamed the Forest of Death. When one of the hopefuls asked why it was called that, Anko promised they would soon find out, her grin hinting at the challenges ahead. Sakura questioned whether Anko's familiarity with the training ground gave her team an unfair advantage, accusing them of cheating. Anko's glare silenced the room, and she confronted Sakura directly, expressing her frustration. She reminded everyone that as shinobi, they thrived on overcoming unfair advantages and urged Sakura to act like a kunoichi of Konohagakure. The atmosphere grew tense as Sakura shrank under Anko's intense gaze, feeling the weight of her words. With a final glare at Sakura, Anko turned her attention back to the group, asking if anyone else had a problem with her team's advantage. The response was a resounding no, and she proceeded to explain the exam's objective. Holding up two scrolls labeled Heaven and Earth, Anko informed them that each participant would receive one scroll, and their goal was to obtain both and reach the tower at the center of the training ground. Midoshi inquired if it was similar to a capture the flag mission, to which Anko confirmed that it was. She explained that half of the participants would hold the Heaven scroll while the other half held the Earth scroll, necessitating confrontations to acquire the opposing scroll. Anko emphasized the seriousness of the situation, reminding them that failure could lead to dire consequences. She also presented waivers for them to sign, absolving Konoha of any responsibility for deaths occurring in the forest. Despite some apprehension, none chose to leave. When one hopeful asked about the exam's duration, Anko informed them it would last 5 days. Concerns about food arose, but Anko reassured them that there were plenty of animals and edible plants in the forest. When another participant asked for advice, Anko's response was straightforward: just don't die. Meanwhile, Hiruzen was taken aback by the brewing trouble in just one day. He had received Anko's message regarding Midoshi and was aware of the potential implications. The Otokage had permission to compete in the chunin selection exams, and questioning her could lead to significant internal issues for Konohagakure. As long as the exams were ongoing, she was under protection. Ibiki entered Hiruzen's office, bringing news of an accusation from one of the chunin hopefuls about a possible leak within the village. The name Yakushi Kabuto raised suspicions, as he had participated in several exams but always forfeited after the second round. Hiruzen decided to investigate further, hoping Kabuto was not a spy. As Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, pondering the day's events, he heard a knock on the door. He permitted entry, only to find Danzo standing before him. Hiruzen braced himself for whatever Danzo had to say. Danzo mentioned hearing rumors of Orochimaru's presence in the village. Hiruzen confirmed that while nothing was verified, he was aware of Midoshi's participation in the exams. Danzo questioned the wisdom of allowing her to continue, given her potential connection to Orochimaru. Hiruzen reassured him that Naruto could handle himself and that he trusted his team to support him, just as they had during past conflicts. Danzo expressed his concerns, emphasizing that Hiruzen was risking the life of their most valuable asset by placing trust in Midoshi. Hiruzen firmly reminded Danzo that Naruto was not a weapon and insisted that he would not tolerate such language in his presence. He expressed his confidence in Anko's abilities, believing she would protect the participants during the exams. She had raised this team to be one of the best. Hiruzen believed they could even surpass his own team, despite the events that led to 2 members leaving. He knew he couldn't touch Midoshi, as she was protected by the guidelines of the exams. Until they concluded, his hands were tied. Hiruzen expressed his thoughts, but Danzo, ever critical, remarked on his softness. Hiruzen, confident in his position, reminded Danzo that he had been chosen for leadership, leaving Danzo to exit the office in silence. Once outside the tower, Danzo made his way home, tapping his cane to summon a shinobi. The shinobi bowed and addressed him, ready to take orders. Danzo instructed the shinobi to send a team into the Sho no Mori to capture Midoshi and her team, including their jonin sensei. With a bow, the shinobi vanished, leaving Danzo to wait. If Hiruzen would not act, he would, all in the name of protecting Konoha. Midoshi, Kajiro, and Kotohime found themselves surrounded by 4 men. Midoshi smirked, intrigued by their presence and purpose. She sensed they were not ordinary Konoha shinobi. The leader demanded they disarm and come with them. Midoshi questioned what would happen if she refused. The man insisted they would still take her, depending on how she chose to respond. Kotohime and Kajiro appeared ready to confront the men, but Midoshi raised her hand, instructing them to return to camp with the scroll while she handled the situation. As the 2 hesitated, the atmosphere shifted, and fear took hold, prompting them to retreat. One shinobi attempted to stop them but met a swift end. The remaining 3 faced Midoshi, who regarded them with indifference. She declared her disinterest in their motives, asserting her determination to achieve her goals. With a display of her killing intent, she froze them in place. 2 managed to escape her gaze, but the 3rd was swiftly dispatched by Midoshi's hand. She discarded the body and observed as the other 2 began forming hand seals. They unleashed a fire technique, surrounding her with flames shaped like dragons. Midoshi skillfully evaded the attack and charged at them with a smile. As they launched shuriken her way, she calmly countered with her own technique, summoning an army of snakes. While some snakes intercepted the shuriken, others advanced on the 2 shinobi. They cut through the snakes with their weapons, but this proved to be a grave mistake. Midoshi emerged from the chaos, capturing one of the men and swiftly ending his life. Standing tall, she faced the last man, impressed by his resolve to stand his ground. Midoshi summoned a snake from her arm, which transformed into a stunning sword, gleaming in the moonlight. With a flick of her wrist, she prepared to strike, charging at him. In the stillness of the night, the only sound was the swift movement of her blade. Meanwhile, Gyurin wandered through the village, her demeanor casual despite the impending destruction she anticipated. She sensed she was being followed and decided to confront her pursuers. Leading them into an abandoned building, she ascended to the 2nd floor, where she was met by her tail. With a sly smile, she asked what they wanted from her. The leader informed her they were under orders to take her with them. Gyurin mocked their orders, questioning if they were truly sent by the Sandaime Hokage. As they rushed her, she stood her ground, grinning as she transformed into crystal particles. The attackers were taken by surprise and soon found themselves under assault from projectiles. They fell lifeless to the ground, and Gyurin, hidden below, watched the scene unfold. With a smirk, she prepared to return to Orochimaru. Anko ventured deep into the forest, following her sensei's trail until she caught up with him. She confronted Orochimaru, who mockingly complimented her growth. Anko, maintaining her composure, declared his wanted status for crimes against Konoha, demanding he surrender peacefully or face force. Orochimaru feigned disappointment at her coldness, but Anko remained silent, drawing her weapon and taking a fighting stance, ready for whatever would come next. Anko vanished and reappeared, her blade narrowly missing Orochimaru's forehead. She spun around, attempting to slice him in 2, but he flipped away just in time. Anko drove her sword into a large branch, sending splinters flying into Orochimaru's face. He dodged to the left, avoiding a stab aimed at his throat. Pulling her sword free, Anko created some distance and began forming hand seals, taking a deep breath. With a powerful shout, she unleashed a technique that sent several medium-sized fireballs hurtling toward him. Orochimaru moved like a serpent, circling the tree to evade the flames. In retaliation, he launched a snake that coiled around Anko's neck, squeezing tightly. Gasping, she dissolved into water, surprising him as a torrent surged from her left. He landed on a branch with a thud, barely escaping as Anko appeared, driving her blade into the spot where he had just been. Anko pressed her attack, but Orochimaru continued to evade her strikes. She noticed him ducking behind a tree and struck it with the flat of her blade, causing it to bend and graze him, evident from a small trickle of blood. Pulling her blade back, she moved it into the tree, hearing the sound of her weapon piercing through flesh. Moments later, 4 snakes emerged from behind the tree, each with a blade protruding from their mouths. Anko quickly withdrew her sword and began to parry their attacks, swiftly severing the heads of the snakes and preparing for the next move. She spun to deflect a kunai but was unable to block a powerful kick to her gut, sending her sliding across the branch until she came to a stop. Facing her former sensei, she glared at the mocking smile on his face. Taking a deep breath, she began to wave her sword around. Orochimaru, initially amused, suddenly found himself confronted by multiple images of her blade. He raised his arm to grab Anko's wrist, flipping her onto her back. He acknowledged her technique, noting her growth in strength. Anko growled but then smirked, surprising him with a sudden strike from several snakes that emerged from her sleeve. He released her, and she quickly formed another set of hand seals. With a fierce shout, she unleashed a powerful wind technique that sent Orochimaru crashing into a tree. He slumped down onto a branch, gasping as Anko ran him through with her sword, twisting it to hasten his defeat. However, to her shock, he smiled as he melted into mud. Frustrated, Anko roared for him to reveal himself. Orochimaru, smirking, decided to inflict pain before re-engaging. He activated the cursed seal on her, expecting her to writhe in agony. To his surprise, she stood firm, not reacting as he anticipated. This unexpected resilience alerted her to his presence, and she charged at him. Orochimaru moved quickly, slamming into her and pinning her down with his foot. He took a kunai and cut away a portion of her clothing to examine the curse mark, revealing another seal beneath it, which piqued his curiosity. He inquired about the seal, but Anko mockingly responded that it was a new creation from Jiraiya. This only intensified Orochimaru's interest, as he was certain it was not his former teammate's work. Anko's defiance only fueled his irritation, and he pressed down harder on her. He demanded to know the source of the seal, raising his voice. Just then he sensed something approaching and dodged, spotting a chain attached to a fist-sized ball. As he leaped, darkness enveloped him, and he looked up to see several black swords materializing. He attempted to dispel the genjutsu but found himself unable to break free. The swords dove toward him, poised to strike. Summoning a surge of chakra, he managed to escape the illusion, only to find Anko had vanished. He muttered to himself, vowing not to forget the encounter. Melting into the tree to avoid detection, he sensed the Anbu would have felt his chakra. Moments later, Yakumo released the genjutsu she had cast, looking around for any sign of the intruder who had disrupted her spell. Satisfied the coast was clear, she turned her attention to her sensei, who was being tended to by Naruto and Jaken. Anko took a few deep breaths before addressing her team, expressing her affection for them in a light-hearted manner. Jaken responded nonchalantly, and Anko sighed, playfully stating she wouldn't start expressing her feelings now. The team chuckled, preparing to move out with their sensei. As they progressed, Anko was carried by 2 clones on a makeshift stretcher. Though she was no longer injured, she appreciated the free ride. Suddenly, her team halted, prompting her to inquire about the cause. Yakumo urged her to look, and as Anko stood, she narrowed her eyes at the sight before her. 4 bodies lay on the ground, clearly victims of a brutal attack. Recognizing them as Anbu, she examined their masks, noting they were not the standard ones she was familiar with. Showing the mask to Jaken, he shook his head, confirming her suspicions. She pocketed the mask and turned to her team, instructing them to move swiftly toward the tower, utilizing the trees for cover. With a resolute "hi" from her team, they took off, determined to reach their destination. She had just seen her target enter the tower, which brought her a sense of satisfaction. Although she felt a twinge of concern about the delay, given that Anko was their teacher, she was nonetheless pleased that they had arrived. Deciding to rest, she was soon interrupted by another serpent. Orochimaru had summoned a meeting. Pressing for details, she learned that Gyurin had also been attacked. Resolute, she chose not to ignore the summons and departed using the Shunshin technique. Hiruzen entered the office in the tower after being called by the ANBU, who informed him that Anko and her team needed to see him. Usually, such requests indicated trouble, but the seriousness of their tone was impossible to overlook. Upon entering, he found the team waiting, with Anko appearing somewhat disheveled while her teammates looked fine. He wondered what they had to report. He addressed Anko, expressing that he had rushed over at her request and inquiring about the report. Anko acknowledged his arrival and expressed her surprise that he was unaware of her actions. She explained that knowing her former sensei had infiltrated the exam compelled her to act. Naruto interjected, connecting the dots regarding how Orochimaru had escaped her genjutsu. Hiruzen regarded the team before returning his attention to Anko, his expression stern. She understood the reason for his gaze. Anko recounted how her team had saved her from her sensei without engaging him, emphasizing Orochimaru's interest in the seal over her old mark, which he could not activate. She mentioned Jiraiya's name, but Orochimaru had dismissed it. Hiruzen expressed relief that Orochimaru did not know who had placed the seal, as it would prevent him from searching for that person. He then asked if there was anything else Anko needed to discuss. Anko reached into her jacket, producing a mask and handing it to Hiruzen. Recognizing it immediately, he asked where she had found it. Anko explained that she discovered it in the forest, alongside 4 bodies that had been harmed by a unique weapon, noting that the mask did not resemble a standard ANBU mask. Hiruzen inquired if there was anything else, to which Anko replied that was all. He instructed her to get checked out and allowed her team to rest until the end of the stage, emphasizing that they were not to speak of the incident. They all acknowledged his orders. After he left, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Naruto remarked that he had never seen their sensei so angry, while Anko expressed sympathy for whoever had incurred his wrath. She then asked her team if they wanted to grab something to eat and led them to the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Orochimaru awaited Midoshi's arrival, and she soon emerged from the shadows. Present with him were Kabuto, his teammates, Gyurin, and her team. Once she arrived, he stood tall and addressed them. He first inquired about the status of his new body, and Kabuto reported that while the individual was still unconscious, he would likely survive the process. He expressed concern about a pale-skinned boy who seemed too skilled for a genin. Orochimaru noted that the boy belonged to Danzo and dismissed the concern, stating that the boy would pose little threat. He then turned to Gyurin and her team, expressing his unease about the attacks they had faced. Midoshi reassured him that they had emerged unscathed and had demonstrated their strength to whoever had sent the attackers. Orochimaru cautioned her against arrogance, reminding her that they were fortunate Danzo had not dispatched his elite shinobi. Midoshi warned Orochimaru to be careful in his speech, indicating that while she had no interest in his petty revenge against his sensei, he would face consequences if he hindered her goals. Orochimaru growled at her obsession with the Kyuubi, while Gyurin suggested they continue their mission, arguing that they had proven their capability against Danzo's men. She emphasized that retreating would only invite further investigation from the Hokage. Orochimaru calmed down, instructing Kabuto and his team to return to the forest and keep watch over Sasuke's team. They nodded and disappeared. As Orochimaru observed Midoshi and her team leaving, he felt a sense of unease regarding her power. He recognized that confronting her could lead to conflict with the Hibi clan, so he decided to let her be for now. His thoughts then turned to the seal he had seen on Anko's mark. Few seals could contain the power of his curse mark, and the fact that this one had completely severed his connection to it was troubling. Even Jiraiya had not discovered a way to do that. Whoever had created this seal possessed impressive skills and could become a significant threat if they gained control over Sasuke. He resolved to keep a close watch on this Fuinjutsu user and eliminate them before they could reach his prize. Hiruzen made his way to the council room, where he had called an emergency meeting. Though he masked his anger, it was palpable to the two ANBU escorting him. He reached and entered the room where the elders and clan heads were waiting. A representative of the civilian council was present, despite Hiruzen making it clear that they had no reason to be there. He stood before them with a serious expression. Hiruzen expressed his gratitude for their presence on such short notice, assuring them of the importance of the meeting. He then addressed Danzo directly, indicating he wanted to speak with him. Before Danzo could respond, Hiruzen swiftly grabbed him by the neck and slammed him down onto the table. Danzo struggled to breathe as Hiruzen's grip tightened. The look of rage on Hiruzen's face surprised everyone in the room, including the other two elders, who felt powerless with ANBU members standing guard behind them. Danzo glared back at Hiruzen, managing to choke out a question about Hiruzen's actions. Hiruzen's voice was firm as he reminded Danzo of his place, making it clear that disobeying his orders would not be tolerated. He emphasized his authority as the Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, warning Danzo that he would take drastic measures if necessary to ensure compliance. A digital board descended from the ceiling, displaying the names of the competitors. It landed on Uchiha Sasuke and his opponent, Kajiro. Hayate instructed everyone except the two combatants to leave the floor and move to the balconies. As the spectators made their way to the upper level, Kakashi appeared beside Sasuke, leaning in to whisper a warning about the mark on his shoulder. He cautioned Sasuke that using it would result in disqualification and immediate sealing of the mark. Sasuke, frustrated by the restriction, nodded in agreement, though he was displeased with the decision. As the match began, Hayate asked Sasuke if he was ready. Sasuke nodded confidently, smirking at Kajiro, who prepared for the fight. In an instant, Kajiro was in front of Sasuke, delivering a quick strike to his jaw that sent him stumbling back. The assault continued as Kajiro struck from various angles, ultimately sending Sasuke flying with a powerful kick. However, Sasuke managed to flip in midair and land on his feet, bewildered by Kajiro's expressionless demeanor. Activating his Sharingan, he performed hand seals and unleashed a fireball technique, only for Kajiro to vanish, causing the attack to miss its target. Sasuke felt a sharp pain as Kajiro struck from behind. He swung his kunai but found only air. Realizing Kajiro was attacking from below, he used his chakra to leap high into the air. As he prepared another fire technique, Kajiro countered with his own, enveloping the area in a cloud of mist. Sasuke's fireball ignited the mist, creating a blinding firestorm. On the balcony, Midoshi observed the fight with interest, complimenting Guren on Kajiro's training and potential. As the flames subsided, Sasuke hit the ground hard, groaning in pain from burns and injuries. Struggling to his feet, he scanned the arena, wary of the mist that had reappeared. A voice echoed around him, taunting him. Sasuke's eyes widened as he recognized the figure emerging from the mist, his elder brother, Uchiha Itachi. The adults from Konoha were taken aback by his presence. Sasuke's rage intensified, his chakra becoming visible as he glared at Itachi. Kakashi and Anko watched closely, prepared to intervene if necessary as the mark on Sasuke began to glow. Determined, Sasuke performed hand seals, startling Itachi. He unleashed a powerful fire technique, igniting the ground in brilliant flames. After the flames died down, Kajiro was propelled from the smoke, visibly injured. Sasuke appeared behind her, launching a series of strikes: a back fist, a crescent kick, and a straight punch, culminating in a powerful axe kick that sent her crashing to the ground. Kajiro gasped in pain as the smoke cleared, but Sasuke was far from finished. His Sharingan burned with intensity as he seized Kajiro by the throat and slammed her down. Just as he drew a kunai, he was suddenly thrown against the wall with tremendous force. He shook off the confusion and wondered who had done this to him. As he looked ahead, he saw the intense gaze of Midoshi, her sword held back by Hayate. Kakashi arrived and placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, his expression not one of praise. Sasuke noticed that everyone on the Konoha side was looking at him as if he were a monster. Midoshi ceased her struggle, lowering her sword. Kodoheim and Guren were assisting Kajiro, checking her over. Midoshi, clearly displeased, unleashed a wave of killer intent that forced Sasuke to his knees for just a moment before she turned back to her team. Heiei let out a sigh of relief and announced the winner. The winner of the first match is Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi took this as his cue to leave with Sasuke in tow. The others gazed at the scorched ground, filled with fear and confusion. Midoshi gently placed Kajiro against the wall, keeping a watchful eye over her. She noticed Orochimaru's pleased expression and narrowed her eyes at him before refocusing on Kajiro. Across the way, Anko and her team observed Midoshi and her group. Anko expressed her concern about the need for extra security around Sasuke, pointing out the danger he posed. Her teammate Jaken remarked on how fast the match had gone, noting that had Heiei not reacted, Sasuke could have been seriously harmed. Naruto chimed in, expressing his sympathy for Sasuke, acknowledging Midoshi's determination to get what she wanted. Jaken teased about Midoshi's intentions, prompting Yakumo to question his assumptions. Jaken defended his stance, recalling Midoshi's past interactions with Sasuke. Yakumo shook her head, and Naruto directed his frustration at Anko, blaming her for the situation. Anko feigned surprise, defending her reading material as a work of art, while Yakumo dismissed it as mere smut. Their argument continued, ignoring the next match between Aburame Shino and Akado Yoroi. As the match began, Yoroi attacked swiftly, closing the distance between them. Shino attempted to create space, but Yoroi was faster than he anticipated. Yoroi grabbed Shino and slammed him into the ground, boasting about draining his chakra. Shino's calm voice cut through the tension, warning Yoroi that his words were unwise. In an instant, Shino reappeared behind Yoroi, and Yoroi felt the insects crawling up his arm. Panicking, he tried to swat them away, giving Shino the opportunity to strike. Shino kicked Yoroi, sending him flying. As Yoroi regained his footing, he found himself surrounded by Shino's bugs. In a desperate attempt to attack, Yoroi found his efforts futile as Shino dissolved into insects once more, overwhelming him. Yoroi struggled but soon became ensnared in a cocoon of bugs, his movements slowing until he lay still. Shino called his bugs back, and the crowd watched as they retreated into his clothing. Heiei declared the match over. The winner of the second match is Aburame Shino. Shino returned to his team, while Neji, with his Byakugan activated, noted the swarm of insects feeding off Yoroi's chakra. Tenten found the sight unsettling as the board displayed the next matchup, Haruno Sakura vs Temari. Sakura approached the arena, her expression serious, as did Temari, and the spectators watched with concern. Naruto suggested they be prepared to intervene if Temari became too aggressive. Lee, disappointed, defended Sakura's growth, praising her transformation. Naruto, unsure of Lee's enthusiasm, explained his concerns about Temari's potential danger. Lee acknowledged Naruto's caution with a thumbs up, while Naruto made a mental note to discuss Guy's influence on young men. As the match began, Sakura assessed her opponent, recognizing Temari's long-range capabilities. She needed to close the distance to gain the upper hand. When the match started, Sakura charged forward, throwing shuriken. Temari smirked, unfurling her fan to deflect the projectiles. Sakura performed hand seals, creating clones to surround Temari. Temari, unimpressed, unleashed a powerful gust with her fan, creating a tornado that sent Sakura flying and dispelled her clones. Struggling to regain her footing, Sakura faced Temari, who mocked her skills and declared her intent to finish the fight. With a sinister grin, Temari fully opened her fan and called out her technique, preparing to strike. The swing created a powerful gust that swept Sakura up into the air. She let out a cry as the wind whipped around her, but the jutsu came to an abrupt end. As she began to descend, Temari stood directly beneath her, a confident smirk on her face as she raised her fan. The crowd braced themselves, ready to intervene, but Sakura was caught by her sensei just in time. Temari felt a shiver run down her spine when Kakashi's solitary eye locked onto her, prompting her to step back and fold her fan. Kakashi exchanged a brief glance with Heiei, who nodded in understanding and declared the match over. The announcement rang out, proclaiming Temari as the winner of the third match. She returned to her side, acutely aware of the glares directed at her. Kakashi gently laid Sakura down and began to tend to her injuries. Anko approached him, her expression serious as they silently communicated. She gestured toward Naruto, and Kakashi responded with a subtle nod. Anko then turned her focus back to the arena, where the board lit up once more. When it landed on two names, Naruto's interest peaked. It was Midoshi versus Kinyuda Dosu. Midoshi walked down slowly as Dosu jumped over the railing. It took a moment before Midoshi stood in front of the bandaged-faced boy, her expression serious and arms folded in annoyance. Dosu pulled back his sleeve to reveal the gauntlet on his arm. Before the match could begin, he had some harsh words for the young girl. He taunted her about being upset over a weak girl who had nearly been harmed, calling her pathetic and claiming that she was too sentimental for her own good. He vowed to prove to her and her keeper that he was more than just a pawn. As the match began, Dosu took 2 steps before a sword blade emerged from his head, his lone eye widening in surprise. Midoshi said nothing as she pulled the blade out, and he fell to the ground with a thud, blood pooling around him. Midoshi flicked the remnants off her blade before she sheathed it and walked back to the balcony, ignoring the gazes of the crowd. As she passed by Dosu's sensei, she could feel the anger radiating from him but chose to ignore it. Upon returning to her team, she noticed that Kajiro was now awake. Kajiro gruffly stated that she would heal and apologized for failing Midoshi. Midoshi bent down and placed her hand on Kajiro's head, reassuring her that she had nothing to be ashamed of and that it simply meant Guren should have trained her better. Guren began to protest, but Midoshi seemed unfazed, her attention elsewhere. The crowd watched the group with critical eyes, and after the cleanup, the board cycled again. Announcing the next 2 competitors, Kurama Yakumo and Yamanaka Ino. Kurenai was closely watching this match, eager to see how far Yakumo had come since her graduation. She had tried to connect with the teenager but had been met with refusal. Kurenai regretted leaving Yakumo after their last encounter and had asked Anko if she could set up a meeting, but Yakumo had seen through it and declined. Anko had promised to look out for her, and now Kurenai waited for the match to begin. As Hay-8 called out the start of the 5th match between Yamanaka Ino and Kurama Yakumo, Ino moved quickly to attack. Yakumo swiftly performed hand seals and prepared herself. Ino's kick connected with Yakumo's side, but to her surprise, Yakumo transformed into leaves. Ino swatted at the leaves, only to be struck by a series of precise blows that left her arm numb. Yakumo followed up with a spinning kick that sent Ino crashing to the ground, but she quickly regained her footing. However, Yakumo was already readying a jutsu. With a chant, Yakumo cast a genjutsu that made Ino see Sasuke and Sakura gazing at each other with affection, inching closer with closed eyes. Ino was horrified and quickly shut her eyes, forming a seal to dispel the illusion. When she opened them, she was met with a powerful fist that sent her reeling. Yakumo pressed her advantage, striking Ino from various angles and disabling her arms once more. A well-placed kick sent Ino skidding to a stop, and she wiped her mouth as she prepared for another round. Desperate for a solution, Ino quickly cut her hair with a kunai, throwing it around and slamming her hands to the ground to channel her chakra. Her patience paid off when Yakumo suddenly appeared, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Ino executed her technique, causing Yakumo to go stiff. As Ino attempted to gain control, she felt a menacing presence behind her and turned to see a terrifying monster with sharp fangs. Frozen in fear, she was suddenly thrown through a dark void. Back in the arena, Ino scrambled to escape as Yakumo shook off the disorientation. The fear in Ino's eyes was evident as she confronted Yakumo. Yakumo explained that what she had experienced was the curse of the Kurama clan, something a Yamanaka should have been warned about. With determination, Yakumo began forming hand seals again, trapping Ino in another genjutsu that showed her the image of the Edo coming after her. Ino screamed and immediately surrendered. Hay-8 announced Yakumo as the winner of the 5th match. Yakumo dispelled her genjutsu and freed Ino, who quickly retreated to her side, eager to distance herself from the ordeal. Although Yakumo felt a twinge of guilt, she was soon met with Anko's encouraging grin and thumbs up, along with congratulations from her teammates. This made her feel a little better, and she retreated to join her team. Kurenai watched her, feeling glad that Yakumo had succeeded. However, a twinge of sadness washed over her, realizing she was not the reason for Yakumo's growth. Guilt crept into her mind as she reflected on how she had given up on the girl due to her own perceived failures as an instructor. Anko, a very good friend, had not given up and had instead nurtured a very skilled and formidable kunoichi. Despite her insecurities, Kurenai felt genuine happiness for her former student and wished her well in the finals. The board cycled again, revealing the next match, Rock Lee vs Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba cheered excitedly, urging his small white puppy, Akamaru, to get ready. The two jumped down to the ground, brimming with enthusiasm. Lee, equally spirited, declared that it was time for his youth to shine as he landed beside Kiba. Hayate, the referee, observed that both competitors were ready and signaled the start of the match. They jumped back and assumed their respective stances. Kurenai called out to Kiba, urging him to take the match seriously. Seeing the determined look on his sensei's face, Kiba understood the importance of her words and resolved to focus. With a nod to Akamaru, Kiba prepared to begin the match. He tossed a small pill to the dog, who eagerly consumed it, transforming his fur to a striking red. Kiba crouched low, hands forming a seal as the anticipation in the air grew thick. Misumi charged at Kotoheim, who was performing hand seals. Her hair wrapped around her in a protective cocoon. As Misumi grabbed her, he began to tighten his hold, showcasing an ability that left the onlookers unsettled. Anko narrowed her eyes, sensing that Misumi possessed knowledge he shouldn't have. The technique he was using, Nen no Kaizo, was a skill of her former master. She swiftly signaled to the Hokage, who nodded in response. On the ground, Misumi chuckled, boasting about his advantage. He taunted Kotoheim, suggesting that if she let him have his way, he might consider letting her advance. Kotoheim's response was fierce. She declared that he should instead face defeat. Suddenly, Misumi gasped as several knives pierced through his midsection, forcing him to release Kotoheim. She seized the opportunity, delivering a kick to his injury, causing him to hit the ground with a groan as he struggled to staunch the bleeding. Kotoheim turned to him, a sinister grin on her face. She stabbed her hair into the ground and performed hand seals, causing her hair to transform into large spikes that surged toward Misumi. Fear gripped him, rendering him unable to move. Just as the attack was about to strike, Hate intervened, saving Misumi from a dire fate. Kotoheim was left confused and angry by the unexpected rescue. Hate looked at her with a serious expression, declaring that Misumi was unable to continue. While killing was permitted, it was not to be done willingly, and thus the match was over. Kotoheim of the Fuma clan was declared the winner of the 7th match. Although her hair returned to normal, she felt dissatisfied for not finishing her opponent. The medics rushed Misumi away, but Orochimaru noticed that they were not ordinary medics. He cursed Misumi for his recklessness, realizing that Anko had recognized the ability and connected it to him. He was also frustrated with Guren's team, watching as they congratulated Kotoheim on her victory. He knew he needed to take action soon. The board cycled again, revealing two names, Neji and Hinata. This matchup caused concern among the spectators. Neji remained silent as he made his way down to the stadium floor, recalling a conversation he had with his opponent. Neji had recently returned from a joint training exercise with Team Anko, his mind heavy with thoughts from a discussion with Naruto. He had come to respect Naruto despite their differing views. During the exercise, he had inquired about the seal on Naruto's head, expressing his interest in Fuinjutsu. Neji explained the seal's purpose, while Naruto expressed disgust at how the head family used it, which shed light on Neji's own hatred. This led to Naruto questioning why Neji grouped his cousin with the others, emphasizing that while many in the Hyuga clan were unpleasant, Hinata was not. He noted that she was too shy to embody the Hyuga spirit. Neji shared the tragic story of his father's death, but Naruto countered that Hinata had been just a child at the time. Their argument escalated until Naruto challenged Neji to ask Hinata her thoughts on the seal, a challenge Neji accepted, assuming he already knew the answer. As Neji entered the training hall, he spotted Hinata walking nearby and approached her, startling her. She stammered, unsure of how to respond. Neji commanded her to follow him, and she complied, nervous but obedient. Once they reached the training hall, he faced her directly and demanded to know her true feelings about the seal. Hinata was taken aback by his intensity, but she summoned her courage and replied that she hated the seal and everything it represented. Neji scrutinized her, searching for deception but finding none. Hinata expressed her sorrow for the pain caused by her family's past, particularly regarding Neji's father. Neji's anger flared as he shouted that her apology did not change the reality of his father's absence. Hinata, shocked by his outburst, declared that she would willingly take her father's place if it meant he would look at her with pride. She acknowledged that while she could not change the past, she could strive to create a true family within the Hyuga clan. Neji was taken aback by her determination, feeling a mix of shock and frustration. Unable to respond, he stormed off to his room. Since that conversation, Neji had avoided Hinata, occasionally observing her practice. He began to begrudgingly respect her dedication. Now, as they faced each other in the arena, he noted her nervousness and shaking. With a sigh, he addressed her, stating that normally he would dismiss her chances, claiming destiny favored him as the winner. However, he decided instead to challenge her resolve. He urged her to demonstrate her commitment to her goal of uniting the Hyuga clan. Hinata, surprised by his words, asked for clarification. Neji reminded her of her desire to create a true family and challenged her to prove she had the determination to achieve that. He assumed his fighting stance, ready for the match. Hinata, gradually shedding her nervousness, activated her Byakugan and took her stance as well. Neji followed suit, activating his own Byakugan. Hate observed the two, recognizing that their conversation had ended. With a firm declaration, Hate announced the start of the match. Hyuga Neji vs Hyuga Hinata. Begin. The two charged at each other, exchanging blows with impressive skill. Utilizing the Juken, their clan's martial arts style, they engaged in a fierce battle that left the audience in awe of their taijutsu prowess. They countered, parried, and avoided each other's strikes, aware that a single hit could be significant. Neji was still holding back but felt a bit impressed with his cousin. He had seen her use the Juken technique before, and she had struggled with it. However, it seemed she had found a way to adapt it to her natural flexibility. He realized he wouldn't get a clean shot against her. After a considerable amount of time, the two separated and faced each other. Hinata appeared a bit winded, and Neji felt the same. He winced slightly, recalling that during their exchange, Hinata had managed to land a glancing blow on his side. Despite that, he had done much more to her. Deciding to demonstrate his abilities, he dropped his guard. Hinata seized the opportunity and attacked. Her palm struck, but Neji didn't flinch. He grabbed her wrist and pulled down her coat sleeve, revealing what he had done. She was surprised to discover that Neji had managed to disrupt her chakra during their exchange. Attempting to strike with her other arm, Neji caught it and cut off her chakra once more. He then executed a Juken strike to her midsection. Hinata was sent flying back but quickly regained her footing. She returned to the Juken stance and charged again. Neji dodged her strikes effortlessly before countering with a two-hit combo that sent her to the ground once more. Undeterred, Hinata stood up and attacked again. Neji observed his cousin, noting the determination in her eyes. He still held back, using minimal force against her, but she continued to rise and come at him. Realizing it was time to conclude the match, he ducked under another attempt and assumed a familiar stance. Hinata's eyes widened. Neji unleashed his technique, the 8 trigrams 32 palms. Hinata attempted to defend herself, but each palm struck her with precision. The final blows sent her flying across the floor, where she landed motionless. Neji sighed and relaxed, turning to Hayate before making his exit. Hayate began to announce the winner of the 8th match when a meek voice interrupted. Neji turned in shock to see Hinata on her hands and knees, slowly pushing herself to her feet. He couldn't believe she could still stand after that. Hinata pushed forward, gaining momentum until she dashed toward Neji. She reared back her hand and struck him in the chest. Although it lacked chakra, Neji felt the impact. Hinata kept her hand there, breathing heavily as they locked eyes for a moment. Then she pitched forward, and Neji caught her as she went limp. Before losing consciousness, she asked if she had changed. Neji carefully laid her down and looked at her unconscious form. He softly remarked that she would need to change some more, but he would be there to support her. He turned away and made his way back to his team, hearing Hay-8 declare him the winner. If he had stayed just a moment longer, he would have seen the smile on Hinata's face. After clearing Hinata from the floor, the board cycled again, revealing 2 names. Naruto was particularly interested in this match because Gaara was fighting. He felt sympathy for Zaku, who had his arms in slings. Wondering why Zaku was competing with such an injury, he thought that if Zaku didn't forfeit, he was in serious trouble. The two stood across from each other, but Gaara seemed indifferent to Zaku. The redhead turned to him, his gaze promising pain and destruction. Naruto met his gaze without fear, then shifted his attention to Midoshi. Even after the match began, Gaara continued to glare at the young girl, who seemed uninterested, further angering him. Frustrated by the lack of attention, Zaku removed his arm from one of the slings and charged forward. When he was close enough, he pointed his hand at Gaara and unleashed a powerful blast of air. Zaku wore a victorious smirk until the smoke cleared, revealing that Gaara's sand had protected him from the attack. Zaku growled, realizing his strike could destroy stone. He jumped back and removed his other arm, bracing himself as he gathered air into his hands. He pointed forward, palms facing Gaara, and unleashed another powerful attack that ripped through the ground and demolished everything in its path, including the doors and walls behind it. When Zaku stopped, a large trench marred the ground. He began to laugh, celebrating his apparent victory, until he felt dust falling over him. Looking up, he saw a cloud of sand descending rapidly, wrapping him in a cocoon. Gaara appeared, his hand outstretched, and closed his fist, causing the sand to convulse and crush Zaku. No one could hear his cries, and drips of bloody sand fell to the ground. Gaara then turned his attention to Midoshi and Naruto before returning to his team. Hay-8 announced Gaara as the winner of the 9th match and mentioned a brief break to repair the floor. As workers began to fix the damage, Anko turned to Naruto, expressing concern about Gaara's eagerness to fight him. Naruto replied that quitting wouldn't change anything. Gaara would still pursue him. He was determined to claim the title of Hokage. Anko chuckled and ruffled his hair. Across the arena, Gyuren was having a similar conversation with Midoshi, cautioning her about Gaara's instability. Midoshi, amused, reassured Gyuren that she had nothing to worry about. She was confident in her abilities against Gaara. As the board cycled again, the names for the 10th match were revealed: Tenten vs Watanabe Jaken. The two jumped down to the floor, ready to fight, and both teams watched with interest. Tenten looked at Jaken with a confident grin, ready for their match. She challenged him, eager to see his reaction when he lost. Jaken, equally confident, responded with a grin of his own, anticipating the fun of proving her wrong. Hay-8, the referee, signaled the start of the match, and in an instant, both launched shuriken at each other in rapid succession. The shuriken collided mid-air, falling harmlessly to the ground. Tenten quickly jumped back and activated a scroll, unleashing a torrent of weapons aimed at Jaken. He skillfully dodged and pulled out his Kuzurigama, throwing 3 shuriken in response. Tenten countered, but Jaken used the opportunity to wrap the chain around her ankle. With a swift tug, he pulled her forward and used the body flicker technique to close the distance, landing an axe kick that sent her crashing to the ground. Though Tenten hit the ground hard, she quickly freed herself from the chain and rolled away, throwing 3 shuriken at Jaken. He deflected her weapons and retaliated with the chain, attacking her with quick, precise movements. Tenten managed to evade for a while but was caught a few times by the whip-like motion of the chain. Growing tired of the back and forth, Jaken spun the sickle rapidly, creating a mini buzz saw before launching it at Tenten. She barely dodged but noticed it would have missed anyway. Just then, Jaken struck her with a flying side kick, knocking the wind out of her and sending her flying. She hit the ground and bounced before landing in a heap, struggling to regain her footing while watching Jaken assume his stance. Tenten realized Jaken's strategy. Although she was trained by one of Konoha's top taijutsu jonin, her strength lay in her weaponry. Jaken, skilled in both ninjutsu and taijutsu, had chosen to engage her up close. Determined to regain the advantage, she grabbed 2 scrolls and placed them beside her. After performing a series of hand seals, the scrolls erupted into 2 dragons made of chakra. Jaken watched as the dragons vanished, replaced by scroll paper. With a fierce declaration, Tenten unleashed her technique, soaring into the air. She hovered and began to unseal a multitude of weapons, launching them at Jaken. He deftly batted them away, dodging as best he could, but fatigue was starting to set in, leaving him with minor cuts. Tenten smirked, pulling her hands back as the weapons hovered in the air, connected by thin ninja wire. Jaken realized he had to act quickly. He performed a single seal, channeling his chakra, and arcs of red lightning crackled around him. With a battle cry, he leaped into the air, whipping the chain around. He launched the ball of his weapon to the ground, which pierced deep into the earth. Moments later, the ground erupted in a series of chains that ensnared Tenten's weapons and wrapped around her. Jaken landed on the chains, performing another seal that sent sparks of lightning dancing off his body. He smirked at Tenten, who looked back at him with a mix of fear and determination. Realizing she had little choice, Tenten decided to concede. She called out her surrender, and Heiei nodded, declaring Jaken the winner. He dispelled his jutsu, freeing Tenten. As she looked up, she saw Jaken's cocky smirk, which only fueled her irritation. She glared at him, demanding he help her to her feet. Jaken, unfazed by her attitude, offered his hand, which she took. As he helped her up, a piece of her clothing fell away, causing a brief moment of embarrassment. Jaken, caught off guard, couldn't help but stare. Tenten, mortified by the attention, kicked him in the face while covering herself. In a fit of rage, she straddled him and began to hit him with one hand. Their friends quickly intervened, trying to separate the two, while Anko laughed and Guy shouted about youthful love, earning him a playful kunai to the face. After the commotion settled, Tenten was given spare clothes, Jaken received treatment for his injuries, and the preliminaries continued. The board cycled, revealing Naruto's turn. He faced off against Kankuro, a Suna ninja, knowing that the outcome would determine the fate of their teams in the finals. Both prepared for battle, with Naruto pulling out his staff while Kankuro readied himself for close combat, which surprised Naruto since Kankuro was a puppeteer. As the match began, Naruto quickly jumped back, performing hand seals. He unleashed a powerful stream of flames toward Kankuro, who narrowly escaped the inferno. Using chakra threads, Kankuro retrieved his burning puppet, Karasu, and prepared for the next move. Frustrated by the damage, Kankuro launched a counterattack, but Naruto was ready. He dispelled just as Kankuro's puppet struck, reappearing behind him. Naruto then unleashed an earth technique, sweeping Kankuro off his feet. He followed up with another earth technique, forming a dragon that fired mud projectiles. Kankuro used his puppet as a shield while attacking with its blades. Naruto defended himself with quick reflexes, noticing something unusual on the tip of one of the blades. His eyes widened as he realized the blades were poisoned. Kankuro escaped the mud and reassembled his puppet. Karasu opened its mouth, and the puppet launched several sunbon at Naruto. Naruto slammed his hands on the ground, calling forth a slab of earth that quickly rose to shield him from the assault. He created a shadow clone before disappearing underground. Kankuro made his puppet soar into the air and opened its torso, releasing several small bombs that fell toward Naruto. In response, Naruto performed a final set of seals. The wind surged as he unleashed a powerful gust that blew the bombs, Senbon, and Earth Shield right back at Kankuro. The puppeteer called Karasu back and leaped onto its back to evade the attack. Kankuro landed where Naruto emerged from the ground, and Naruto struck him with a palm to one of his arms. He spun into Kankuro's defense and delivered another palm strike to his other arm. Kankuro winced and maneuvered his puppet to drive Naruto away. The blonde jumped back, a smirk on his face as he performed another seal. With a single word, Kankuro suddenly lost control of his puppet. Shocked, he didn't notice the staff flying toward him, striking him on the head. Naruto appeared above him, slamming his feet into Kankuro's chest and driving him into the ground. He caught the staff midair and positioned it against Kankuro's throat, ready to push down. Midoshi walked with Gyuren to her left, and Kajiro and Kodaheim to her right. They had just exited the forest and were making their way out of Konoha. Midoshi knew they would be shadows the moment they left the forest, either from the Hokage or Danzo. Fortunately, she had several serpents capable of using the transformation technique. She had just received word that their tail had not been detected. Regardless, they were in the clear. Midoshi instructed Gyuren to prepare Kodaheim and help Kajiro improve her skills. Gyuren acknowledged her, asking if Midoshi would be training as well. Midoshi confirmed her plans, expecting the frog hermit to take her as a student, emphasizing that it would be unwise to underestimate him. Suddenly, she stopped and looked ahead, prompting Gyuren and the others to prepare themselves. Midoshi raised her hand to calm them, addressing Orochimaru, who stepped out from hiding. His displeasure was evident. He questioned Midoshi about her actions, expressing frustration over the cost she had incurred and the near destruction of his new body. Midoshi retorted that his subordinate should have better control over his emotions, warning that they could lead to his downfall. She smirked, challenging Orochimaru's anger and pointing out that he had many in the village he didn't care about, any of whom could serve his purposes. Suddenly, Orochimaru grabbed her by the throat and slammed her against a tree, realizing too late that the others were preparing to intervene. He turned to them with a glare, causing them to back down. Orochimaru warned Midoshi not to forget that if it weren't for her power, he would have ended her life by now. He cautioned her that the protection of the Snake clan wouldn't save her before releasing her and vanishing like mist. Midoshi rubbed her throat and glared at the spot where he had been. Regaining her composure, she turned to Gyuren, commenting on her unexpected loyalty to Orochimaru. Gyuren admitted it was a temporary lapse in judgment and assured Midoshi it wouldn't happen again. Midoshi scoffed but smiled slightly before becoming serious. She announced a change of plans, stating that they would all be joining her. Gyuren asked where they were headed, and Midoshi revealed they were going to the Dragon Ground Cave. The next day, Anko gathered her team at the entrance of the Forest of Death. She was struggling with how to handle two of her students. Yakumo would be taking on her clan's monthly training, and Anko felt confident in her abilities, knowing that Ankai would not hold back. However, her other two students posed a challenge. She considered passing their training to the Hokage with Naruto and the ANBU with Jaken, but the appearance of Orochimaru complicated matters. She decided to proceed in the only way she knew how, though her students did not agree with her methods. Anko questioned what was wrong with her idea, and Naruto firmly stated they would not be picking up kunai or stabbing each other. Jaken echoed his sentiments, reminding her of the chaos during the preliminaries. Anko playfully insisted she wanted some excitement. Just then, a voice interrupted them, and everyone turned to see Jiraiya, who greeted them with a smile. Naruto called him by a nickname, earning a light slap on the head, which led to a glare exchanged between them. Jiraiya then turned to Anko, asking if he could take Naruto under his wing. Anko, recalling the last training session, expressed her reluctance but ultimately agreed, concerned about Naruto's upcoming opponent. Jiraiya nodded in appreciation, and Anko draped her arm over Jaken's shoulders, declaring him the odd one out. Jaken hesitantly asked if he could find another sensei, but Naruto quickly grabbed Jiraiya, using the body flicker technique to leave, while Yakumo had already used a genjutsu to escape the area. Jaken growled at his teammates, feeling betrayed. Anko, with a playful tone, reassured him that they were going to have an exciting month ahead. Her chilling laugh sent a shiver down the young man's spine, leaving him feeling uneasy. Neji had put on his sandals, ready to meet Tenten for training. He needed assistance with a jutsu he had just replicated. Just as he was about to leave, a member of the main house summoned him to the meeting room. Curious about the reason, Neji made his way there. Upon entering, he approached the center of the room, kneeling before Hayashi, Hinata, Hanabi, and a Hyuga elder. Hayashi addressed him directly, stating that Neji would be trained by him for the month leading up to the finals. Neji was taken aback, hearing the murmurs of the other main house members but choosing to focus on Hayashi's words. Confused, Neji asked why he was being given such an honor. Hayashi instructed him to ask Hinata. Taking a deep breath, Hinata explained that Neji was the greatest prodigy of the Hyuga clan, unmatched in their age group. She expressed her desire for him to learn main house jutsu to gain more strength and mentioned that she needed someone of his caliber to help her improve. She asked if he would accept this honor. Neji bowed his head in response, accepting the honor from both Hinata and Hayashi. Hayashi confirmed that training would begin later that day, dismissing Neji. As he left the meeting room, a smile spread across his face. He was eager to inform Tenten that he no longer needed her assistance. Gaara approached the gates of Konoha, carrying his gourd and belongings. The villagers kept their distance, sensing the dangerous aura he exuded. As he neared the gates, Baki appeared before him, accompanied by his siblings. Gaara glared at the jonin, demanding to know what he wanted. Baki inquired about Gaara's destination, to which Gaara replied that he was heading to the desert until the finals began. Baki, Kankuro, and Temari exchanged surprised glances. Kankuro questioned if the Uchiha was truly a problem for Gaara, but Gaara dismissed the thought, stating that his real targets were Uzumaki and Midoshi. He believed they would validate his existence, and he needed to prepare for their defeat, viewing the Uchiha as merely a stepping stone. As Gaara continued on his way, Baki sighed in frustration while Kankuro and Temari remained astonished. Temari commented on Gaara's newfound seriousness in training, suggesting that he must truly fear his opponents. Kankuro acknowledged Midoshi's instability but questioned the threat posed by the blonde boy. Temari reminded him that the same boy had sealed off Kankuro's chakra in the preliminaries, prompting Kankuro to growl in response. Baki noted that Gaara had reason to be concerned, especially if the blonde were to discover Gaara's tenant. He then instructed Temari to follow Gaara and stay with him. When she hesitated, Baki handed her a scroll containing 2 techniques he expected her to learn within the month, along with instructions to improve her other skills. Temari reluctantly agreed and set off to catch up with Gaara. Baki turned to Kankuro, informing him that since he had lost, he would need to return to Suna and await further instructions. Meanwhile, Shibi approached his son Shino during lunch, asking if he wished for training for the exams. Shino, feeling uneasy about Sai, agreed, acknowledging that his upcoming opponent would not be an easy victory. Shibi agreed to train him without holding back. Danzo, observing Sai, noted that he would be facing the Aburame boy, who was quite skilled. Sai expressed his suspicion that Shino was aware of his true abilities. Danzo called out to Toryun, who emerged from the shadows, instructing him to train Sai for the month to prepare for the upcoming battle. Lee stood before his student, brimming with excitement. Guy proclaimed that this was the moment they had been waiting for, eager to showcase the power of hard work to all of Konoha. Lee shared his enthusiasm, looking forward to demonstrating their glorious flames to the village and to Neji. Kakashi, feeling slightly out of shape, decided he needed to contact Anko for some training. He turned his focus back to the cliff and used one of the 8 gates to ascend the cliff face. Upon reaching the top, he let out a sigh of relief, ready to continue his journey. He pulled himself to the top and rested. As he took a few deep breaths, he moved his lone eye to look to his right. Kakashi was curious about how long Sasuke had been there. Sasuke, with a hint of impatience, inquired about when their training would begin. Kakashi sighed and scratched his head, wondering why he couldn't seem to find a respectful student. Sasuke, Sakura, and Sai were proving to be quite troublesome. Unkai sat in the dojo with Yakumo, who was dressed in her training clothes, ready for her session. Her parents and Haku were watching closely. Haku, a former ally of Momochi Zabuza, had agreed to assist her with her taijutsu training. They waited for Unkai to speak, and when he finally did, his serious gaze fell on Yakumo. Unkai expressed his pride in Yakumo's progress as a ninja, noting how many had underestimated her. Yakumo thanked him, feeling a sense of validation. However, Unkai warned her that the training would be rigorous. He had instructed Haku not to go easy on her, and he himself would push her to her limits to prepare her for the finals. He mentioned that her other sparring partner would also be demanding. Confused, Yakumo asked about the other instructor. Unkai nodded, and the doors opened to reveal someone who made Yakumo narrow her eyes. She was about to voice her concerns, but Unkai interrupted her. He acknowledged her history with the instructor but explained that she was one of the village's top genjutsu users. With her own student being trained by his father, she had agreed to help Yakumo prepare for the exams. Yakumo took a deep breath, calming her anger, and accepted her uncle's decision, though she cast a glance at Kurenai before turning away. Midoshi faced Manda, both engaged in a silent contest of wills. The team she had assembled awaited her decision. Manda eventually relented, allowing them to stay and train under her supervision, but warned that he would keep a watchful eye on them. Midoshi thanked him and prepared to lead her team to her private training area. However, Manda stopped her, suggesting that Hikari take them instead, and instructed Midoshi to accompany him. Confused but obedient, Midoshi climbed onto Manda's head as they headed in another direction. They soon arrived at the home of the Hakujusanin, the White Snake Sage. Midoshi wondered if she was finally going to learn the honored sage mode. Upon entering the cave, she was greeted by one of the largest serpents she had ever seen, adorned with a hat and a headdress, exhaling a puff of smoke from a cigarette. The sage expressed his pleasure at seeing Midoshi and mentioned that he had observed a significant change in her future that surprised him. Midoshi, skeptical of fortune-telling but fond of the old sage, decided to humor. He revealed that her future was intertwined with the Gama clan, suggesting that two true sages would unite the clans and bring peace. Midoshi, dismissive of the idea, stated her preference for shaping her own destiny. The sage, undeterred, encouraged her to keep an open mind. Midoshi excused herself, eager to begin her training for the finals. As she made her way to her private training ground, she pondered the sage's words about a union between the clans, finding it hard to believe. Yet, a vision of spiky blonde hair and deep blue eyes crossed her mind, bringing a smile to her face. Naruto sneezed unexpectedly, prompting Jiraiya to check on him. Naruto shrugged it off, suggesting someone must be talking about him. Jiraiya returned his focus to their journey. As the days ticked down, Jaken arrived at the training ground, feeling apprehensive about the next 29 days with his sensei. He had a bad feeling, sensing that someone with ill intentions was nearby. He quickly dodged several shuriken that flew toward him, countering with some of his own. He rushed toward the last known location of the attack, pulling out his Kuzurigama and launching it with force, tearing a branch from a tree. He spotted a shadowy figure fleeing and gave chase, determined to uncover the identity of the intruder. He threw the ball portion of his weapon again, causing the opponent to leap into the air. He launched several shuriken, but the opponent countered with their own. Jaken quickly retracted his chain and charged at the opponent. He closed the distance and swung the sickle part of his weapon. The strike was blocked, but he felt a sharp pain in his chest as he realized he had been struck by a blunt weapon, likely a bow. They exchanged blows, each narrowly avoiding a debilitating hit. Then, Jaken began forming hand seals. With a powerful technique, he summoned a beast of lightning that charged at the intruder. He heard the opponent curse, which made him smirk. Suddenly, a voice called out from his right, using an earth technique to intercept the lightning attack, stalling it just long enough to prevent it from causing destruction. Anko landed gracefully and set the opponent down, prompting Jaken to relax and wonder what was happening. Anko remarked that it wasn't fair for them to start without her. Jaken, confused, asked what was going on. Anko explained that she had decided to enlist help for his training since Tenten's teammate had cancelled. She introduced Tenten as his training partner. Jaken was surprised that Anko had him training with Tenten and questioned the reasoning behind it. Anko explained that Tenten's accuracy surpassed his own, making her an ideal choice to provide pointers. She also mentioned a unique version of tag she had created, where Tenten would lead the training. Anko emphasized that Tenten's orders would carry the same weight as her own, and if Jaken disobeyed, Tenten had the authority to discipline him as she saw fit. Jaken looked shocked and prepared to argue but quickly realized it would be futile. He turned to Tenten, who wore a wide grin, ready to begin their training. 28 days until the finals. Neji and Hinata were engaged in an intense sparring match. Hinata was determined not to hold her cousin back and did her best to keep pace with him. Neji was enjoying the challenge, but he remained the superior fighter. Both began to channel their chakra, spinning in a display of power. The two techniques clashed, creating a dome of chakra that fought for dominance. Their attacks ultimately canceled each other out, causing them to slide away from one another. Neji was surprised. Hinata had just learned the technique and was able to match his output, though he could see it took a toll on her. Hayashi, standing at the dojo wall with Hanabi by his side, called out, acknowledging their efforts. He praised them both but cautioned Hinata not to overexert herself, reminding her that she had just learned the technique and using so much chakra was unwise. Hinata, tired but resolute, apologized, expressing her desire not to hold Neji back. Hayashi reassured her to take a break and regain her energy. He then instructed Neji to prepare himself, stepping onto the mat as Neji assumed his stance. Sasuke hit the ground hard after another grueling training session. He was focused on mastering his lightning element affinity, channeling chakra in hopes of creating a spark. Frustration mounted as he struggled to rise, his body refusing to cooperate. A shadow fell over him, prompting him to turn and see Kakashi. Kakashi advised Sasuke to take a break, noting that he had been training for 3 days straight. He warned that continuing at this pace would hinder his performance in the upcoming competition. Sasuke, however, insisted he could keep going. Kakashi sighed, knelt beside him, and gently pressed a pressure point on Sasuke's neck, causing him to lose consciousness. He lifted Sasuke and carried him to his tent, laying him down carefully. Kakashi looked at his student with concern, troubled by the path Sasuke was on. He had hoped to guide him toward a better future, but doubts crept in. Kakashi saw Sasuke as a chance for redemption for past mistakes, but the boy's obsession with revenge worried him. He dismissed these thoughts and exited the tent, preparing for his own training for the battles ahead. 25 days until the final. Jaken was being pulled along by his training partner, Tenten. Anko had been particularly relentless that day, but Jaken took it in stride. He fought back against Anko, but her skills as a jonin were formidable. Grateful that she wasn't part of today's training, he followed Tenten to his apartment, where she threw him onto the couch. Jaken complained about her roughness, but Tenten dismissed his concerns, noting that he should be accustomed to it by now. As she looked around his apartment, she remarked that it was not what she expected. Curious about his first aid kit, Tenten asked where it was, and Jaken pointed toward the kitchen. As she went to retrieve it, something caught her eye: a letter from Aiko, the woman Jaken had been corresponding with. She returned to the couch and asked about the letter, teasing him about his connection with Aiko. Jaken explained that their relationship was simple, they shared thoughts and experiences. Tenten, intrigued, opened the letter despite Jaken's protests. As she read, she discovered Aiko's concerns about the upcoming exams and her offer to come watch him compete. Tenten finished the letter with a teasing smirk, prompting Jaken to glare at her. Tenten playfully remarked on Aiko's caring nature, while Jaken vowed to get back at her for reading the letter. Tenten feigned fear at his threat, enjoying the banter. Midoshi charged at Kajiro with her blade, while Kajiro took to the skies and began forming hand seals. She unleashed a stream of flames, but Midoshi skillfully used a substitution technique to evade the attack and appeared behind Kajiro. In response, Kajiro had to use another substitution to dodge Guren's crystal shuriken attack. Midoshi landed in Kodoheim's path. Kodoheim called forth her technique, her hair transforming into the shape of a wolf that lunged at Midoshi. Midoshi dodged and cut the hair, then engaged Guren in a fierce blade fight. Kajiro landed and continued her hand seals while Kodoheim leaped into the air, preparing her next move. Guren jumped back as the ground pulled Midoshi into its center, while Kodoheim's spike-like hair struck the earth, creating a sharp impact. The three of them waited for Midoshi to reappear. An explosion of dirt obscured their vision, prompting them to leap away. As the dust settled, they saw Midoshi on a snake, inspecting a small cut on her arm. She smiled, acknowledging their efforts, and declared that they could take things up a notch. With a swift motion, the snake lunged at the three women. Naruto engaged in a fierce battle with a toad that matched his intensity. Jiraiya observed from the sidelines, impressed by his godson's growth. He felt proud of his sensei for training Naruto so effectively, knowing that he would likely rise in rank after the finals. Naruto had taken his training seriously, especially with the challenges posed by Midoshi. Jiraiya had heard troubling things about her from the toads. Fortunately, Naruto's use of the shadow clone technique was proving beneficial. In just 5 days, his chakra control and mastery of the Rasengan had significantly improved. He glanced to his right, where a group of clones practiced the fire release, flame bullet technique, and to his left, where others were honing their wind affinity. This training method was invaluable, and as Kakashi had said, it was unique to Naruto. Jiraiya felt a twinge of guilt for keeping certain truths from the boy. Although Naruto was mature enough to handle the knowledge of impending threats from S-rank shinobi, Jiraiya wanted him to enjoy his childhood without worry. He knew he would eventually have to inform Naruto about the looming danger, but he decided to withhold details about the boy's future. An elder toad had shared a vision from the great toad sage regarding a potential union between the Gamma and Hibi clans, a notion Jiraiya found hard to believe given their long-standing conflict. For now, he chose to focus on Naruto's training. 20 days until the finals, Kiba launched himself at Shino with a shout of passing Fong. Shino released his insects, forming a protective dome around himself. Kiba's attack collided with the spinning dome but was deflected. He landed gracefully on his feet, while the insects resumed their swirling motion around Shino. Kiba teased Shino about the similarity to the Hyuga's technique, but Shino remained unfazed, asserting that it wasn't the Kaiten. He encouraged Kiba and Akamaru to attack again. With a determined shout, Kiba and his clone charged at Shino, executing the Fong passing Fong technique. The force of the attack sent Shino flying back a few feet. Kiba rushed over, expressing his concern for his teammate, who assured him that he needed to refine his technique. They agreed to stick with the passing Fong for now. Sai hit the ground with a thud but showed no signs of pain. His pale skin bore purple bruises, which Toryun approached to heal with a touch. Once the bruises vanished, Toryun walked away, reminding Sai that he needed to improve if he wanted to stand a chance against Shino, who would show no mercy. Sai acknowledged his sensei's words weakly. Kurenai was breathing heavily as she faced her opponent, who was equally fatigued. Their sparring session had become intense, and she wondered how much longer she could maintain the pace. Yakumo's genjutsu skills had significantly improved since their last encounter. Ankai, observing the match, decided it was time to call a halt. He suggested they take a break, and the two opponents relaxed, facing each other. Kurenai complimented Yakumo on her performance, but Yakumo's curt reply indicated her disinterest. She turned and left the dojo to find something to eat, leaving Kurenai to sigh at her attitude. Despite 10 days of training, Yakumo remained distant, a response Kurenai understood given her past actions. She felt she deserved any resentment Yakumo harbored. Kurenai was approached by Yakumo's mother, Yuroko, who offered her a cup of tea. Yuroko expressed her disapproval of Yakumo's grudge and reminded Kurenai that she was no longer the fearful, weak person she once was. Kurenai reflected on Yuroko's words, contemplating whether she had the courage to confront her past mistakes and whether she was truly unafraid of her student's power. With a heavy heart, Kurenai left the dojo, her mind filled with thoughts about her future and her relationship with Yakumo. 18 days until the finals. Kurenai had a lot on her mind since speaking with Yuroko. She realized that she was no longer the same woman from before. Gathering her courage to face her past, she called Yakumo away from the compound to settle their differences. As Yakumo appeared in the clearing, she approached with a scowl. Kurenai maintained a neutral expression as they faced each other. Yakumo questioned Kurenai's timing, expressing her frustration about Kurenai's previous indifference. Kurenai acknowledged her past mistakes, admitting that she had been ashamed and scared of Yakumo's power. She apologized sincerely, understanding if Yakumo couldn't forgive her. Yakumo's anger flared as she recalled the pain of feeling abandoned and useless. She expressed how Kurenai's actions had crushed her dreams of becoming a kunoichi. Overwhelmed by emotion, Yakumo dropped to her knees and cried. Kurenai, realizing the depth of her impact, moved closer and embraced her. Initially resistant, Yakumo eventually accepted the comfort, and they remained in that position for a while. After their emotional moment, Kurenai and Yakumo sat in silence, gazing at the village. Kurenai broke the silence, asking if Yakumo felt any better. Yakumo admitted to still being angry but expressed a willingness to move forward and work together, acknowledging that she could use Kurenai's help. Kurenai agreed, emphasizing the urgency of their training with only 18 days left. She assured Yakumo that she would not go easy on her, confident in her abilities. Grateful, Yakumo thanked Kurenai, and they continued to watch the village together. Jaken dodged another volley from Tenten as he closed in on her. Tenten pulled out her 3-section staff to meet his charge. They engaged in a brief weapons battle until Tenten backed away. Jaken seized the opportunity to discreetly wrap his chain around her leg, pulling her down hard. He channeled a small jolt of lightning, causing Tenten to react sharply before she quickly freed herself and confronted him. Tenten expressed her frustration about the lightning, while Jaken dismissed her concerns. Just then, Anko arrived, noticing their close proximity with a grin. She teased them, knowing it was a running joke that they had feelings for each other. Curious, Jaken asked Anko about a weapon she held. With excitement, Anko revealed a new Kusarigama-like weapon, showcasing its unique design. Jaken and Tenten marveled at its beauty as Anko handed it to him. He admired how the blades could be swung in large circles, creating a mesmerizing effect. Anko smiled at their reaction, pleased with her creation. However, she soon realized that the two were so captivated by the weapon that they had lost focus on their training. Anko sighed, contemplating how to redirect their attention. 16 days until finals. Neji hit the ground after being struck by the 8 trigrams 64 palms technique. Struggling to stand, he was stopped by his uncle, Hayashi, who advised him to rest as his tenketsu would be closed for a while. Neji complied and sat back down. Hayashi turned to his daughters, who were also breathing heavily. They began to release their chakra and initiated their own techniques, creating spinning domes of energy. The two techniques clashed until Hanabi's was overpowered by Hinata's, sending her flying. Hanabi groaned, but Hinata rushed to check on her sister, who assured her that she was fine. Hayashi approached, and the 3 siblings stood at attention, bowing to their father. After Neji joined them, Hayashi praised their progress but noted that both girls needed to refine their techniques. He emphasized the importance of speed for Neji's technique, warning him not to underestimate his upcoming opponent, as he suspected Madogai was teaching Lee a powerful jutsu. A large explosion could be seen from Guy's vantage point. As the dust began to settle, he could see the outline of his prized student. Lee's skin appeared slightly darker, and it seemed he would soon lose consciousness. His assumption was confirmed when Lee collapsed. He approached the crater that Lee had just created and noticed the heavy wooden dummy was now in splinters. Guy grinned and gently picked up his student, carrying him home. He would be ready for Neji in 16 days. It was 12 days until the finals. Both Jiraiya and Manda observed the situation before them and sighed. They should have anticipated this, knowing the parties involved. They watched as Mamushi glared at Midoshi, while Naruto and Gamariki exchanged tense looks. Both adults understood that despite their issues, they needed to collaborate, as they were the best at performing jutsu together. They wished the two would find a way to get along, recognizing that jealousy fueled their animosity. 5 days remained until the chunin exam finals. Naruto and Jiraiya entered the village in the afternoon. Naruto looked disheveled, his clothes torn from the rigorous training he had undergone. Jiraiya had a few smudges on his attire but nothing significant. Naruto appeared different from his time in the ruins of Uzushiogakure. He had improved rapidly due to Kakashi's training suggestions, becoming at least twice as strong as he had been a year ago. The Kage Bunshin training method allowed him to master several ninjutsu techniques and fuinjutsu. Jiraiya focused on enhancing his physical strength, strategy, and chakra pool. He had also improved his relationship with the Gama clan and was now able to work alongside Gamariki. As Naruto stretched upon entering the gates, he expressed his relief at being back. Jiraiya smiled, proud of his godson. Despite Naruto's stubbornness during their training, he had persevered and grown. Jiraiya reminded him to get some new clothes and to avoid heavy training, suggesting he focus on relaxation and light exercises. Naruto, slightly annoyed, insisted he wasn't hard-headed, prompting amusement from passers-by. Jiraiya chuckled while Naruto pouted. The sounds of steel echoed through the forest of death as Jaken and Tenten dashed at each other, clashing in a fierce contest. They sought an advantage while locked in combat, then pushed away and landed across from each other. Jaken spun one of the sickles of his new Kurosagama, while Tenten slipped into a stance with her staff. The two narrowed their eyes and prepared to clash again when a kunai suddenly interrupted them. They looked up to see Anko perched on a branch. The Jonin regarded the two genin with respect. Jaken had quickly learned to wield his new weapon, improving his taijutsu and mastering several Raitun jutsu. Tenten had also advanced in close combat, thanks to Anko's guidance in utilizing her entire arsenal of weapons. Now, she could hold her own against several chunin-level opponents and had learned support jutsu to enhance her team's effectiveness. Anko felt proud of their progress. Anko declared that their training for the week was over, advising Jaken to continue working with his new weapon but to focus on light training. The same applied to Tenten, who should take a break and go on the date they had been avoiding. Tenten protested, insisting she didn't like Jaken and that he wasn't her type. Jaken calmly suggested she ignore Anko, who was merely trying to provoke her. Tenten retorted that it was easier for him, as he was accustomed to Anko's antics. Jaken remarked that Anko was much better than Guy, leaving Tenten speechless, while Anko smirked. Yakumo sat in a meditative position as Unkai and Kurenai watched her channel the power of the Edo. Her hair whipped in the air, and her aura became visible. After an hour, she stopped, pitching forward to take deep breaths. Once she relaxed and stood up, Unkai approached her with a small smile, praising her improvement and reminding her to remember the feeling of losing control when activating the seal. Yakumo expressed her gratitude, and Kurenai watched with pride, knowing Yakumo had grown as a shinobi. Kurenai had taught her genjutsu and helped her create techniques that could be quite effective. Anko occasionally visited to teach Yakumo taijutsu and how to fight with two kunai. Kurenai was confident Yakumo would perform well enough for a promotion. Kurenai suggested they celebrate Yakumo's success with a trip to the hot springs. Yakumo quickly vanished and reappeared with her bath items, prompting laughter from Kurenai and Unkai at her enthusiasm for hot springs. Midoshi asked her teammates if they were ready, wearing a confident smirk while feeling impressed with them. She and Gyuren had resolved their issues during training. Although they still exchanged insults, the animosity had faded. They had worked together, enhancing each other's skills. Kodoheim had improved her hair jutsu and developed a new, unpredictable fighting style. Kajiro had also grown, refining her transformation skills to the point where she could fool even skilled sensors. Her chakra had improved, enhancing her ninjutsu. Her team had become a well-oiled machine, prepared for the upcoming invasion. Midoshi noted that they were not heading straight to Konoha yet, as she had been summoned by one of the main snakes, who had completed her order for them. It would keep them protected when things got tough, Midoshi remarked. Gyuren commented that this was unlike her. Midoshi joked that they had grown on her, but then her expression turned serious as she addressed her team. She instructed them that if the situation became overwhelming, they should retreat. Orochimaru had always underestimated his opponents, and she believed this would ultimately backfire on him. She asked them to promise they would follow her orders. Kajiro affirmed her command, and Kodoheim added her agreement. Gyuren stated that he wouldn't want them crying over him anyway. Midoshi smirked and led her team toward their destination. For the next 4 days, everyone focused on finishing their training. Shino, Sai, Lee, Neji, Gaara, and Temari had just completed their training and returned to Konoha for the finals. The only one still pushing himself was Sasuke, who ignored Kakashi's advice and continued to practice his new jutsu. Kakashi felt at his wits' end with Sasuke and worried that he might sacrifice his chances to compete. He knew Gaara's words had struck a nerve. With the finals approaching, Anko gathered her team for dinner. She treated them at a restaurant, though she was pouting because she had been banned from drinking sake while with her team due to a past incident. Her team laughed as they were served by the waitress. Jaken teased her, saying it was her own fault, to which Anko retorted that everyone was against her for one prank. She looked at her team with pride, having kept tabs on Yakumo and Jaken, and she appreciated Kakashi's help in improving Naruto's skills. They had all grown stronger since she had taken them from the academy, and she felt confident they would be promoted to chunin. However, the thought of their team breaking up dampened her spirits. Noticing her mood, Naruto asked if she was okay. Anko admitted she was feeling a bit down, realizing that her cute little genin would soon become chunin, marking the end of their team. She expressed her sadness at not being able to spill any more of their blood. Jaken found her statement disgusting and questioned who said the team was breaking up. Anko raised an eyebrow at him. Yakumo insisted she wouldn't leave the team, acknowledging that they would eventually go on missions independently but still needed her guidance. Jaken echoed this sentiment, stating she wouldn't abandon them after training them to be ninja. Naruto added that until he became Hokage, Jaken became an ANBU ninja, and Yakumo joined the Konoha torture and interrogation force. She was stuck with them. Yakumo protested at the mention of the interrogation force, while Jaken teased her about her ghost powers. Anko laughed at her students, feeling uplifted by their words. She knew everything would be all right. Later, Naruto returned home, exhausted after a fun day with his team. They had just finished preparing their prop for the finals, an idea everyone was excited about. Now, he looked forward to getting some sleep. As he entered his living room, he was surprised to find Midoshi sitting on his couch, calm and relaxed. He was on edge, realizing he wasn't armed. Midoshi placed several kunai on the table, teasing him about his lack of weapons. She disarmed herself and motioned for him to sit. With no other choice, Naruto took a seat across from her. Midoshi mentioned that she wanted to talk to him since their match was first. She explained that she had come to see the work the Gamma Sannin had done with him, as she hadn't been able to observe his training. She smirked, noting that their summonses had tightened their borders after they sent spies to learn about each other. Naruto cursed at that, which only made Midoshi smirk wider. They locked eyes, both captivated by each other's gaze until the moment broke. Midoshi grinned wickedly, stating that the pervert had done his job well, promising an exciting fight. Naruto expressed his confusion about her motivations. He questioned why she pursued this interest in fighting him, suggesting it couldn't solely be for her love of battle. Midoshi clarified that she wanted to confront the raw, animalistic power within him and defeat it with her own strength. Naruto asked if it was all about her ego, to which she corrected him, saying it was more about pride. She explained that they were viewed as evil and deceptive due to their association with Orochimaru, and she aimed to change that perception. Midoshi wanted to show the world that the Hibi clan deserved respect and admiration, just like the Gamma clan. And what better way to prove their strength than by defeating the new summoner of the Gamma clan? Midoshi expressed her determination to show everyone just how powerful they were. She envisioned herself as the victor, her pride finally satisfied. This was a new side of Midoshi that Naruto had not seen before, and he couldn't fault her for her ambitions. He shared similar aspirations of becoming Hokage. He regarded her with a serious yet calm demeanor. Midoshi would have to earn her victory, Naruto thought. He introduced himself as Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage of Konohagakure. If she intended to make a name for herself through him, she would need to prepare for failure. Midoshi smiled widely at his response. She stood up, gathered her weapons, and walked toward the window. With one foot on the ledge, she turned back to him, promising to see him the next day and warning him to be ready for the fight of his life. With that, she jumped out of the window and disappeared. Naruto let out a sigh of relief and headed to his room, knowing he needed to rest for the battle ahead. It was a beautiful day at the chunin exam finals, with ticket holders streaming into the stadium. The contestants were being led into the field, and Midoshi found herself wondering where Naruto was, as she had not seen any members of his team. Her attention was drawn to a new official trying to gain the crowd's attention. Just then, the sound of a cannon echoed, and everyone looked up to see a giant black ball descending toward them. As the ball neared, the crowd quickly cleared out. It unraveled to reveal Team Anko, who landed on the ground in dramatic poses. A large sign fell beside them, proclaiming them as Konoha's super awesome and unbeatable team, Team Anko. Fireworks shot into the air as Anko raised her fist triumphantly. There was no need for concern, Anko declared, as Team Anko had arrived. The crowd initially regarded them with confusion, but soon erupted into cheers and applause. Hiruzen, seated in the Kage box, pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation while Anko reveled in the crowd's reaction. Midoshi found the scene amusing. The official, Shiranui-ginma, approached Anko and her team, asking if they could proceed with the event. Anko playfully insisted that Genma enjoyed the spectacle. She then turned to her team, giving them permission to go all out and show no mercy. Yakumo cautioned her to tone it down, but Anko simply smiled and vanished. Genma organized everyone into position, and Anko appeared beside her friend Kurenai, who looked at her with frustration. Kurenai questioned the necessity of such an entrance, to which Anko replied that it had energized the crowd. As Asuma chuckled, the Hokage delivered his speech, and Genma provided the final instructions. Naruto felt the eyes of both Midoshi and Gaara on him but chose to focus. He took a deep breath, readying himself for the battle ahead. Genma announced that everyone except Uzumaki, Naruto, and Midoshi should leave the field. Jaken bumped fists with Naruto, and Yakumo hugged him, wishing him luck. Naruto turned to face Midoshi, who was already in position, smiling at him. Midoshi encouraged Naruto to relax, assuring him that the battle would be enjoyable. Naruto smirked, acknowledging his nerves. As they both took their stances, Genma confirmed that the first match of the finals was about to begin. With the signal given, Naruto charged forward, moving his staff at Midoshi. She blocked it with her bracers and retaliated with her sash. Naruto jumped back and began using the first form that Hiruzen had taught him. Midoshi skillfully dodged his attacks, moving in close. He attempted a move, but she ducked under it, and they engaged in a fast-paced close-quarters battle, neither landing a hit. Midoshi spun gracefully, avoiding a sweep from Naruto, and delivered a powerful kick that broke his staff in two. She landed and aimed a stab at him, but Naruto was quick to form hand seals. With a shout, he unleashed an earth release technique that swept Midoshi off her feet. He quickly followed up with another set of hand seals, summoning a dragon head made of mud that launched several projectiles. Then he combined it with a fire technique, igniting the mud ball. Midoshi was caught off guard as the attack engulfed her, and she crashed against the wall. As the flames subsided, Naruto saw a charred figure, but Midoshi emerged from the ground, ready to strike. A clone of Naruto appeared just in time to grab her wrists, surprising her. However, Naruto took the opportunity to deliver a swift punch to her face, sending her flying. She managed to flip in midair and land gracefully, rubbing her jaw but feeling no injury. Midoshi looked at Naruto with a playful pout, commenting that he shouldn't treat a lady that way. Naruto pointed out that given her desire for a fight, she shouldn't be surprised by his actions. Midoshi acknowledged his point and suggested they stop playing around, ready to engage in a serious battle. A serpent-like energy coiled around her arms and moved toward her hand, signaling the intensity of the fight to come. The snake then spat out a weapon. It was a sword with a flat blade and a unique pommel. Midoshi grabbed the blade and stuck it into the ground. Naruto summoned Sora, transforming the chimp into his Naginata form. He took his stance, both of them channeling chakra at each other, and the tension in the air was palpable. Naruto commanded the attack, and suddenly the field was filled with clones. Midoshi was surprised but maintained her composure, extending her hands toward the clones descending upon her. An army of snakes emerged from her arms, launching themselves at the clones and swiftly dismantling them. Smoke filled the area as the clones dispelled, and Midoshi barely dodged the blade of the Naginata. She ducked under Naruto's swipe but couldn't evade his knee strike. Naruto furiously aimed at Midoshi, who managed to recover and evade. She jumped back to create distance, but Naruto pursued her relentlessly. He unleashed a powerful wind attack, sending Midoshi flying through the air, crashing against the stadium wall with considerable force. Naruto was quick to follow, raising the Naginata to finish the fight. Midoshi, however, was not going to let that happen. She flicked her wrist, causing the blade to vibrate. Naruto noticed this and quickly raised Sora to block. Midoshi struck, connecting with Naruto's shoulder, leaving him surprised as he thought he had blocked the attack. Midoshi smirked and pressed the attack. Naruto ducked and dodged, attempting to parry her strikes, but he was still getting cut. Sora, confused, asked Naruto why he wasn't blocking effectively. Naruto explained that while he understood how she was moving, predicting her strikes was another matter entirely. He was taking too many hits and slowly losing his strength. In a moment of desperation, he took some blood from one of his wounds and placed it on his palm, quickly performing seals before slamming his hand on the ground. He summoned a technique, and Midoshi looked at the smoke before a ball of water shot toward her. She swung her sword to counter the attack, cutting the water bullet in two, which crashed to the ground. Another water bullet followed, and this time, she attempted to cut it as well, but she was caught off guard, resulting in a cut on her arms and her blade flying from her grasp. She grimaced, holding her injured arms. As the smoke cleared, a toad wearing lipstick and a bow appeared in front of Naruto. He sighed in relief, and Gamariki, the toad, scoffed at the injured Naruto before turning his attention to Midoshi. Gamariki acknowledged the challenge of fighting her, indicating that he would support Naruto. Naruto agreed, noting the importance of taking her out before she could retrieve her sword. Gamariki struck a pose, ready for action, while Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose at the toad's antics, feeling the support of his friends in the background. Midoshi smirked at the duo, preparing to counter their next move. The crowd began to sweat under the immense chakra that Naruto was releasing. Those who had witnessed that day felt a wave of fear wash over them. Anko, Hiruzen, and his teammates watched with concern, hoping Naruto could maintain control. Even the Kazekage observed with a hint of worry. Midoshi focused on Naruto as the red chakra enveloped him, taking shape and forming two ears and a red tail. His features sharpened, and he manifested claws. After a few intense moments, Naruto took deep breaths to steady himself. He examined the chakra and flexed his hands. When he first accessed the shroud, which Jiraiya referred to as the Demon Fox Shroud, it had caused him immense pain and left him severely injured. However, through sheer determination and some assistance, he managed to wield it with a bit of difficulty. He dropped to all fours, ready for action. In the Kage's box, Hiruzen smiled at Naruto's progress. The Kazekage turned to his fellow Kage, expressing his thoughts. He noted that Naruto was a Jinchuriki and seemed to possess some level of control. Hiruzen confirmed that through training and courage, Naruto had indeed found a way to manage it. They turned their attention back to the fight just as Naruto vanished from sight. Midoshi was taken aback when Naruto reappeared in front of her, launching an attack that resulted in a loud explosion. She found herself airborne amidst the dust. Midoshi thought to herself that Naruto was incredibly fast. As he called out his technique, a blade of wind shot toward her. She twisted to evade it, landing only to see Naruto again. Reacting quickly, she substituted herself with a log that shattered upon impact. Naruto turned and unleashed another wind technique that Midoshi narrowly dodged. In response, she performed a series of hand seals. With determination, Midoshi unleashed her own fire technique, sending a barrage of fireballs toward Naruto. However, he evaded each one with remarkable agility. Taking to the air, he let out a powerful roar. Midoshi raised her arms to shield herself, feeling the ground beneath her shift as she was pushed into a small crater. She ducked a punch from Naruto and retaliated with her own strike, but he countered with a kick to her midsection, wrapping his tail around her wrist. The sensation was intense, but it paled in comparison to the force of his punch that followed, sending her flying. Naruto quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a massive stream of fire. Midoshi was engulfed by the flames as they crashed against the stadium wall, the heat causing parts of it to melt. Just then, Naruto ducked to avoid a strike from Midoshi and retaliated with a kick that sent her stumbling back. He noticed that she was covered in a strange substance and breathing heavily. Midoshi quickly distanced herself to retrieve her sword, vibrating the blade as she prepared to attack. The two engaged in an intense battle, with Naruto struggling to predict her movements. Midoshi realized that her cuts were healing rapidly, prompting her to reconsider her strategy. The crowd watched in awe as Naruto, once viewed with disdain, demonstrated control over the very beast that had caused so much destruction. Their perceptions began to shift as they recognized his growth. Midoshi, on the other hand, was a source of concern. Her techniques were reminiscent of Orochimaru, the village's greatest traitor. The spectators wondered if she would resort to those methods, but it was clear she was fully invested in the fight. Midoshi needed a strategy to overcome Naruto. Her chakra was dwindling, especially after using the snake-shedding body replacement technique. She realized she had to end the fight quickly. The brief pause gave her an idea. As Naruto charged at her, she performed a series of seals and slammed her hands onto the ground, invoking a powerful earth technique that caused the ground to spiral beneath him. Naruto struggled to maintain his footing, and Midoshi seized the moment to launch another attack, sending a barrage of stones toward him. With a fierce roar, Naruto shattered the rocks and launched his arm upward, catching Midoshi by surprise. She cursed as he captured her, flinging her to the ground with force. He charged at her disoriented form and struck her with his knees, causing her to gasp. As he stood over her, she dissolved into mud, leaving him momentarily stunned. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his stomach and turned to see Midoshi behind him, having pulled a blade from his body. He collapsed, the shroud vanishing as he struggled to rise. Midoshi looked down at him, breathing heavily. She remarked on the intensity of the battle, and Naruto, still on his knees, responded weakly. Midoshi smirked, acknowledging his bravery but warned him that he would bleed out if he didn't act quickly. She expressed her excitement over the fight but claimed victory was hers. Naruto, however, remained defiant, stating that she had allowed him to land the first punch. He activated a seal, causing marks to appear all over her skin, rendering her immobile. Midoshi was bewildered, questioning what was happening. Naruto explained that had he activated the seal earlier, she would have easily broken free. Summoning a clone to assist him, he prepared to resist the red chakra surrounding his wound. He revealed that he had anticipated her moves, noting that the techniques she had used had drained her chakra significantly. Midoshi realized that Naruto had been strategizing from the beginning, and the fight continued with newfound intensity. Now, Naruto held a familiar jutsu that left the crowd gasping. He declared his victory with a powerful Rasengan, slamming the swirling sphere of chakra into Midoshi's midsection. The impact sent her flying through the air, crashing down into the ground, creating a large crater. To everyone's astonishment, Midoshi managed to get back on her feet, taking a few shaky steps before collapsing. The crowd fell silent, watching as she lay still. The fight was finally over. Genma approached Naruto and announced the winner of the first match. The stadium erupted in cheers for Uzumaki Naruto. He sat down, exhausted, and held his stomach, which had finally begun to heal. In his mind, he expressed gratitude to the Kyuubi, who merely scoffed in response. Anko appeared beside her student, smirking at his condition. She asked how he was doing, to which Naruto replied that he was just happy and felt like passing out. Moments later, he succumbed to exhaustion and fell to the ground. Anko smiled proudly, lifting him onto her shoulder as she noticed Midoshi's sensei carrying her away. With a determined stride, Anko made her way to the medical bay to ensure Naruto received the care he needed. Meanwhile, Jaken expressed his relief over Naruto's victory, noting how close the match had been. Yakumo agreed, acknowledging that Naruto had taken a significant risk but had proven his strength. Temari watched her little brother with concern, hoping Gaara would remain composed. In the crowd, Kotetsu and Izumo discussed the match, agreeing that both competitors deserved promotion for their impressive abilities and strategic thinking. Kotetsu confidently stated that Naruto had earned his vote for chunin, and Izumo concurred, praising Anko for having such a talented student. In the Kage's booth, the Kazekage turned to Hiruzen, acknowledging the strength of Naruto, the Jinchuriki. He admired Naruto's ability to control such power without losing himself. Hiruzen, modestly accepting the praise, expressed confidence that his ninja would be promoted after this match, to which the Kazekage agreed. Guren laid Midoshi down and checked her over, relieved that she would be all right despite her injuries. She knew it would take weeks for Midoshi to heal, especially after witnessing the powerful jutsu Naruto had used, a technique belonging to the Yondaime Hokage. Just then, Mamushi emerged from the ground, looking unwell. She expressed her anger over being double-teamed and vowed to seek revenge once she recovered. After a brief moment of reflection on Midoshi's defeat, Mamushi carefully wrapped her and vanished. Gyuren remained alone until Kajiro joined her, inquiring about their mistress. Gyuren informed her that Midoshi was being taken care of and suggested they go watch the next match. The crowd buzzed with excitement for the upcoming match, eager for another thrilling display. On the field, which had been repaired after the previous battle, Shino faced Sai. Genma stood between them, ready to start the match. With no words exchanged, he initiated the battle. Sai moved swiftly, drawing his tanto, while Shino ducked to avoid the slash and created distance. He unleashed a swarm of Kikeichu, which chased after Sai as he dodged. Shino attempted to cut Sai off with another swarm, but Sai vanished and reappeared at the side of the stadium. He quickly took out his brush and paper, drawing a bird and channeling his chakra. A bird sprang to life from the paper, and Sai leaped onto it, looking down at Shino, who commanded his swarm to return. Sai then executed another Chojugiga, summoning several lions that charged at Shino from the air. In response, Shino performed hand seals and activated his jutsu, creating a protective dome of Kikeichu that obliterated the lions upon impact. As the battle intensified, Shino noticed that Sai was gaining an advantage with his ink birds launching explosive attacks. Realizing he needed a new strategy, Shino decided to ground Sai, knowing it would require a significant amount of chakra but would be worth it. He called upon his secret technique, Hijitsu, Mushios, summoning a vast web of chakra that spread across the ground. Bugs emerged from every crack, forming a rising hill. Sai attempted to ascend higher, but Shino leaped onto the hill, propelled into the air. The speed of his ascent surprised Sai, who found himself targeted as Shino launched several shuriken that struck the bird he was riding. The battle was just beginning. Sai leaped off as his creation dissipated. He intended to conjure another bird, but Shino interrupted him with a barrage of shuriken. One struck Sai's hand, causing him to drop his drawing scroll. Using a kunai attached to a wire, Sai halted his fall and swung himself onto the wall. Shino returned to the ground, and the insects he had summoned were making their way back. Shino unleashed his swarm, sending them after Sai. Sai severed the wire and dashed down the wall toward his scroll, dodging gracefully until he reached it. Quickly, Sai sketched another bird and mounted it, soaring into the sky. Shino watched as Sai charged directly at him. The bird moved swiftly, and Shino was unable to defend himself in time. Sai zipped past, leaving a shallow cut on Shino's arm. A small spray of blood escaped the wound as Sai ascended again, preparing for another dive. Shino drew a kunai, bracing himself for the next attack. He managed to block another strike, but the force of Sai's speed knocked him off his feet. His Kikeichu could not catch Sai as he soared higher. Determined, Sai attached several explosive tags to his bird and dove once more toward Shino. Shino stood firm, performing his jutsu. In that moment, Sai leaped off the bird and rolled into a combat stance. As the bird collided with Shino's defense, he detonated the explosive tags. Most of Shino's swarm was scorched, and he was thrown back, hitting the ground hard and rolling to a stop. Sai approached Shino, ready to finish the fight, but noticed Shino's sudden movement. Shino dissolved into Kikeichu and launched an attack. Sai dodged and landed opposite Shino, who was breathing heavily. Sai smiled at him. Sai acknowledged Shino's skill, recognizing why Danzo had chosen to train him. Shino replied that he would have refused the offer for training, expressing his disappointment in not being selected. Sai then declared his intention to end the match, but Shino calmly stated that it had already concluded in his favor. Confusion washed over Sai until he felt a strange sensation in his chest, as if something were burrowing inside him. Sai dropped to one knee, bewildered, and questioned what Shino had done. Shino explained that his shuriken had been coated with larvae designed to inject into the body upon impact. These larvae would feast on the insides of anyone not belonging to Shino's clan. Shocked, Sai managed to smile again, acknowledging Shino's prowess. He then turned to Genma, expressing his desire to surrender. Genma nodded and looked to Shino, who approached Sai and placed a hand on his chest. Shino channeled his chakra, signaling the insects within Sai. Sai grunted as a few bugs emerged from his chest, crawling up Shino's arm and into his jacket. With that, Shino walked away. The winner of the second match was announced as Aburame Shino, and the crowd applauded the performance. Naruto groaned as he opened his eyes, the world around him blurry. He attempted to move but winced in pain. His sensei, engrossed in a volume of Ika, warned him not to move, explaining that his body had not fully healed from the strain of his fight. Anko paused her reading to check on him, asking how he felt. Naruto admitted he was still in rough shape, recalling the pain from using the fox's chakra and the injury inflicted by Midoshi. Anko questioned if he wanted to be disqualified from the next match, but Naruto vehemently refused, insisting he would be ready, even if not at full strength. Anko cautioned him not to rush, reminding him that Shino would not be an easy opponent. Naruto, however, had a plan for Shino and grinned at the thought. He then realized that Jaken's match was up next, but Anko informed him he would not be watching any matches, as he needed to stay in bed until she deemed it safe. Despite his protests, Anko threatened him with her weapon, and Naruto reluctantly complied, allowing her to return to her reading. Jaken faced Temari, wielding his new Kuzurigama while she unfolded her Tessen. In the stands, Tenten watched closely, hoping Jaken would perform well. On the field, Temari noticed Jaken staring at her, which began to irritate her. He then commented on her legs, attempting to give her a nickname. Temari responded sharply, but Jaken explained it was just a habit of his to assign nicknames based on people's traits. He complimented her, noting how well she took care of herself, but Temari only grew more annoyed. With a fierce shout, Temari unleashed her jutsu, launching an attack. Jaken twirled one of the sickles on his weapon and threw it at her technique. To her surprise, his weapon did not get blown away. She quickly rolled aside to avoid the spinning blade as Jaken pulled the chain back, maintaining his confident smirk. He taunted her about letting anger dictate her actions. Temari swung her fan again, but Jaken countered with his weapon, cutting through her jutsu once more. He threw another sickle, forcing Temari to rely on her agility to evade his attacks. Each time she launched a jutsu, Jaken skillfully countered with his Kuzurigama, maneuvering her into the path of one of his sickles. Temari blocked the incoming weapon with her closed fan, the sound of metal grinding against metal echoing as she deflected it. With the opening he created, Jaken moved in closer, bringing down the other sickle in a decisive chop. Temari blocked the attack, using her strength to prevent Jaken from pushing the blade toward her forehead. She kicked his arm, forcing him to release the sickle, which she flung upward and away, leaving Jaken defenseless. Just as Temari prepared to strike, Jaken pulled the chain, and she noticed the two sickles closing in around her waist. In a swift move, she substituted herself with a log, which was quickly cut in half. It was now time for the fourth match. Kodohime stood across from Yakumo, both exchanging intense glances as the audience watched closely. Initially, everyone anticipated that Sasuke's match would be the most exciting, but they were proven wrong. 3 thrilling fights had already taken place, with the most captivating being those of Anko's 2 male students. The crowd eagerly awaited the heiress of the Kurama clan to showcase her skills. Gunma initiated the match, and the fight began with a clash of steel. Yakumo's dagger met Kodohime's Fuma Shuriken in a tense standoff. They struggled for dominance, neither gaining an advantage. This worried Kodohime, as she was aware of Yakumo's frailty. They pushed off each other and engaged in a fierce exchange of blades, both seeking a clean cut but narrowly missing. Yakumo managed to catch Kodohime's arm, landing a blow to her chest that momentarily stunned her. However, Kodohime quickly recovered and retaliated with an elbow strike, forcing Yakumo to release her grip. Kodohime seized her battle kimono and fell back, throwing Yakumo over her and rolling on top. She attempted to stab her with the shuriken, but Yakumo deftly deflected it with her dagger. Kodohime tried again, but Yakumo held her off. As Kodohime pressed the tip toward her, she caught a glint in her opponent's eyes and realized their surroundings had changed. When she looked back, she found herself straddling a pile of hissing snakes that lunged at her. She quickly evaded, slashing at the serpents, but as she retreated, she felt the heat beneath her feet and discovered she was standing on hot coals. Kodohime leaped into the air, only to be met with a powerful flying kick that sent her crashing to the ground. She quickly scrambled to her feet, avoiding the burning coals and potential stabs. Launching her hair at Yakumo, she found her opponent agile enough to evade the attack. In response, Yakumo began forming hand seals, calling out a technique that summoned a large fireball toward Kotoheim. Realizing the danger, Kotoheim pulled out a syringe and injected herself, feeling a surge of energy as everything shifted back to normal. Yakumo, taken aback, wondered what Kotoheim had just done. Kotoheim declared that her time was limited and the fight was about to intensify. She launched her hair at Yakumo again, who dodged the quick tendrils that aimed to skewer her. Kotoheim continued her assault, throwing shuriken, but Yakumo's luck ran out as Kotoheim managed to outmaneuver her, wrapping her up. However, Yakumo dissolved into cherry blossom petals, frustrating Kotoheim. Determined, she planted her hair into the ground, summoning spears of hair that shot up from all sides, encircling her and providing protection. Despite being cut, Yakumo quickly reappeared, kneeling as she attempted to cast a genjutsu. Kotoheim pressed her attack, unleashing a technique that summoned wolves from the forest to charge at Yakumo. Victory seemed imminent, but Yakumo began to glow ominously. She unleashed her own genjutsu and Kotoheim watched in awe as her wolves were torn apart by two massive black wolves that emerged. Yakumo, with her flowing hair and glowing eyes, informed Kotoheim that whatever she had injected herself with might have neutralized some of her techniques, but not this one. The special genjutsu would trap her in a nightmare. As the army of ghosts rose from the ground, armed and armored, Kotoheim realized her physical attacks would be ineffective. She shifted her focus to Yakumo, but the wolves prevented her from reaching the caster. Overwhelmed by the ghost army, Kotoheim struggled to fight back. Suddenly, she began to convulse, prompting Yakumo to worry. The genjutsu was designed to incapacitate opponents, and it appeared to be working. In a moment of urgency, Yakumo dispelled her techniques and watched as Kotoheim twitched on the ground. At that moment, Gyuren appeared on the field, administering another syringe to Kotoheim. The crowd watched as Kotoheim gradually stopped convulsing. Gyuren then addressed Genma, declaring her withdrawal from the competition. Genma acknowledged her statement, announcing Yakumo as the winner of the match. The crowd cheered, though many were concerned about the condition of the Otonin. Gyuren lifted Kotoheim over her shoulder and vanished in a shower of crystals, while Yakumo returned to the competitor's box, happily waving to her cheering family. Hiruzen observed the matches with a smile, noting that Team Anko had won all their fights with remarkable skill. Their strategic thinking and backup plans were impressive, and he believed it had been a long time since such preparation had been seen. He would be surprised if Team Anko members were not all promoted to chunin. The Kazekage, noticing Hiruzen's smile, inquired about it. Hiruzen expressed his satisfaction with Konoha's future, allowing him to focus on more pressing matters. The Kazekage asked what those matters were, and Hiruzen revealed his intention to correct a past mistake involving his wayward student, eliciting a chuckle from the Kazekage while the guards reacted with surprise. "I wonder what Suna will think when they learn of your betrayal," Hiruzen remarked, his tone steady. The familiar voice responded, "Very good, Sensei. Will you reveal my deception?" Hiruzen shook his head, confident in his understanding of the situation. "No, I know that you will not launch your attack until you witness Sasuke's match. For now, let us enjoy the complete blunder you made when you released a talent like Anko. She has excelled far beyond you as a teacher." Orochimaru merely scoffed, redirecting his focus back to the match. Outside the stadium, Gyuren frowned at Kotoheim, who stood beside her with a worried expression. Kajiro, also present, looked at her teammate with concern. "You are reckless. You went overboard in just 8 minutes. That venom could have killed you if I hadn't intervened. Did you forget the promise you made to Midoshi?" Gyuren admonished. Kotoheim lowered her head, remorse evident in her demeanor. "I just wanted to win, to defeat that girl. It was why she gave me the venom. I wanted to make her proud," she confessed. "How can she be proud if you're gone? You swore to her, just like Kajiro, to stay by her side forever. Do not throw your life away for a fleeting victory," Gyuren replied firmly. Kotoheim nodded silently, her gaze fixed on the ground. "What is our next move, Sensei?" Kajiro inquired. You two must leave the village and return to Oto. You will not participate in this fight. Get out as quickly as possible, return to the cave, and wait for my return, Gyurin instructed. Yes, Sensei, they replied before departing. Once they were out of sight, Gyurin turned slightly to her left. I will assume they will be let go, she stated. Maybe, maybe not. It all depends on how well you train those two, Anko replied. Well then, I do not need to worry. I will see you on the battlefield, Gyurin said, walking away. Anko grinned and vanished in a puff of smoke. Rock Lee was filled with excitement as he faced his rival, Neji. He was eager to demonstrate the results of his hard work. Neji regarded him calmly, settling into his stance. Lee mirrored him, a smile on his face as Genma began the match. Lee charged at Neji, launching into an impressive display of taijutsu. He was unafraid to engage, even as Neji employed the Juken technique with precision. Lee absorbed the blows and kept pressing forward, but Neji's prodigious skill was evident. Konoha Senpu! Lee shouted, delivering 3 swift kicks. Neji dodged 2 but took the third directly on his jaw. Staggered, Neji retaliated with a palm strike that sent Lee a few feet away. Lee tumbled but quickly regained his footing, still smiling. As expected, you are still strong. However, I have not begun to fight yet. Lee declared. You may have improved a little, but it will not help you. No matter how hard you train, you cannot defeat me. Even if you remove your weights, it will be futile, Neji responded coolly. We'll see. Lee shouted, removing his weights with a loud thud as they hit the ground. He began to unwrap his bandages, his body twitching as he prepared for the next phase. Neji watched in confusion until Lee vanished. Dust kicked up around Neji as Lee circled him. Suddenly, Neji felt the ground shift beneath him, and before he knew it, he was sent flying from a powerful kick to his jaw. Lee continued his relentless assault, launching Neji higher into the air with a series of kicks. He then ensnared Neji with his bandages, trapping him in a cocoon before spinning him around. Omote Renge! Lee cried out. As they spiraled downward, Neji quickly recalled his training with Hayashi. Jukenpo Ichigekishin! Neji shouted, breaking free from the bandages and sending Lee flying away from him. The two descended, spinning wildly. Neji managed to land gracefully, while Lee hit the ground hard. As Lee struggled to his feet, he found Neji right in front of him. Hakurokujian Sho! Neji exclaimed, striking Lee with a series of precise blows. The rapid succession of hits sent Lee crashing to the ground. Genma prepared to call the match, but to everyone's surprise, Lee pushed himself back up, shaking but determined. It's pointless, Lee. You may be better than before, but you cannot defeat me, Neji stated, his expression composed. We will see about that, Lee replied, his voice strained but resolute. He crossed his arms and fixed Neji with a serious gaze. Remember, my friend, the lotus always blooms twice. With a shout, Lee began to unleash. Chakra, an extraordinary feat. Simon! Lee exclaimed, the ground cracking around him as his skin turned red and veins became visible. Shomon! He coiled like a serpent before launching himself at Neji, creating a massive explosion upon impact. Neji felt a surge of pain as Lee's foot connected with his face, and Lee continued to move around the arena, striking Neji relentlessly. Tommen! Lee shouted, glowing briefly before sending Neji soaring into the air. He reappeared above him, delivering a powerful blow that sent Neji crashing back toward the ground. In that moment, Lee managed to tie one of his bandages around his waist, pulling Neji closer. Neji opened his eyes just in time to see Lee preparing for a decisive attack. Realizing the danger, he quickly broke free of the bandage but could not evade the incoming strike. He expelled chakra from all his points, forming a dome as he willed himself into a spin. Yura Renge, he called out. Hakusho, Katen. The two techniques collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that shook the arena. It barely had time to write. Everyone watched with bated breath as the dust settled over the arena. The excitement was palpable as they anticipated the outcome of the fight. Who would emerge victorious, the Hyuga prodigy or the mini guy? The tension was almost unbearable. Once the smoke cleared, both boys were seen on the ground, unmoving and clearly exhausted. Lee's leg and arm were positioned awkwardly, while Neji bore visible signs of the battle with red welts across his chest. Genma waited a moment before announcing the match's outcome. Just as he was about to declare it a draw, an incredible sight unfolded. Neji and Lee, through sheer determination, began to stir and force themselves to their feet, ignoring the pain coursing through their bodies. They faced each other, ready to continue their fight. However, Genma soon noticed that neither was advancing. He approached Neji, who was barely standing and bleeding from his mouth, then checked on Lee, who had lost consciousness. Neji expressed his inability to continue, stating his intention to surrender. Genma smiled at him before addressing the crowd. He declared that due to Neji's forfeit and Lee's unconsciousness, the match was officially a draw. Neji, surprised to see Lee out cold, chuckled despite the pain it caused him. Medics rushed to the two, with Guy attending to Lee while Tenten checked on Neji, scolding both boys for pushing themselves too far. The crowd erupted in cheers for the two members of Team Guy. "Holy smokes, that was intense," Jaken remarked as everyone watched the medics assist the fighters. Yakumo reflected on the match, admitting he needed to step up his training. He had a strategy for either competitor but doubted he could have defeated them. Still, he believed Lee would be proud. Although he didn't win, he had fought Neji to a draw, which was no small feat. Naruto nodded in agreement, then noticed Gaara walking past him. Their eyes met, and Gaara shot him a hard glance before continuing toward the grounds to face Sasuke. Naruto could only wish Sasuke luck, knowing he would need it. Gaara arrived at the center of the field, arms crossed, waiting for Sasuke to make his entrance. As time passed with no sign of Sasuke, the crowd grew restless, demanding to see him fight. Just as it seemed Genma might disqualify Sasuke, he appeared alongside Kakashi in a swirl of leaves, prompting cheers from the audience. Kakashi casually asked if they were late, to which Genma replied that they were indeed, just as he was about to disqualify Sasuke. He noted that Sasuke was fortunate to be the last match of the first round, hoping the wait had been worth it given the excitement of the finals. Kakashi surveyed the battlefield, taken aback by the destruction. After Kakashi vanished, leaving Sasuke to face Gaara, he reappeared next to the other Jonin. Anko questioned his punctuality, to which Kakashi playfully responded about her attire. Asuma interrupted, reminding Kakashi that if Sasuke had been disqualified, he would have faced serious consequences. Kakashi explained he needed to ensure Sasuke's new technique was ready, as he would need it against Gaara, who was unlike any opponent. Anko warned Kakashi that if he had taught Sasuke what she suspected, he might come to regret it. She had seen the determination in Gaara's eyes, and Kakashi acknowledged the need to have faith in Sasuke. All attention shifted back to the arena as Genma signaled the start of the fight. Sasuke moved swiftly, closing the distance to Gaara and launching a punch that was easily blocked. He tried again, only to be thwarted once more. Increasing his speed, Sasuke attempted to strike from various angles, but Gaara's sand defenses were too quick. Frustration began to mount within Sasuke, while Gaara, growing annoyed, ceased his defensive posture. Seizing the moment, Sasuke evaded the sand and decided to implement Kakashi's strategy, despite the time it would take to finish the fight. He performed a series of hand seals and took a deep breath. With determination, Sasuke unleashed a powerful water technique, sending forth a torrent of water. Gaara raised his sand to shield himself, but Sasuke maneuvered around him and executed the technique again. Gaara defended himself once more, but after a third attempt, Sasuke noticed the sand was slowing down, and Gaara was splashed. Taking advantage of the moment, Sasuke charged in and landed a solid punch to Gaara's jaw, sending him flying backward, unable to react in time. With a confident smile, Sasuke pressed forward. Anko remarked on Kakashi's strategy, praising the idea of soaking Gaara's defenses to slow him down, though she noted that Sasuke should have maintained the pressure. Kakashi observed the cracks forming on Gaara's face, realizing that he used his sand as armor. He hadn't noticed this during Gaara's previous match, where he had dispatched his opponent quickly. Kakashi expressed concern that Sasuke might not continue using the technique even if it provided an advantage. Kurenai inquired about Kakashi's thoughts, and he explained that Sasuke had focused solely on mastering one technique, believing it sufficient to win. He had pushed back against Kakashi during training, leading to a tense confrontation. Asuma suggested that Kakashi should discuss this with the higher-ups. Kakashi agreed, instructing Anko to warn Naruto to steer clear of Sasuke, as Gaara had dismissed him and another student, only adding to the tension. That kid is stronger than before. Anko relayed the message, noting that if Sasuke confronted him, the kid would be in for a big surprise. She added that it seemed like Sasuke was beginning to lose his advantage. They all turned back to the match. Sasuke jumped away, creating distance. Now on the defensive, he felt uneasy. He had been dominating Gaara until his fists began to ache. Looking at Gaara, he noticed cracks on his face and realized that Gaara had coated himself with sand for protection. Ignoring it, Sasuke decided he would tear that armor away piece by piece, but Gaara quickly changed his tactics. Gaara leaped into the air, landing on a clump of sand that lifted him higher. Now airborne, he attacked from above. The sand was still slow, making it easy for Sasuke to dodge. He attempted to knock Gaara down with his fire techniques, but they were all blocked by the sand. Things worsened as the sand began to pick up speed again, nearly catching Sasuke several times. Confused, he continued firing his fire techniques at Gaara. Finally, Gaara returned to the ground, smirking wickedly. He unleashed a barrage of sand projectiles that hurtled towards Sasuke at an alarming pace. Sasuke was struck and forced to retreat behind a tree as Gaara continued his relentless assault. Breathing heavily, Sasuke tried to comprehend the situation. Gaara taunted him, declaring that Sasuke was merely an appetizer to his real target and demanded he not interfere any longer. This struck a nerve with Sasuke, who growled in response. He recalled Gaara's words from that day and focused on Naruto, who was in the stands. With determination, he climbed the side of the stadium. Gaara watched as Sasuke reached the top, where he performed hand seals and summoned lightning around his wrist. Anko was incredulous, exclaiming her disbelief at Sasuke's actions. Kakashi explained that it was the only technique capable of piercing through Gaara's defenses, acknowledging that Sasuke was the only one who could successfully use it. Anko argued that Sasuke was not stable and questioned the potential consequences of such power being turned against a comrade. Kakashi had no response to that, and the tension escalated when Sakura stood up for her sensei, insisting that he had acted to help Sasuke and would never use the technique against an ally. Anko snapped back, challenging Sakura's understanding, which made her gulp nervously. Kakashi intervened, asserting that he would not tolerate hostility directed at his student. Anko scoffed and walked away, leaving Kakashi to sigh in worry. Gaara, observing the lightning, narrowed his eyes and formed a sand dome around himself. An eye emerged from the dome, watching Sasuke closely. Undeterred, Sasuke charged at the dome, digging into the ground as he ran. His Sharingan allowed him to read Gaara's movements, helping him dodge effectively. Within range, Sasuke moved his arm forward, unleashing his technique. The jutsu pierced through the dome, and he felt his hand connect with flesh, sensing the warmth of blood. However, instead of victory, a shrill scream pierced the air, followed by the sound of bones snapping. Sasuke cried out in pain as he struggled to free his arm, managing to pull it out just in time to avoid a deadly spike of sand aimed at his head. Fortunately, Kakashi moved quickly to save him from a fatal blow. Both looked at Sasuke's arm, which was now broken. Kakashi turned to see the dome collapse, revealing Gaara's crazed expression. Gaara glared at them with murderous intent, vowing to kill them all. In the stands, Hiruzen was about to signal to stop Gaara when he had to dodge a flurry of shuriken. He landed on the roof and retaliated with shuriken of his own, forcing Orochimaru to reveal his true form. Orochimaru managed to escape, leaving chaos in his wake. As this unfolded, feathers began to fall among the crowd, causing their eyes to grow heavy. The shinobi recognized the genjutsu and quickly dispelled it, just in time to defend against several disguised Oto and Suna ninja. The battle erupted as Konoha's shinobi fought to protect the villagers, while the Ienbyu escorted the daimyo out of the arena. The invasion of Konoha had begun. Gaara roared in pain, using his sand to staunch the bleeding from his shoulder before launching an attack at Kakashi, who was holding Sasuke. Kakashi evaded the assault, staying agile to avoid being caught. Genma attempted to assist with his Senbon but found the sand was too protective. Gaara, driven by rage, sought revenge against the boy who had wounded him. Suddenly, he sensed movement to his left and turned just in time to receive a punch to the face. It was Naruto. In retaliation, a spear of sand shot toward him, but Naruto transformed into smoke, revealing himself to be a clone. As the real Naruto emerged from the smoke, he threw a powerful punch, ready to continue the fight. Wind release. Whirlwind fist sent Gaara soaring through the air after a massive whirlwind struck him in the chest. He crashed into a wall, breaking through it, and continued his flight, barreling through several trees and a house. Naruto stood still for a moment, exhaling deeply, aware that Gaara would not be easily subdued. He glanced at Kakashi, urging him to get Sasuke to safety. Although Kakashi hesitated, not wanting to leave Naruto behind, he knew he could return quickly. In an instant he vanished, leaving Genma to assist Naruto. Naruto refocused on the chaos around him, undeterred by the explosion from the competitor's box. From the dust, Temari emerged on her fan, coughing slightly before scanning the smoke. Suddenly, several shuriken flew toward her. She leaped off her fan, using it to deflect the projectiles. The wind jutsu dispersed the shuriken, revealing explosive notes that detonated, sending Temari crashing to the ground. Shaking off the impact, she regained her footing, opening her fan and surveying her surroundings. She called out, demanding her opponent to reveal themselves. Yakumo's voice responded, echoing in her ear. Temari spun to evade a sudden strike, closing her fan and raising it in one smooth motion. Yakumo dodged the blow and attempted to counter with her dagger. Temari swung her fan, forcing Yakumo to block the attack, and the force sent Yakumo skidding back. Both women took their stances, preparing for the confrontation. Meanwhile, Kankuro dashed into the streets, pursued by Jaken, who hurled one of his sickles at him. Kankuro narrowly avoided the attack, crashing through a door and retrieving a puppet from his back. He quickly launched several Senbon at Jaken, who had just entered. Jaken was pushed back, defending himself against the onslaught. Once the barrage ended, he resumed his stance, waiting for Kankuro's next move. The puppet stood guard at the door, ready for action. Kankuro taunted Jaken, noting his reliance on the puppet for safety, while Jaken dismissed him, confident in his ability to outmaneuver Kankuro, who was determined not to lose his composure like his sister. Kakashi worked swiftly to set Sasuke's broken arm, knowing he had to be firm despite the boy's discomfort. He fashioned a sling and secured Sasuke's arm within it. Glancing at Sakura and Shikamaru, he summoned a small pug named Pakken, who would guide them to safety. Kakashi instructed Sakura, Shikamaru, and Shino to escort Sasuke and Lee to a shelter, emphasizing the urgency of their mission. They acknowledged his command, and Pakken greeted them as Kakashi created an escape route with an explosive note, covering their exit as they took the injured genin away. Observing from a distance, a masked ninja with an ANBU mask and 9 Oto ninja prepared to move. Just then, a voice called out, invoking hidden shadow snake hands. Snakes struck at the 9 ninja, causing them to writhe on the ground. The ANBU managed to evade capture but was soon confronted by an attacker who pressed the advantage with relentless vigor. He countered her strikes with a glowing hand, but she quickly retaliated with a fire technique, launching several fireballs at him. Although he escaped with minor burns, he turned his focus back to her. As the battle escalated, another voice called out crystal release, shuriken wild dance. Anko executed a swift maneuver to evade the incoming shuriken, drawing her sword to deflect them with precision. The two combatants faced off, tension thick in the air. The masked man acknowledged Gyuren's arrival, but she swiftly attacked, slicing through his mask and revealing his identity. Gyuren dismissed the need for pretense, instructing him to leave. Kabuto scoffed but complied, leaving Anko and Gyuren to confront each other. Anko inquired about the reason for their impending battle, and Gyuren, forming crystal blades, expressed her desire to engage in combat with Orochimaru's former apprentice. Anko grinned in response, both women launching themselves at one another. Midoshi awoke, disoriented and floating in a healing pool beneath an open sky, realizing she was back in Dragon Ground Cave. A human-sized python reassured her, explaining that she was still recovering from significant internal damage caused by a powerful jutsu. Midoshi relaxed, calming her breathing as she contemplated her next move. After a moment, she requested the python to retrieve her team and bring them to her. Back at the battlefield, Naruto stood, trembling slightly as he gazed at the hole through which he had sent Gaara. He and Genma waited for the return of their opponent, knowing that the jutsu would not be enough to end the battle. When Gaara emerged from the hole, he appeared terrifying. One side of his body was covered in sand, and his face resembled that of a raccoon dog. His hand had transformed into a claw, and a tail swished back and forth behind him. He glared with one normal eye and another that was black, featuring yellow irises and pupils shaped like four-pointed stars surrounded by small black dots. Naruto had an idea of why that was the case. Gaara's harsh glare sent a chill down Naruto's spine. Genma stepped in front of Naruto, ready to protect him, but Gaara's gaze did not waver. Gaara declared that Naruto had caused him pain and demanded retribution. Just as Genma prepared to use a jutsu, he was attacked by Baki. Both men had to dodge, but Gaara focused solely on Naruto. With incredible speed, Gaara rushed at Naruto and sent him flying with a swipe of his transformed arm. Naruto soared into the stands, crashing against the back wall. Dazed, he quickly rolled out of the way of Gaara's next attack. He managed to get to his feet, but Gaara's backhand sent him flying again. Summoning a clone, Naruto was caught midair by his doppelganger. They landed on the ground, and Naruto shook off the disorientation. His clone charged at Gaara, but was swiftly dealt with. Gaara continued his advance, raising his arm to finish Naruto off. However, Naruto had regained enough composure to counterattack. He performed a series of hand seals and unleashed an earth release technique, creating a river of mud that swept Gaara away. Following that, he executed another set of seals, summoning an earth dragon that fired mud projectiles at Gaara. Taking a deep breath, he then unleashed a fire release technique, igniting the mud ball and sending them crashing into Gaara, who cried out in response. The mud engulfed Gaara, sending him crashing back onto the field. Struggling to rise, Gaara was in pain, while Naruto took a moment to regain his bearings. In a fit of rage, Gaara roared Naruto's name and turned to pursue him. Naruto quickly pulled out two kunai, attaching explosive tags to them, and threw them at the charging Gaara. Although Gaara blocked the kunai, he was soon shocked by a surge of electricity. Gaara ripped the kunai from his body and tossed them aside, only to be met with a swift kick to the face from Naruto. Naruto landed and slammed a palm into Gaara's chest, activating a seal that caused Gaara to clutch his head in agony. In a furious outburst, Gaara expressed his anger over the pain inflicted upon his mother, unleashing a wave of chakra that pushed everyone back. Naruto shielded his eyes and saw that Gaara had transformed again. This time, his entire body was covered in sand, resembling a full raccoon dog with large claws and a massive tail. Gaara's eyes burned with rage as he declared that Naruto would not survive the day. Determined, Naruto called upon the Kyuubi's chakra, enveloping himself in its power. Though he winced from the strain, he knew he could not afford to fight at less than full strength. Meanwhile, Hiruzen observed the chaos unfolding in the village. Clad in his battle attire, he felt a deep sense of regret as he watched his people fight. He wished to assist them, but his former student, Orochimaru, had trapped him within the four violet flames formation. Hiruzen reflected on his past decisions regarding Orochimaru, knowing he had to defend his village against the threat posed by his former pupil. Steeling himself, he prepared for battle. The sounds of explosions echoed throughout the stadium as Konoha's ninja fought to protect the civilians. Engaged in combat, dispatching an Oto ninja before narrowly avoiding a powerful blow from Asuna ninja. He retaliated with a kick that sent the enemy crashing into the wall, then ensnared him in a genjutsu that left him frozen in place, making him an easy target for Kakashi's kunai. Kakashi then surveyed the battlefield. To his left, he saw Naruto leap over the stadium wall and head toward a forested area, with Gaara or what had become of him pursuing. It was a wise move on Naruto's part, as Gaara would have likely harmed many just to reach him. To his right, Anko was locked in a fierce battle with an Oto kunoichi, both women displaying impressive skill and sustaining injuries from their fight. On the field, Genma faced off against the Suna Ninja Baki, while Yakumo battled the Suna Kunoichi Temari. They seemed to be holding their own. Suddenly, two Odo shinobi appeared above Kakashi, ready to attack from behind. Guy intervened with a powerful kick, sending the attackers flying away. He landed beside Kakashi, reminding him to focus on the fight at hand. Kakashi, with a hint of distraction, responded, prompting Guy to give him an annoyed look. This moment allowed Kakashi to take down two more enemies. That made the score 30-28. Guy shouted about the lack of youthfulness in the fight, but the two jonin continued to battle fiercely for their village. The sound of steel against glass echoed as the two women sprinted along the top of the stands. Gyurin, wielding two crystal blades, pushed away and performed a series of hand seals. She unleashed a barrage of crystal shuriken aimed directly at Anko. In response, Anko executed her own seals and slammed her hands on the ground, causing pillars of earth to rise as a protective barrier. The pillars shimmered with a scaly texture. As Gyurin prepared another jutsu, she cried out when Anko's sword grazed her shoulder. Grateful for the thin layer of crystal encasing her body, she managed to deflect the blade and drove her crystal weapon into the ground. It extended, and with a sweeping motion, it ripped Anko from the earth and hurled her against the wall she had created. Without hesitation, Gyurin initiated her next technique, calling forth a stream of sharp crystal that surged toward Anko. The impact sent shockwaves through the area, and as the dust settled, Anko appeared skewered against the wall. However, she quickly dispelled and reappeared in front of Gyurin, a fierce determination in her eyes. Gyurin barely had time to raise her arms as Anko's swift strike came at her with incredible force, shattering her swords and sending her flying. Gyurin tumbled before finally coming to a stop, struggling to regain her footing as her arms trembled from the force of the blow. Anko remarked that she needed more practice, noting that her strike should have severed Gyurin's arms. Just as she was about to charge again, a massive serpent's tail struck her, sending her flying backward. The blow was particularly painful, hitting her at the site of her previous injury. Anko managed to stay on her feet and turned to see the source of the attack, a man-sized snake. The serpent spoke, explaining that it could not allow Anko to harm Gyurin, as Mistress Midoshi wanted her back. Gyurin nodded in agreement before addressing Anko, indicating that they would meet again. Anko acknowledged this and watched as Gyurin was summoned away. She then turned her focus back to the ongoing battle, wincing at her wound, aware that she needed to retreat before losing too much blood. Using the body flicker technique, Anko removed herself from the conflict. Meanwhile, Kodoheim dodged another volley of shuriken and launched her hair, ensnaring two Konoha shinobi by their necks. With a powerful pull, she tossed them through a store window. She ducked under another ninja's attack and delivered a crushing knee strike to his face. Just then, two fireballs hurtled toward her. Kajiro intervened, summoning 4 firefly wings and releasing a powerful energy blast that consumed the fireballs and the two ninjas who had cast them. Exhausted, Kajiro dropped to her knees, barely able to breathe. Kodoheim quickly wrapped her hair around Kajiro to create a shield, checking to see that she was still alive. The sounds of steel clashing against her hair filled her with concern. In that moment of silence, they heard screams and hisses, followed by an eerie quiet. Lowering her shield, Kodoheim saw that everyone around them was either unconscious or worse. 2 man-sized snakes appeared, and one of them quickly whisked Kajiro away with a puff of smoke. Realizing their purpose, Kodoheim nodded at the serpent and was also summoned away. Jaken was breathing heavily, holding his Kuzurigame defensively. This battle was proving to be extremely challenging. Kankuro had the advantage, hiding in the area while his puppet did the heavy lifting. Jaken had managed to remove one of Kankuro's puppet's arms, but he was covered in cuts and suspected he was poisoned. He knew he couldn't hold out much longer. Kankuro taunted him, questioning his earlier bravado and promising that he would die there, much to Temari's dismay. Jaken sensed Kankuro's proximity and decided he had no choice but to use his final technique. Gathering the last of his chakra, he smiled as he prepared to unleash his jutsu. With a swift motion, he crossed his hands and launched his sickles. chains burst forth from the houses surrounding Kankuro's hiding spot. The entire area became ensnared in chains, glowing red before a massive explosion erupted, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Jaken was shielded from the blast by the area he had created with his chains. He dropped to one knee, gasping for breath as the poison coursed through his veins. As the dust settled, he searched for Kankuro and quickly found him, laid out with burns and his puppet in ruins. Jaken discovered 2 vials on Kankuro, one containing a dark purple liquid and the other an olive green one. Trusting his instincts, he drank the olive green liquid before finding a hiding spot and passing out. He would later be discovered by Anbu and taken to the hospital. Shikaku and Gaara faced off against Naruto and Gamabunta, each with their own objectives, one seeking destruction, the other striving to protect. With a powerful motion, Gaara moved his arms forward, sending large ball of sand hurtling toward Gamabunta. The massive toad skillfully ducked and dodged as he closed in on the enormous tanuki. Like a flash, Gamabunta drew his blade and aimed for Shikaku, but the beast managed to counter, leaving Gamabunta struggling to land a hit. Naruto urged Gamabunta to jump back, and the toad complied, landing safely away from Shikaku. Gamabunta remarked on the difficulty of cutting through the sand and expressed the need for an advantage. Naruto leaped off Gamabunta's head and landed on the blade, assuring him that he had a plan. Gamabunta charged at Shikaku, who retaliated by launching more sand projectiles. Once again, Gamabunta dodged and swung his blade, while Naruto concentrated his wind chakra into the weapon. Having trained with Jiraiya, Naruto's efforts paid off as the blade sliced through Shikaku's shoulder, causing an arm to detach and fall away. Gamabunta praised Naruto's skills, and Naruto, feeling confident, encouraged a more aggressive approach. As Naruto climbed back onto Gamabunta's head, he focused his wind chakra and prepared for another attack. Gamabunta unleashed powerful jets of water, which struck Shikaku and caused chunks of sand to fly off. Gaara, witnessing the assault, quickly formed a seal to protect himself. Despite Gamabunta's attempt to counter with another water attack, Gaara's defenses held strong. Shikaku's voice echoed with a triumphant declaration of freedom, causing Naruto to feel a sense of dread. Gamabunta explained that Gaara had relinquished control to his demon, unleashing its full power. They realized they needed to awaken Gaara to avoid an intense battle. As they assessed the damage around them, Shikaku prepared to unleash a powerful wind attack. Gamabunta leaped high to evade it, narrowly avoiding destruction. In the midst of the chaos, Naruto devised a plan. He summoned several clones, instructing them to spread out while he requested oil from Gamabunta. Together, they unleashed a fiery assault that countered Shikaku's wind attack, creating a powerful conflagration that transformed much of Shikaku into glass. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto commanded his clones to strike at the glass, shattering it and causing Shikaku to lose balance. The clones charged up the damaged body of Shikaku, but the demon retaliated, swatting them away. Unbeknownst to Shikaku, Gamabunta charged forward, aided by Naruto's strategy. As Naruto leaped off and launched his staff like a javelin, he anticipated the sand's defense and propelled himself past it. He landed a decisive blow on Gaara, awakening him from his trance. With 2 clones holding Gaara in place, Naruto revealed a seal and activated it, causing Gaara to scream as he felt a burning sensation. As the last remnants of Shikaku disintegrated into sand, Gamabunta withdrew his sword, relieved to see Naruto safe, though he sensed the boy was nearly out of chakra. He acknowledged Naruto's impressive abilities, noting that this battle had gone more smoothly than previous encounters. Feeling exhausted, Gamabunta announced his intention to return home, and Naruto expressed his gratitude. As Gamabunta vanished in a puff of smoke, Naruto settled down, watching Gaara as he lay on the ground. Leaning against a tree, Naruto closed his eyes, allowing fatigue to take over. 3 days passed since the invasion, and the rain fell heavily over Konoha. Dressed in black, the villagers gathered to bid farewell to the Sandaime Hokage. Naruto stood with his teammates, the Sarutobi family, and Irika, his gaze fixed on the coffin of his mentor and surrogate grandfather. Overcome with sadness, he recalled the moment Anko delivered the heartbreaking news, leading him to tears in the hospital room. During this difficult time, Yakumo welcomed Naruto into her family's home at the compound, while Jaken, cleared of poison, also found refuge with the Kurama clan. Together, they reminisced about the Sandaime, sharing stories and laughter, reflecting on the profound impact he had on their lives. Without the Sandaime, Naruto would not have found the strength to protect his friends, and Yakumo and Jaken would not have been granted a second chance. Each of them had something to thank the old Kage for. They placed a white rose on the casket and made a promise to the old Kage. They all swore to continue to improve and to protect the village that he died for. This was a promise they all made. After the funeral, Ibiki confronted Team Anko. He informed Anko that he needed Naruto for a moment. When she inquired why, he explained that Gaara wanted to speak to him. This surprised Naruto, but he quickly understood why. He agreed to see Gaara. They arrived at a room where Gaara was restrained and seated. Naruto stood before him, and they exchanged silent glances for a while before Naruto broke the silence. He wondered if Gaara had called him to discuss their similar past. Gaara acknowledged their shared experiences but noted that Naruto had not succumbed to darkness. Naruto had friends and people who cared about him, while Gaara had been feared, hated, and lonely. He had believed that to prove his existence, he needed to kill. However, seeing Naruto standing there, victorious, shattered his reason for existing. Gaara expressed his confusion about what to do next. Naruto shared his own experience, recalling how, at 5 years old, he lost control of his anger and caused harm. The fox within him had whispered dark thoughts, but the Sandaime Hokage had found him and shown him love. He had trained Naruto to rise above the hate he felt, leading him to make friends and build connections. Naruto encouraged Gaara not to give up, explaining that giving in would only prove the fears of others right. He suggested that Gaara should seek out those who could love him. Gaara admitted he did not have anyone like that in his life. Naruto proposed that perhaps his siblings could be a starting point. Gaara contemplated this suggestion as Ibiki led Naruto out of the room and returned Gaara to his cell. Midoshi emerged from the healing pool, donning a robe, and walked toward a steaming area where her team was seated. She sat next to Kajiro and checked on her condition. Midoshi noted that the pool was doing its job and that the steam would further aid in Kajiro's healing. Kajiro expressed her gratitude but also her feelings of weakness. Midoshi reassured her, playfully blaming her sensei for the situation. Gyurin, feeling the lingering effects of a recent battle, decided to address something directly. She questioned Midoshi about her plans, asserting that Midoshi had never cared about anything but her own amusement. Gyurin pointed out that their connection would not last, yet Midoshi had invited them to the home of the serpents and cared for them. Midoshi acknowledged Gyurin's insight and admitted that she did have plans, but her feelings toward the team were genuine. She revealed that she had grown attached to them, stating that their time together had been the most enjoyable she had experienced in years. Midoshi expressed that she would feel sadness if they were to disappear and acknowledged that Gyurin had fallen out of favor with their former master. Midoshi needed her team to stand by her side for the future she envisioned. After a lengthy discussion, Kajiro and Kodohime agreed to support Midoshi. Gyurin, initially hesitant, eventually relented, declaring that she would be their ally but warning Midoshi that any betrayal would have consequences. Midoshi responded with humor, and they shared a moment of camaraderie, solidifying their new alliance. Konoha was regaining its spirits. The villagers worked hard to rebuild their home, still mourning the loss of the Hokage but determined to move forward. They aimed to restore their village stronger than ever. The genin contributed to the rebuilding efforts and were doing well. However, in the distance, 2 men observed the village with malicious intent. No longer content to merely watch, the 2 robed figures made their way toward Konoha. A new chapter was about to begin in the life of Uzumaki Naruto. In a world filled with adventure and excitement, the characters embarked on a journey that would take them to every corner of the globe. Their goal was to connect with readers from all walks of life, hoping to reach at least one person in every location. The thrill of their mission fueled their determination, and they eagerly anticipated the responses they would receive. As they celebrated reaching an impressive milestone of 10,000 views, the atmosphere was electric with gratitude. The characters expressed their appreciation for the support they had received, encouraging everyone to engage with their story. They invited readers to explore their latest adventure, Master of Jiangu, hoping it would capture their imaginations just as much. With excitement in the air, they urged their audience to participate in a poll that would shape the future of their narrative, emphasizing the importance of community involvement in their storytelling journey. The characters were ready to dive into new challenges, armed with the knowledge that their readers were right there with them, cheering them on every step of the way.